forces comes into play at the same time. Venom managed to sustain as long as possible alongside with Chariot, and without further ado, B is in their favor.
A quick dive in from our dear Ace Vanguard here, clear as well on top of Chariot and even Anchor, but the timing as well, he was almost to death, but with a nice this M33 can roll it with so much confidence here, and the EMP grenade are not really connecting as much as possible. The drones are coming in, they're being slowly pushed back, and the M33 are just trying to find leeways to pick them off, and the connection of the explosive blast is doing just the work here. Thunder just needs to get close enough. Even artillery and motor crews are coming in. Iron Guard cars are going to be dropped back to the back line, as there's no pre-setup as well. The Phalanx crew wasn't able to change his position in time.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to yet another day of Extremia Sees the Frontline. You're tuning in to the Season 4 Invitational Ascension, and you're joining together with me. My name is Flava, and my good buddy over here, Yo-Lo Lee, as we're going to be bringing and doing all the commentaries on all the actions happening today, day number 2, final day of the competition.
It's Championship Sunday flavor. We're finally reaching towards the I guess we're heading towards that finishing line here of this long-term race for these 2 days of the tournament here as well. Here, we initially, for anyone who just joined us today and not from yesterday, doesn't really matter. We're very happy to have you guys here. But just to give you guys a heads up, so basically we started the tournament from day number 1 with our top 8 teams, which will then actually filter out to our top 4, which all 4 of these teams will be undergoing their semi-finals. And as they make their way towards the grand finals, we will be having a bronze match after the 2 semi-final matches. But you know, you can't see it really in this current graphic, but there will be a bronze match, and that's going to be a best of 5. But starting things off, Flavor, we're going to be starting with semi-finals 1, which is going to be APU Esports Club going up against Team DSL, where it's going to be CTS at 2 hole later on.
Oh yes, and of course for our first semifinals, we're looking at 2 teams who have not dropped a single game in any of the series that they went up on in the first round itself, but probably the stakes are a little bit more higher over here in the semifinals because you're trying to actually get that ticket, making your way towards the grand finals with an opportunity to actually win yourself the bigger portion of the prize pool that we have for you offered in this competition, which is a total of $1,500 US. But here we have the map videos here for this game number 1 in between Axron Industries. We have Asia Pacific University, or APU Esports Club, up against DSL on the GSF side, Global Security Force.
You know, I'm really excited about this, right? So we have been constantly going back to one of these few maps, right? I think like commonly we've been seeing a lot of downtown, we've been seeing a lot of Sunday malls. We did have a Central and Academy. Just saying the name gives me goosebumps and a chill down my spine. But you know, I hope we don't have that map later on. But usually, guys, for our map and band picks for this tournament is basically there's going to be three map bands, and then there's still going to be 4 maps that's still going to be viable and optional for either one of the 2 teams to select. So in this case, out of the 4 remaining, Sunday Mall was the grand selection here. And you know, Sunday Mall, very importantly, I believe it's the only map where you have an additional power supply. Yes, so any of you new viewers who just joined in, they didn't join in from yesterday, basically Extremia Sees the Frontline is basically a hybrid game between RTS and FPS gameplay, multiplayer game, where it's a classic 5v5. One of the player, however, will be the RTS commander in real-time strategy, as they will be controlling units and building buildings to best either to dominate their opponent commander or best assist their on-ground officers, who will be the FPS players.
Oh yes, that's true. And of course, it requires great coordination between the commander and your 4 officers who is currently on the field over there. But of course, the commander can also go down on the field, but by doing so, you would actually kind of halt progression in terms of most of the things that should be happening here in the base as well. But certain circumstances would require the commander to just, you know, if the team can't do it, if your officers can't do it, I guess the commander has to go down and do things by himself. Yeah, we've seen that happen before. Yeah, I'm very curious to see so. But I do like the part where when Yo-Lo Lee mentioned about this, right? This could be opportunities for individuals, any of you guys who's tuning into the official live stream, those who are interested to jump in, if you are an amazing FPS player, this could be your opportunity to actually become officers in a team for AZBC as the frontline. And if you are an RTS player, some of these FPS players are looking for you to navigate the units, the infrastructure, the vehicles here, so that the team can actually play as well as it should be within the game. So we're jumping into the game right here. This is going to be game number 1. So we have the GSF side, the green one, so for DSL, and we have Extron and Trace on the right side, the blue color one for APU ESC. And if you look in the middle bottom segment, this actually represents the amount of resource points and which one is on the green side and which one is on the blue side. So you have an indicator, or you can actually gauge on how much resources is siding towards which side here for this game.
Yep. Correct. The resources basically just to determine. That doesn't really affect much for the FPS player or the officers on the ground here, which you guys can by the way see by their call sign, Neutron, Pluto, and Vilshera, and etc. The resources just mostly just to show for the RTS point of view, how much the commander is going to be trying to outwit or outmaneuver or best support their officers on the field here. But you know, as you guys can definitely tell from the map itself, like Sunday Mall has a very unique design where the B and C victory points is relatively more closer to the other than that. But of course, flavor, very quick clash. Someone's going to go down. Most likely going to be 2 of the officers from the Astron side.
Yeah, it's going to be GSF bringing on the heat here towards the Extron side, because this particular side C is relatively closer to Extron Industry, which is on the top half of the map. So GSF is bringing on the heat, and it's very crucial to actually capture this particular point because it gives you great advantages. Somewhat in reverse of what we saw yesterday. So yesterday we saw the Extron side actually conquering on B, but this time the GSF actually conquered on C. Currently it's flipped from neutral. So basically you can actually push your forces from B towards C. So if you hold on to C, you don't need to worry so much about what's happening on the B side as well, because it will require stealth maneuverability from the Extron side to actually make their way towards that particular area.
Yeah, pretty much it, because like usually, like I said before, Sunday Mall is one of the few unique maps where not only do you have any additional power supply, which is pretty much crucial for your personal commander to build units, because more power means you get more research, you get more upgrades for units, you get pumped up more higher tier units, get more better buildings as well. Building upgrades is something you like to have, and at the same time, you're basically killing 2 birds with 1 stone, where you're having the power supply relatively near to your victory points here, which is both B and C here, relatively close to each other within the vicinity of reinforcement, which is like exactly what Flavor said. So now a lot of resources and reinforcements can be diverted towards the C side, because that's a little bit more closer to the Extron side here. So you have a little bit more of a nice, well-forced defense. However, you're giving up a lot of things on your A victory point side as well, because a lot of your cash resource is on that side. So pretty much you're going to have, as you can see from the layout from DSL, you see a lot of them playing like more of their officers towards the B and C, where you have Kaiser, who's usually hitting resources, by the way, from yesterday's game, as we saw. He will be the anchor point, the anchor player. He's going to make sure, like, okay, Astro is not going to take the entire left side of the map. We're going to make sure we're going to get some cash resource, see an opportunity to try to snipe a player, take back the A, because as you notice from this game, for any new viewers, the way to win the game, there's 2 ways to win the game. One is to drain the victory points from your opponent's side, as you guys can see from the top head of the graphics. Right now, it's all victory point A, B, and C is currently in the hands of the GSF or DSL here, so they're going to be able to drain out their victory points relatively quickly. And once they hit 0, then DSL will take that win.
Oh yes. So and of course the other way for you to actually win the game is by destroying your opponent's headquarters. Now I do believe that we did not witness any of this happening yesterday.
Trauma,
but it has happened. It has happened before. Yeah.
But not to you, sadly. Not to you.
No,
close.
Not to me.
We were close.
Oh man, that was a nice jump over there. On top of the roof, and they were able to actually clear out some of the team members, some of the agents coming on from the Extron side here. So it does seem that GSF is going to be holding up to this, and they're going to screen out the team members from Extron. You do see Chariot trying to make his way away from the area. Yeah, run, buddy, run. It's a bit too much for them to handle at the current moment, and things are not looking so well. Because as you mentioned just now, Leonard, DSL currently holds 3 victory points. So the thing is, you need 2 victory points, either A, B, B, C, or AC.
the combination,
to drain the victory points from your opponents. But if you conquer all three, it will drain even faster. So that's how it works.
You see how smart, if you notice, the commander from DSL, he actually placed an army on top. By the way, yes, you can actually place armies from use to lock down resource side, right? So if you notice, towards one of the cache towards the A side, they actually put a armory on top of the vantage point, on top of the resource, basically on the roof on one of the buildings. This way, at least any roaming Omicron light tanks or any demolishers with G12s won't be easily able to snipe that armory away. And it also gives a nice point, a nice resource supply. So this is pretty much the kind of map where you really want to play on the high ground. You have this beautiful eagle eye view on everywhere else. Basically, those who have the high ground usually wins out most of the battle. Star Wars reference.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And of course, with the amount of information you get, you can make better judgment. You can make better decisions on how you want to approach certain situations right here. So that's why these guys are trying to actually hold high ground. Previously, Extron had, I believe that we did saw all the officers here. I think all 4 of them were actually on top of the roof. But then right now, GSF was holding it down. Eagle was trying to drive by this lane, but I guess they got jumped over by Ripper as well as Mufak here. Oh, not looking so good for them right now. But there is a flip on A, which means that the draining of victory points is being slowed down by a little, but they still need to flip one of them. And I do believe that a lot of teams have been struggling to actually get to this point. Although here's the thing, the great thing about B and C is that, so in this situation, GSF is holding C and B, right? So because they need to hold on to C, and Axdron is nearby, meaning that you can churn your units, your vehicles faster as it is nearer. Meanwhile, for GSF, they have to traverse a little bit more further to actually get to where they need to be, which is at the C side as well. Likewise, if Axdron were to hold on to B, GSF is going to be having the advantage of actually churning off these units towards the area much faster compared to Axdron side. But yeah, a lot of people do struggle trying to recapture back this area because it's kind of like a choke area on the right side over here, and the point of entry is, I think, is well guarded most of the time.
Yes, and you can even see like the amount of troopers that's on the side here for DSL as well. So pretty much just allowing the commander a little bit more freeway to get a little bit more focus, a little bit more upgrades, so you can get those nice upgrades, better buildings, better units, because of the fact that DSL officers are completely dominating the entire battlefield. I think that's also one of the few problems on the Axtron side is your Axtron's battle suits is they're mostly focused around tactical. You start to play off with each other, play off with Iron Guards as your core. However, it's a little bit different for the GSR sides, where the battle suit is more designed to, literally kill players. You're hunting players.
It does not require you to be. Yeah, you don't tactical, need to really pair with support.
I mean, you can pair.
You can, correct, yeah. But it doesn't require you to.
That's right. But right now, this is also one of the few major problems. Is currently they do manage to secure the high ground, right? So it's, although DSL do not have an army out there, but they do have the Ace Vanguard battlesuit, which practically allows them to just traverse greater distance and greater lands, and they're able to get on top of the rooftop relatively swiftly as well. So that's pretty much what they've been doing so far. They get out on the roof. Once they run out of ammo, they drop down, go onto the army. They fly back up there once again. Although we see APO Esport Club, they did manage to seize back the high ground, they are still losing out the necessary amount of fight flavor. And I don't really blame them for this because it hurts, right? Like, people used to ask me, like, hey, which is better, killing units or killing players? I think killing officers is a lot more better because you're going to be forcing them into a downtime. And every time you kill them, you're going to be wasting their economy. Because you have two choices. The officers only have two choices when they're leaving the base. Whether to buy better weaponry for themselves to equip themselves with it, or come up with a battle suit. Usually, yes, battle suit is usually the one you like to go for, but your damage spike is not going to be insanely high because basically you don't really have the right weaponry at the time here. Yeah. DSL officers rarely die. I don't think we've seen anyone die so far. So they're able to like literally raft up all this revenue and get better gear, battle battles. So they're basically better equipped to deal with APU Esport Club at the moment.
Yeah, I see a lot of death coming on from Extra, and I do like how you pointed out on that part as well. The thing is, when you kill the officers, that's the thing. You've already expanded either to its battle suit or weaponry. Some of them expanded towards both. There will be a point where you're that rich where you're able to actually spend
if you're rich,
and have all that. But when you die a lot, your enemy is keeping whatever they already have and you lose out all that resources you've already expanded, and you have to use, and then on your next engagement you have to go eco a little bit up against a much more better equipped opponent. And the thing about them is that they're not bringing the fight to you, you're required to actually go through them. So when you see all these sides, right, it's not just about winning the fight, you still need to be there to flip this resource point, the victory points, to actually make a victory. So this is clean work by GSF. Very, very convincing from them. And until the end, I believe that there was a short instance where Aggron was able to actually flip that A back towards that side, but it was easily getting countered back by the GSF side. And that's a big win for them in this game number 1.
They were very comfortable, so especially for the commander as well. Like the officers winning out a lot of the gunfights as well, so he doesn't really have to worry about pumping additional marines to best support the units whatsoever. He's like, all right, you know, my boys are doing well on the field. I just focus on being very leisure, put out whatever I want, and that's why you even see the IFV came out, right? So the IFV rollout, he knows exactly what he's doing with that IFV because he understands. All the extra officers are being constantly shut down. They don't really have enough economy to build up with better weaponry. So that's why he was very brave. He was very confident that when he sent out that IFV, he says, you know, these guys are not going to have a Mazer. These guys are not going to have a G12 or anti-tank weaponry to deal with my IFV as well. And even if they did, you always see Kaiser. Like I said, Kaiser was the anchor point for that A side here. The rest of the team was just playing off towards that B and C because they already achieved, like, I guess you could say 70% of the goal, which was we got the victory points. We got at least some of our resource point back. They even managed to steal some away from the Atron side. So they're basically really choking out the APU Esport Club in that game alone here. So, but I'm not gonna cut them. I'm not gonna call them out just yet because, you know, APU Esports Clubs, they have a very huge history when it comes to FPS gameplay or esport competitions as well here. So I think once they win out the initial engagements, because previously they are playing the Astron faction, so they don't really have the best initial engagement as well, since their units, scout units, less health, doesn't really have, and their range is pretty much normalized alongside the Marines, so it's not really an equal footing here. So a lot of responsibility was on the shoulders of Astron officers. Yeah,
and I think that by having their first taste of defeat, I don't think they like it, and I don't think they want to face that again. I do believe that we might be seeing a different gameplay coming out from APU right this one. But ladies and gentlemen, I guess after this, we're going to be jumping back into the game later on for game number 2. But before all that, we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be right back. Good
People
day.
middle of.
Woo!
Whoa, okay, sorry, my friend.
No worries, no worries, buddy. It's all on you.
No, I was just gonna say, like, you know, people in the middle, welcome back again to the Extreme Siege, the front line season 4 Invitational, the Ascension. I'm Len Nelson, the only gracing us at the cast as once again, is the one and only Flavor. Let's bring you guys all the Extremist actions and shenanigans. So, Flavor, we just had our first series of the day, and it started off in a very dominating manner, but you know, I'm not gonna call it Chris just yet because this is it's Championship Sunday, semi-finals. We're no longer going to the group stage anymore, so it is the best of the best for what we currently have from yesterday's game.
Yeah, by making it to this point itself, you are basically our top 4 in the season 4 invitational. But of course, that's not going to be enough for all these teams. They want to climb higher. They want to get that ticket to the grand finals. I do believe that after the conclusion of that game number 1, DSL already has 1 foot in. But as mentioned before, APU esports clubs, I do believe that based on their performance yesterday, probably they do have the ability to actually flip this over in this game number 2 and force a game number 3 upon DSL. So I don't know. I feel that I mean, like, it's tough. I mean, reaching up to the semifinals, you know that the competition is going to be insane, as everyone has I believe that almost everyone has not dropped a single game up to this point, except for Team 2 Whole, where they actually lost out in game number 2 yesterday in the final series. But yeah, so far everybody won in a convincing manner on day number 1, but day number 2, this final day, it's not going to be that easy, and everybody knows this.
Yeah, it was great. And oh, fine, all right, we're finally getting a different map from the usual one we've been seeing from yesterday. It's going to be the map of Town Square here. Now this is going to be really fun because we actually had this like overhead bridge in one of the connecting ways. There's a lot of really nice covers for officers to really play with, and if you're GSF, also really nice cheeky spots you can set up those phalanx support crews as well. Now a lot of vantage points. We do have one towards the northwest side here with the buildings and the ramps as well. I think there's something you can also play off with a nice sniping position. But other than that, really nice map to play around with. The maps that was being banned this time was going to be Express, Sunday Mall, Central. Oh, the Holy Trinity bans.
Yes.
The Holy Trinity. I mean, for me at least, the Holy Trinity.
I saw it from the start. I was holy. You would most likely see this map being played, but instead it's being fully banned here as well. So the one in the middle, Sunday Mall, is actually banned by the marshals. Meanwhile, Express and Central, I do believe that it should be banned by APU, I think. Sorry. You know, it's banned by APU, and then DSL has the final choice to choose which one they want to pick. So they pick Town Square.
You know, okay, maybe not the Holy Trinity. The Trinity will be for this one is a Trinity. I will say the Holy Trinity for me would be Express, Academy, Central. There's 3. I see those 3 bans at the same time. That's the best one. That is the ideal one for me. But of course, anyway, we are finally in game number 2 of our first series of the day. Could be the final round, or could be the comeback one in this case for APU if they choose to go for it. The faction this time they swap up the faction. APU Eastern Cloud was previously the Axron side. Now they are the GSF, and the division they select is going to be the Armored division, whereas DSL goes for Energy.
I'm okay with it. I think I'm okay with them going armor on this. They can play around with the MLRS.
The tanks.
Yeah, so yeah, the multi-rocket system. I think with this kind of layout, it can work, I guess, for this one, because you do have high ground vantage points for you to actually utilize this. But we'll see if we can actually get to this point. But before we go any further, we're going to be looking at the game at hand here. We're currently looking at this engagement. This would usually happen somewhere in the middle on the map. In every single map, we'll be watching throughout the whole day here. We do see a battle here. Kaiser together with Beetle going out. They did manage to actually get up on Eagle. Beetle and Neutron here also getting gunned down here. Neutron doesn't have any more shields. Low on HP as well. 10 left with a little bit cover. Oh, God. Almost over there. He did survive, so managed to regenerate back his shields.
No, I love what DSL did as well. Also understanding that there's already going to be like a little bit of a unit difference as well. They decided to just group up as a 4-man squad and just completely dominate the competition. It got a little bit close for our friend Neutron for sure. He got really down low alongside with Pluto here, but they still were able to overpower the remaining GSF officers.
Oh.
Delta was still alive, although it was Delta who went all the way to A side alone there. So maybe the initial engagement didn't go accordingly to plan, but it definitely got a lot more closer than what we witnessed during the map of Sunday Mall here. But this time, DSL, they got the advantage. They got both B and C, and it looks like they're also able to snipe away the A side. Courtesy of the commander for the side for Team DSL, as he actually used one of the respective scouts to steal out the side, allowing the on-ground officers to focus primarily to snipe away or hunt down enemy officers.
Oh, they wasted no time going straight to A after capturing the victory point area on B right there. Quick work, and all 3 victory point areas right now are being locked down by DSL side. So APU once again being on the short end of the stick over here, having a little bit of trouble, as this will drain their victory points faster than the standard rates of having 2 victory points being captured by the enemy right now. And it doesn't look too good on the map for GSF side, as there's a lot of blue going on, and it's not much green. If you look at this, they only have 1 energy, 1 cash, and holy, and just 1 of the ammo. That's it. That's it. And probably there's also a flip going on right now. And yes, now they have 2 cash. But compared to what Axron has to offer, I believe that if you guys do look at the bottom right, on the left side you can see the resources for GSF, and for the right you see for Axron. You do see that plus, so that will let you know about how much they're generating per second. So you do see a much higher number on the Axron side being generated per second.
Yep, which is really great for them, right? So since especially going for the energy side, you can actually go for the ocular defense. One of the few gimmicks for this energy division selection by the commander, that you get a few things, a lot of lasers, the laser strike artillery, which is fantastic for melting away like any stationary units or forcing officers or any units out of certain covers. But you also will be able to unlock the ocular defense turret, which is, I think, was something that the commander of DSL was producing just now. I think it's actually currently being produced. Let's see where he's going to be able to place that out. So beauty about laser weapons is that they do leave a really nice fiery area upon contact as well, so should be able to quickly melt out any stationary targets as well.
Yeah, so Ripper just ring back, but actually it's going to be a 2-man movement over here. It's going to be the Kaiser plus Ripper combo with their battlesuit up against Chariot. So instead of having the Marines at the forefront, so actually put himself as the officer at the front. Okay, and soaking up all that damage. Okay, probably you might want to send out that unit.
No, it's typical. Like from what we saw yesterday, so both Kaiser and Reaper, these are the 2 players that's usually going for the objective play. That's usually the anchor players as well. Probably traversing the more further side of the map as well, and try to see if they can do a little bit of damage. And they are doing constant amount of damage, hitting resources, stealing victory points this way, forcing. It's going to be putting a little bit more problems for the APU Esport Club members as well, forcing the commander to divert more resources to try to re-clear it as well, forcing officers as well. It's already quite difficult when you already have your resources currently divided around or across such a map like downtown.
Oh,
but whoa, Delta winning at the fight. Especially making good use of the battle suit as well with the homing missile. Wins out the gunplay.
I swear, I'm very sure Kaiser was like, nah, I got this, you know? And then Ripper came out, wait, you died? Then he was like, wait, you needed me? Okay, a little bit too late, because you're supposed to be a duo movement over here, but Delta came out on top. Still surviving, doesn't have any shields at the moment, does require a little bit of regeneration, so he has to. Why is he not over the area? He's trying to get himself exposed and easily get taken down here by Ripper.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing about the Orion battle suit from the Axron side as well, where not only could you go stealth mode, but you can also put EMP trap mines. So that's pretty much what happened to our dear GSF officer. He triggered it and he instantly lost all his shields. So it was pretty much in the panic. He knew for the fact that, okay, there's a stealthy guy here. There's a cheeky guy around me. Where is he at? Where is he? But eventually, the real villain revealed himself and completely ripped him away here.
Oh no, not again from behind. Chariot. Oh, Ripper once again. He does it again. And yeah,
back to stealth mode. Yeah,
nasty. And you're not just looking at 1. You're looking at 2, but you're looking at 4 Orion battle suits here from the Axeron side. 4.
Which I think. Which is great as well. Like you don't really have to worry. You're killing players. Like I said, every time you kill a player, you're constantly resetting his current kit as well, and you're also killing an officer ensures you to get victory points. So that's pretty much why you're seeing them getting a little bit more control. You see B still in the hands of the GSS side, but I think that's only because they have the Phalanx crews currently set up as well. You also have a lot of the resources, majority of the resources of GSF also being diverted to this B side for this defensive hole here. I think they somewhat decided to forego A side, at least until they pumped out a little bit more units here. They definitely feel like, okay, officers alone on the field may not be enough to cut it. We probably need more troops, more units to try to force them out in the open here and try. Hopefully they can try to win out a little bit more of these 1v1 battles here. Ooh, 1v2 Ripper. Can he pull it off though?
Yeah, make it. Oh, with the mule here, provide another support from behind, and he's gonna get down here in the hands of Ripper. Oh no, but Delta charges forward over here, and he's gonna get a trade off. It's a 1v1 trade off. 1-to-1 trade off here in between them. Lucky enough, Delta is actually there now. They want to clear this mule. They provide a lot of support. Ripper just a while ago. Yeah.
I think he didn't anticipate it. Like, he saw the battlesuit part drop down, but he thought it was actually for the guy that Ripper was actually fighting. He didn't expect that it was actually another player that's going to be coming out for it. It's pretty much like a round 2 fight, like a fighting game like round 2, right? It's like, oh great, no shield, barely any health. The guy got Marines as well attached to him as well. Yeah, this is not the most ideal situation. I mean, we did see a 1v2 yesterday and that guy winning it out there, but you know, probably not the same scenario. I think the guy was a little bit more prepared or aware. But this time, let's see. We see Ripper fail out the fight. Let's see whether Neutron can do it a little bit better.
I think it hurts Ripper a little bit more just because he had a battle suit on and he was much more better equipped in that situation. So I think that's a slightly bigger loss.
Ooh, 1v2?
Oh no, but Delta gets a little bit of cover. Shoots on Neutron on the right side, but then Pluto on the left side. And if that's not enough, Kaiser following from behind. they're literally shooting at the dead body. It reminds me of CS, I swear.
Yeah, this is just doing counterplay.
Spray. Oh yeah, one thing that Xevious could introduce in the game is spray. Yeah, okay. I think it's just reminiscing the Counter-Strike days when you just spray over, when the round ends, you spray on the enemy.
Oh,
like,
I
think those are the
reinforcement.
Is it the?
No, it's all scouts. It's just flat scouts.
Yeah. No, I look at the numbers. It's like, are those drones? But no, but these are AXR. So yeah, it's not GSF. Yeah, this are all they have.
Oh no, the Marines!
Oh no, all of them gonna get cleared out over here. Chariot tries to squeeze in between the space. Look at this, it is a field of fire, and they're trying to navigate their way around this place to ensure that they don't get hit by the fire over here. Look at the amount of scouts here from the side of Axeron. They're jumping down, but gotta be careful. Do not traverse over the fire. Manage your units well.
Dude, it's a slaughterhouse. That box alone, that B side, it's pretty much like a ditch, right? Thank you, by the way. Thank you, Observer, for actually zooming in to actually show what it actually looks like, right? So it's pretty much like a pit of death for any GSF officer. They got stuck in there, and they just got swarmed all around. Yeah,
this happens all the time with this map and that side. It's one of those unique sides. It's either this and there's also another one, but this has a dip. It's like a ditch, so it's not flat surface as well. So once you're inside over there and you can't really look over, you need to get out, actually look over. It's a big disadvantage of you being in there. But if you control it, you don't really need to be in there. So you just want to screen people out or away from the place. Meanwhile, also been looking at yet another engagement over here. Do see Kaiser, Neutron as well. The Chariot and Beetle from the GSF side putting a little bit of pressure together with some Marines on his side, but they're the ones actually playing in hiding, but the officers are currently in the front lines. Is gonna see Pluto over here from the trade-off Chariot. It's gonna be the one going down from the GSF side. Pluto, it's not half anymore. Shields here at the current moment. Gonna have to make things work with what he has here. Roughly around 70% shields and HP at the moment. Managed to down yet another, and that is going to be Eagle together with Ripper's down as well. So for
Kaiser!
Kaiser running 128. Not enough over here. There's not enough firepower. It's like gonna be running and sprinting with the slide of feet.
Yeah. Now suddenly the division selection is slowly coming to bite APU Eastwood class rear end as well. So especially because this division particularly is actually for your armored vehicles, like giving your M33s a default machine gun alongside with the homing missiles and the AP and the APS. However, it's a little bit of a different story here because now they have no grounds to cover. This is actually forcing the commander to actually push out a lot more additional ground infantry to best support his officers. What this happens is delaying it. You don't get your infantry doesn't really get the buff like you would normally get from the infantry division. There goes the not really a forward racks, but it's definitely a racks outside the base. But there goes the racks with the Mazer coming in from Pluto here. But yeah, so and do take the account flavor, the upgrade for the M33 upgrades, it's very costly. It's like you not only do you need either a advanced building, whether it's a racks, an armored logistic, or a supply center, but you also still need to which costs about like 2200 energy points, I believe, for the upgrade to upgrade any of those buildings. You still also have to upgrade another the M33 attachment upgrades as well, which costs another 2000 energy as well.
Yeah, that is.
But you just can't. It's difficult. Yeah.
At this point, there's nothing that tells us that that's coming out anytime soon, because at the current moment, they're just playing out with units. Imagine having a division, because you're supposed to, how to say, utilize this benefits. They call it the benefits of actually utilizing the division. But right now, they don't really have anything other than the, like, I get it, and now they do have the 2 IFBs, but it's not using the division's abilities, which is leaning more towards the M33s and stuff.
Yeah. But you know, this is just one of those scenarios where you just have to try to make do, because like I said, as you know, as an RTS commander as myself, or RTS player myself, we're so used to the idea where, you know, we are usually the one that has to win games on our own, whatever strategies, try to outmaneuver, try to outwit the opponent RTS player. But it's different. This is actually a multiplayer 5v5, so even the unexpected variable, which is the officers on the field, can also determine like how your gameplay is going to be like as well. So this is just one of those few cases where you can try the best. You can try to read the situation as best as you can, and just try to adapt according to it here. So it's unfortunate that he had the armor division in play. Didn't really get any bonuses from the infantry or whatsoever, or the fortification, or the commando. But you can still find great success if you're able to at least try to get some common ground, especially from the tier reinforcements. Which, by the way, Flavor, I think you can start explaining about that to any of our viewers that come in.
Oh yeah, so for those who are not familiar with this, I know it's not being displayed here, right? But when you reach a certain threshold for your victory points, right? So you start off with 500. So if your enemy is draining your victory points bit by bit, or a major speed up having victory points, the first threshold is actually at 400, or should I say 399 victory points. Once you reach that point, your enemy has drained roughly around 100 to 101 victory points away from you. You will get your first ever tier 1 reinforcement. So this is one of the helping hands by the game developers for you, with hopes that this could actually give you a slight boost for you to improve your situation. And if that doesn't work out for you, later on you get your second one. So your second one is actually at, is it 300? 300?
399, I guess.
Yeah, 399. No, 299. 299. Yeah, so that's your second one. But the final one, the third one, the biggest buff they're going to give you is actually the tier 3 reinforcement once you reach the 100-point threshold. If that's not enough, I'm guessing that, you know, it's more or less GG already, because that's the most that the game does, or the game can actually provide for you when it comes to additional reinforcement.
Ooh. Interesting that we also have the Specialist Firing Squad here, which is actually one of the few units which you can have and set up for yourself. It's basically a railgun sniper. Affects vehicles. I mean, it doesn't do a lot to vehicles, but it definitely does something better alongside than the regular rifle. But it's great for one-tapping ground infantry here. So, as in stealth mode as well, since he also pretty much also have the stealth mode activated. It's gonna be pretty cleared out. Yeah, pretty much he got the next tier 3 infantry with the specialist units coming out. They definitely do a lot more better than the Scouts. Definitely better.
Yeah, definitely better over here. Now, they're down to 65 victory points over here, but they also have 2 M33 battle tanks right now. Could this possibly make things happen here? They need to charge towards this side B, because this is where you need to flip it over to your side. But A gets flipped. While all this chaos is happening here at B, Exdar decides to be a little bit naughty and goes over to A, flips from GSF to neutral, and now to Exdron, which literally drains your victory points faster than
significantly.
before.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is bad. I
No,
don't
they're
think
pressured. Yeah.
I don't think they have the time. The amount of victory points they have at hand, I don't think they have enough time to flip two victory points.
Oh no.
Time frame. No, this is a
It just-
little.
Just constant despair as both Chariot and Eagle, as they want to jump it, they just spot two Rook Iron Guards in there. They're like, yeah, that is not fun at all. No, that's not happening. But I get the pressure too. Like at first they wanted to try to take this one step at a time with the M33 is rolling in. But the minute that a victory point got flipped, they're just like, yeah, guys, we have to go in now. We don't have the time. We don't have a lot of points left. It's draining insanely fast. They just had to go for the run for it until they ran into two Rooks and a specialist firing squad already, and alongside with one additional player, keeping an eye on the situation as well. So regardless, DSL will be our first grand finalist as they very comfortable with their first spot as well. It's not the end for our APU Esport Cup Day. They still have another shot to get that bronze match prize as they will battle out in the bronze match, which will be happening later on after our semifinals too.
Oh yeah, that's true. So basically, they will have a very short break. I do believe that they'll also be watching the live stream and see who their opponents will be in the third and fourth placing match over there,
Yep.
and also see how the other teams perform. I guess this could be a little bit inspiration how they can actually improve further in the competition. I do feel that I think there's a lot of things that needs to be changed over here. I think they struggled quite a lot over here over the two games that they actually played. But I do hope that we get to see them in the upcoming invitationals by ZMC's Frontline. I think the commanders and the officers did exceptionally well, and they're going to be fiercer and they're going to be way better in the upcoming months.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. I'm really excited. You know, that's pretty much for semi-final 1, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go in for too long because there will be semi-finals 2. There will be the bronze match, and then eventually we'll be ending tours today with our grand final best of 1. This is me, Yolali and Flavor, and we'll see you guys grab this quick short break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the Extremia Siege, the frontline season 4 Invitational The Ascension. I'm Lionel, also known as your only gracing us back at the castle desk is going to be Flavor, as we're finally back for round 2, and it's going to be the semi-finals 2 to decide which of these two teams will be heading to be our final grand finalist, and which one is going to be going to the bronze match to go toe-to-toe with APU Esport Club.
Oh yes, and of course we already have our first grand finals already. We have only one more ticket left with the opportunity to actually fight for the prize pool of 1,500 US dollars for the competition of here. And of course, you see our top left, ESL being the first team to the grand finals of here after winning a 2-0 victory in a best of 3 series up against APU Esports Club. And in a few short moments, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 of yet another best of 3 series. The semifinals 2 between CTS and Team 2 Whole. Now, between these two teams, I do believe that CTS also had a 2-0 victory in the first round, but 2 Whole, a little bit different. They had a little bit of fight here where they actually had a 2-1 victory up against their opponents in the first round. And this is going to be the map Vito, 2 Whole for Axron Industries, and CTS for GSF. And later on, me and Leonard will be letting you guys know a little bit about the divisions that they'll be picking for respective factions, and the map they'll be playing out this time about, which is going to be Sunday Mall.
Yep. Really, I think there's going to be a little bit of a norm here. Everyone likes to go for the vantage point and the victory points as well. With the additional power supply, it's always going to be great for the commander. However, I am a little bit concerned for 2 Whole because from yesterday's game, I think they were the only series where they actually went all 3 games into the 1 score line. We did see a little bit of a drop in performance when they swapped to a different faction from their counter faction. They have been finding great success on the extra run, but when it got to the GSS side, it felt like everything really slowed down, especially in terms of the build order and a lot of these gunfights, which usually we've been seeing them quite dominant with the battle suits as well, wasn't really excelling as much when they won the extra side. So I'm not going to say that maybe not too comfortable on the GSS side. I felt there could be something bigger here, like maybe the fact that you might be hiding your actual capabilities as a GSF faction here.
I do have a feeling that you're right on that.
Because you know, we have seen in the past, right, like people hold back, like hide some of their abilities before revealing what they are actually truly capable of here. Yeah, since we are practicing this thing where if you were the loser, where you lose around, you get to have first pick on either faction or maps, right? So I guess in the end, they feel like they will still achieve or secure that extra run for themselves.
Yeah. The thing is, I did check. I think updates from our team is that, yeah, so basically the coin flip, Axron actually won. And they were the one who actually chose the faction again. And come to no surprise, they are going with Axron side for Team 2 Whole. Yeah, that's why CTS is going with GSF for this one. I think I do believe that based on this information, paired up with what we witnessed yesterday's match for Team 2 Whole, they're just that comfortable playing on Axron side. And I think with this kind of information, CTS probably will try to take up Axron on the next game with hopes that could put them in front, knowing what happens in the game. But all this and more will be answered later on. We're going to be jumping here into the game over here. We do see an early advantage towards Team 2 Whole as they do hold on to side A and side C for victory points, whereas the GSF side, they're holding B. I can't see. What is GSF? I can't see because we're looking at the sky.
Oh, fortification,
right?
Fortification.
Oh, it's fortification. Yeah, I couldn't see the top side over there. But yeah, energy again for Axron Industries.
Oh, this is great. 2 Whole. They did have one man down here. He tried to secure this in the 1v2. Bravo attempting to try to salvage the situation, but currently outmanned. And most likely also outgunned. He too will fall. And the GSF from CTS side, they will be able to secure the additional power supply. And it's going to be, that definitely puts a smile on the commander's face. It gives them the additional boost of energy here. But we did see Amber try to go for the quick wraparound. Couldn't really try to go for the backside of time in time to salvage the situation from his team. Is lost from that 2v2. But he too shall fall alongside with all the additional scout that was attached to him.
Oh yeah, I guess in the early stages over here, I think that's a good win for them as they recapture back the victory point, which is nearby to their side. So currently in neutral, and looks pretty good for CTS as well, as they do have more victory points and more resource points from what we're looking at right here.
Yep. Okay, so Guys, this is a very interesting thing, right? So from the GSS side, when they select the fortification division, one of the few unique things that comes with the division is that if any support crew set up within the radius of the barracks, as long as you don't lose all of your field support squads, they will be able to constantly be replenished back from the racks here. So that's pretty much why we saw. I think it's been a while, but we finally saw a forward racks here playing with the fortification bonuses. So I think that A side gonna be pretty solid for a while. But we're probably going to be requiring a little bit more Phalanx crews here to try to at least cover as many angles as much as possible. We might see an officer, or maybe instead of covering both B and C, it looks like CTS is going to primarily focus their defenses on both A and B. However, I'm a little bit concerned because that just means your officers are pretty much diverted between both sides of the map, and reinforcement distance isn't that close by here.
It's quite stretched out. It's quite stretched out. Yeah, it's not even nearby.
So the fights, can suddenly just change into a 2v4 at any moment notice here if they actually choose to go for it.
Yeah, I do believe there is a little bit of mind games over here. You can try to fake out in one of the plays as well. But hold on to that though. It seems that Bravo and Beetle here up against Anchor and Anvil, both of these officers from GSF side, is going to be down. And we do see yet another here is going to be Anvil towards the B side. I think it's not going to be enough. Now, here's the thing. So GSF's holding on B, Extron holding on to C. So they're gonna have this fight in between. So it's a Mexican standoff. But for Extron, I believe that there's a little bit more responsibility for them, as not only they have to hold on to C and try to capture on B, which they have already flipped to neutral at the current moment. They also might want to fight on A side as well, but they don't have to if they can actually get this B, which is the case right now.
They got the B and C's here. Sure, you do not want to give like a free. Probably they'll have. I believe I see Castle being the anchor towards that A side here. So he's just gonna make sure that they don't obtain all the resource points on the left side here. If he sees an opportunity to get that A, that'll be great. But there is a Rax there with the fortification buff, so you do have to be careful. And Anvil, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the Phalanx crew being set up with groups of Marines flavor. I'm not sure what he can get out of this though.
This is going to be very, very troublesome as well. It's kind of in a very, very, very bad position, so they have to make their way away. Here come Anvil, getting shot from sides. Easy peasy takedown over here from the GSF side. Meanwhile, moving forward, I don't think they have enough time to look behind here. It's going to be B right now. But B is being contested here as the X-Run side, my apologies, GSF side did manage to flip it back to neutral and into their side.
Yep.
Ooh, very close game. Very close game.
They're very adamant, Flavor. They're very adamant that they're just going to stick with the A and B side. They don't care too much about C because they're literally playing the turtle method, right? The turtle strategy, right? Just turtle out, play with the time, although the victory point it's going to be a very moderate drain from the Axtron here. But Toolhole needs to figure out how do you want to run a burst through these defenses here, because right now the defenses hasn't been fully solidified for the side of CTS here. But once they do here, once they got more Phalanx crew, once they push out more IFVs to cover all the respective angles, I think even if you had a mass army of Iron Guards, it's going to be a very difficult push regardless.
We also need to defend anything. They're able to actually do any of this right now. We do have two of these officers, Bravo and Beetle from the Extra side, and we do see an attempt over here. There's going to be three officers from the side of GSF pushing towards this side and probably trying to make something happen here for the side. There is a resource point as well. The IFV is here, but very, very low in HP. 1.3 K to be exact, getting chipped in by Beetle, and it's going to go down.
That was so unexpected as well. Thought they were going to be playing a lot more closer with that IFV here, but it just streamed right down a little bit too early, allowing some of the extra members to actually make quick work on it.
Nope.
However, that just means with the loss... the Iron God's gone. With the loss of the IFV, they were able to secure back the energy supply here, but here comes the Sigma Ocular.
Look at that. Feels like Iron Man energy bursting straight forward over here. So once you're done with the Iron Guts, there's a Sigma Ocular waiting for you in the back line. Things are not over yet.
But they do have the Sadams though. Doing some damage in, courtesy of Anchor. They just need an armory in and they can slowly siege on that Sigma Ocular. For a little bit of safety, they will try to pull it back a bit. Wait, is it stuck?
Which one? The sentry?
No, the Sigma Ocular. Oh, no, okay.
No, Sigma moved, right? So it
I
thought you were talking about the
stuck.
sentry gun again.
Nah, the Sigma Ocular. I thought it got stuck for a second there from this angle. But a lot of explosions, a lot of smokes. Rather could spot it. But this is fortification. So that just means especially since now he has the supply center down. He unlocks the landmine drops here. So now no tanks or units can just very comfortably walk around the street. Probably some player has to go there manually disable those landmines before anyone could actually try to walk down that lane. Yeah. Well placement, by the way. Well, very good placement.
And just in case if people decide to actually pass by that particular area. As mentioned before as well, the responsibility is more towards the Exron side, because it's not just about winning the fight and moving up towards the B side, but also flipping it is also an issue as well, because it does require a little bit of time for you to actually make that happen. So on GSF side, it's more towards the defense side, and it does seem that they are going to be pushing forward and try to capture C as well to amplify the amount of victory points they can actually drain over from their opponent's. Oh no, that's going to be very, very dangerous, and it's going to connect towards Anvil, and he's down here for the count. Bravo will just let him be and let him die off on his own, charging forward over here, and we'll have a meet and greet segment together with Delta and Anchor on this side of the building.
I felt bad. I felt bad for Anvil dying. Yeah, Flavor. But no, I was screaming out of distress because the commander for the exercise for 2 hole actually sacrificed his Sigma Ocular. He actually walked into the landmines, and it got destroyed.
Oh no.
He did spawn another Sigma Ocular, but that was supposed to be the second one, not the only one.
So it looks like, hey, we're okay. No, we actually lost one. Yeah, so second one coming in already.
Yeah, second one's here, no worries. But I think he probably could send that second one towards that A side, at least try to get rid of that forward racks, because that Phalanx crew was a little bit an issue. And like I said, energy weapons from the Sigma Ocular or the Laser Strike, they do leave behind a patch of burning fire, so that will actually kill off even the Phalanx crew. It's usually stationary. It may block the initial contact of the lasers for the plasma lasers, but it will still leave the burning area here. We do see Wuhan with the castle here in the Orion battle, so he did spot the Hell spawn here. Doesn't really have high AT weaponry, but it's great for melting out anti-infantry here. So it's a great anti-infantry weapon with the flamethrowers.
I thought they were running the double Orions towards the A side, but I'm guessing that they returned back. They do realize they're not able to actually do so here at this particular moment. Good attempt. For C to B, that's the thing. Extron just putting on pressure as much as possible to make it look like they're fully devoted towards this particular side, but that's not really the case. But right now, they're having a frontal battle between the Hellspawn and Sigma Ocular. But I think the one's going to be coming on top is definitely going to be Extron side, as they do have Castle together with the Mule assisting the Sigma Ocular to clear it down. As your Petro nearby as well, just in case this happens. So that's going to be a slight. There's not much units and vehicles happening here on the field, Leonard. You do see 5 engineers, 3 Marines. You have 2 Sigma Oculars. We're just playing with one quality rather than a quantity. And is it really quality? It's more quality on Extron side, that's it, with Sigma Ocular, and not a single vehicle on GSF side.
No, they do have the M33 that's currently in production. I think it just has been completed. So there's the M33.
Oh yeah, it has been completed. Yeah.
It's a good response as well. Like, although yes, the Hellspawn is great for clearing infantry, but with the existence of the Sigma Ocular, a second one as well, I believe we saw the match. Right? Sure, it's no Sigma tank, but it still does better work than the M34 Hellspawn for sure. So the Hellspawn definitely lost out the fight. He saw what's required. He sees what he's trying to go for. Goes for the read, a good follow-up for the reaction as he brings out the M33. M33 is going to definitely make quick work of the Sigma Ocular, because it's not as durable as the Sigma tank. I believe it's like what Sigma Ocular is like 8,000 HP. So the M33 should be able to just completely melt away the Sigma Ocular. And I mean, unless 2 hole, I believe he does have the research module, but I don't think he went for the. He didn't go for tactical one. He went for the mechanical one. So he does not have the artillery strike here, for the EMP artillery strike. Not really a way to really control this M33 here. The Sigma Ocular is going 1v1 here. Sigma, he did pop out the defensive matrix. It can only tank for so long. The M33 is doing insane amount of damage, Flavor.
Yeah, the shields are down here, so it's draining his actual health points with the Sigma Ocular, but the M33 is also getting drained a little bit more faster compared to the Sigma Ocular, but right now trying to get a little bit of cover. Oh, getting blocked by the repair truck behind! He couldn't actually reverse into safety.
Correct. No, well done coming in from Anvil as well. He also noticed that the fight wasn't looking as favorable. Came in with a little bit of a support to try to melt away the M33. It went down a lot more faster than expected, so well done. But you know, eventually it's a trade-off. Sigma Ocular for an M33. But that's totally fine because he still wanted to push out the M34s here. We do have a second one in production. We still had more Sigma Oculars coming out here. So I think once CTS spots out there's even more, I think he probably will bring back out the M33s again. Or maybe he will just have to depend on these officers to actually deal with the Sigma Oculars. Because that would definitely be a little bit more comfortable.
I guess that's the plan right now. Just keep bumping it as much as they can right now. There's not much going on right now. Just 2 Sigma Oculars, the support crawler SV2. So I think this is it just me assuming, but this is actually the tier 2 reinforcement, right?
Yes, this will be the tier 2 reinforcement for the side, for the Astron side. Finally, a little bit of leeway here. They managed to get some common ground here. But you know, don't get me wrong, Flavor. I love a tank battle. I love a tank match. But this is not the map you want to have a tank match with. Nor does both sides actually have the correct division for the tank match here. So it's unfortunate, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. I'll take what I get here, really.
Yeah, I think this will be a little bit different once Axron actually plays around with the Laser 9 Iron Gun. I will prefer that with the kind of terrain we have here for the map. And I think we saw yesterday one of the games where they dispatched 4 to 5 Laser 9 Iron Gun. I don't think it was actually played out well together with the officers, but they can run this for this map. It's the same map. And they are actually using energy for X-Run on this side. So that will be, I'll prefer that a little bit more right here. And for GSF, they're playing on here with the fortification, right?
Yep.
Yeah, fortification, right? So yeah, so I think they're just playing out. We don't see much of the anti-armor defense. Probably not researched yet. And I don't see any of them anywhere.
Yeah, not yet. We do see the M34s rolling in. Nothing you really want to worry about too much damage, but you know, good call from the commander. He's pulling back the vehicles because he noticed that, you know, there's no on-ground officers to protect the vehicle. Better safe than sorry. Sigma Ocular, you gotta pull it back a little bit further. You got the Iron Guards, but here comes the Hellspawn. Pull everything back, my friend.
Oh god.
Pull everything back.
M34 is there. There are no officers here providing support for the X-Ron side. Meanwhile, there are a number 3 to be exact officers, but GSF side providing here cover for the M34 Hellspawns to deal with this Iron Guns together with the Sigma Ocular, and Sigma Ocular is making a hard reverse to safety to ensure that it doesn't get cleared out here as being alone. I do believe that this is actually being managed by manually being managed by the commander, because he definitely knows this is where the action is, so he has to pay attention and ensure the safety of the Sigma Ocular.
Don't get me wrong, the Sigma Ocular does not fear the M34. No, he eats M34s like breakfast any time of the day. It's just that Sigma's just scared of people. They're scared of officers. Too many officers. There was like 4 officers on the field there. They're like, nah, man, gotta pull back here. Interestingly,
this is a long-range battle, Leonard. No one's going face-to-face no more. It is long-range everywhere.
You got no choice. You gotta make do with what you got here.
It's a long lane. Nobody wants to go for a wraparound in any of the buildings. They decide to just have a frontal fight. Of course, the officers will try to play around here on the left side of this road because it doesn't go straight in the middle where there's no place for them to actually hide or anything like that. This is the usual. You do see over here is going to be a battle between both anvils from different sides. I do believe that the GSI side is going to be losing out on this a little bit too late here. tried to go for a flank attack by Anchor, but it's a 1v2 battle. Bravo and Anvil up against Anchor from the GSF side. No more shields. 235 HP. Turn your back against your enemy and get shot from behind.
Yeah, M34. Oh, see, yeah, it seems Oculus is not gonna die to M34. I'm not too concerned about this, but that just means this lane is gonna be a little bit of a stalemate. It's gonna be a little bit of a stalemate here, Flavor, until the officers actually gain some more ground here. Both GSF and Axtron is pretty much the stalemate between the two here for the power supply. Whoever wins out the fight here will actually get the ground to try to force any of these vehicles back here. So at this current point of time, let's see how the fight goes. It looks like Delta is getting really nice and close, Flavor.
Oh yeah, it's actually working.
Oh, the bombardment!
Oh, no. Going from behind. Oh, still surviving. Oh, jumping in! And
well
gonna
done!
Wait, now. Oh, that was so close.
Yeah,
so
the Eagle's right pulling through.
I thought he was a gunner. But I realized that not enough firepower. Survive.
No, it got really close because he was trying to do the Hyperion to try to trade off the damage here. But Delta was just able to seal his face. He was pretty low, no shields, about half HP. Eagle Strike was pretty much will be enough to do the work here. So, well done. Get some ground here, but thank God for reinforcement coming in from one of the extra players. But he wanted to secure this. Wins out on the fight, then they'll actually try to get back in here. Wait, hold on, is that? Oh yeah, there is an ocular defense turret here now. Alright, great.
Oh, even pass through, goes off from behind.
And there goes the Sigma Ocular.
it's down right now. M34 survives and gets into a much safer position. Meanwhile, pushing out the officers and the Marines as you push forward. Yeah, of course, it's very normal for one of the officers to actually cover this area just in case. But right now, still no attempts. Xron down to 109 victory points right now. Not looking too good compared to what CTS have on their end. They have 371, which means that Tuhol is about to receive their third and final reinforcement of here, the tier 3 reinforcement, and hopefully that is able to actually aid them in their progress here in the game.
Oh no, Castle, you wanted to resupply, but guess what?
No.
CTS comes in with a 3-man farming squad. They're like, hey, Christmas came early for you.
So instead, yeah. I think he kind of knew that he couldn't do anything, but he might as well just go in for a fight and die with honor. M33 Hellspawn firing over towards Bravo. Was able to connect by just a bit. Has to be careful because the officers and Hellspawn is also making its way forward towards him. Beetle providing a little bit of cover on the high ground on the right side here of the screen. But is that going to be enough? Look at that Hellspawn putting his on the side. But another Sigma Ocular panning his lasers towards the M34. Does not have a repair drone nearby, so have to be really careful. That's also providing a little bit of assistance for the Xron side. But Anvil and Delta also providing cover from this side here on the left side for the Hellspawn. It's an all-out battle over here. But in the midst of all this happening, bad news for Xron because their C side, which is supposed to be their victory points, is being flipped to neutral and towards GSF at this current moment. And I do believe this is going to be bad news for Team 2-Hole.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult. Finally, eventually the M34 finally goes down, but it just did so much work. It zoned them all out. Didn't really do much to the Sigma Ocular, but it did play a role as diverting the attention, right? So it's not a lot of damage, nor was it delivering a lot of damage, but it created enough space for Anchor and Eagle to actually try to melt their way with the SATM. Like 4 shots with the SATM, and then there goes the Sigma Ocular. Didn't really stand a chance. What a fight. Well done coming from Eagle. But I think the damage has been done. 3 victory points is draining significantly fast. Even if they were to take back C, it's still draining here. And looks like 2-Hole will have to succumb and to give the first game to CTS.
Oh my goodness. I mean 2-Hole, I remember a conversation regarding them actually having the faction, right? Yeah, they had Xron and this time they lost, despite actually using Xron as well. This could be very, very problematic if CTS is comfortable with using Xron, and the next time they do pick it for themselves and forcing 2-Hole to actually use GSF. I do wonder what the outcome will be. But I think that the next game would actually answer a lot of our questions on that, on their abilities to actually utilize these different factions and all this. But so far, I think for this game number 1 in the semifinals too, I think early game it did look okay for both sides. I think somewhere along mid game to late game, a bit too, but it's a little bit too much for Two Hole to handle, and they were having trouble capturing back B, and they were also losing out C, which is supposedly theirs over there. So the GSF forces was pushing them enough so that the officers could actually capture C, and I think by that point it's already double digits anyways, and in the lower range numbers. I think it's GG already at that point.
Yeah, and then there was a lot. I feel like there was a lot of mistimings and miscommunication. Right? Don't get me wrong. The fights were, we're constantly going back and forth. We see some wins, we see some losses. I mean, there was a little bit more wins in the gunslinger coming for the GSF sides here. Ascension was able to find a little bit of a line life as well. But at the same time, I don't see that same synergy between the on-ground officers and the commander. Like, for example, you lost all your officers, but you're still pushing forward your crawlers, you're pushing forward your Sigma Oculus, you're sending forward your 3 Iron Guards. That's very strong units and very strong reinforcement, but left alone, left unchecked, will fall prey to the enemy commanders or even on-ground officers.
Yeah.
So
they had more things to offer from the end on the GFF side. But I think the commander was kind of confident. Like, don't worry, guys, I can do this. I can do this. With the ocular, I mean, it looked okay. It wasn't bad.
There would be a time. There was a time. External commanders alone could always bash GSF officers and GSF commanders combined. But I think we're no longer at that stage anymore. We're no longer there anymore. So we're just like,
we're not in that era anymore. Yeah, you're right. I think there was a time where External was just insane. As a commander, you can actually win the battle alone in itself. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys do enjoy the game the moment itself, but to go away because it is a best of 3 series and things are not over yet. There's still opportunity for Team 2 Hole to make things happen in Force Game number 3, but all that will be answered later on after this. We're gonna be right back after this commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're tuning into this Season 4 Invitational for Xingmian Sees the Frontline Ascension. My name is Flava, and with my good buddy over here, YOLO Lee. And if you didn't miss out on all the action, which has just transpired just a while ago, we've already concluded our semifinals 1. We already have our first grand finals from there. And of course, you're currently tuning in to the semifinals 2, where we just concluded game number 1. And we're about to jump into game number 2 and see if team... What was it again? I think it was...
Two-hole.
Two-hole.
Two-hole
no,
and CTS.
It was actually team CTS. It seems CTS will make their way towards the grand finals by winning this game number 2, or will Two-hole be able to hold on to their life, winning this game number 2 and force a game number 3 upon CTS? Now let's have a look at the bracket. My good sir, would you please run us through this bracket?
Yeah, so basically, guys, those who just missed out, just join, welcome, and of course, hope you guys are having a great time, and we'll continue to have a great time because this day we're pretty much just halfway through towards our Championship Sunday tournament here. So we just pretty much went through semifinals 1, the series before this, and DSL was able to secure one of the grand final spots, while APU, but it's not the end of the road for APU Esports Club. They are currently waiting in the bronze match bracket. You guys can see it here, but it's going to be there later on. And then we're currently casting or broadcasting the match between CTS and Two-hole. As CTS was able to take 1 point away and currently 1 step to securing themselves as the final grand finalist. So this is going to be the map picks and map bans here. So of course, since Two-hole actually lost the round, they have an option between choosing either the faction or the map priority. They decided to go for faction, I believe, and they will stick with the faction they were very comfortable with, which was Axeron. But this time we're going to Express. Really? I'm sorry, guys.
I saw it. Yeah.
Because like, don't get me wrong, I really am not a big as an RTS commander. I think any RTS commander can also vouch for it as well. We're never ever a big fan on maps with exposed economy resource points here, particularly the power supply here. So the chances of, I think later we can actually elaborate a little bit more once we get into the game. But imagine for an RTS commander, right, where a player and officer wins out the fight, they get one of the victory point sites. Once they get A or B, suddenly they'll look across the side, across the lane, and they'll see, oh, it's a power supply. That's great, you know. It's okay, guys. For any new viewers, for an RTS point of view, power energy supply is very crucial for an RTS commander, because everything of higher tier units, your upgrades, your reaches, all require power. So less power means everything gets slowed down. Whatever strategies you have, whatever plans you have to support your officers or try to dominate the game that you have in mind, instantly gets delayed with the loss of power. So particularly, you do want to have a lot of these resources being secure, or at least well defended before you actually go out here. So Express is one of the few maps that had exposed economy here. Academy particularly is probably worse, probably have it worse here, but Express is pretty much similar here.
Yeah, it makes it more important for you to actually win those trade-offs in team fights, because you'll rip off the benefits by a lot compared to the other maps itself. So yes, that's how different the map is itself. But we're gonna talk a little bit more once we actually jump into the game over here. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2 for the semifinals 2. We have CTS on GSF side. They're playing off the infantry division, and meanwhile we have team Two-hole once again utilizing the energy division for Exron Industries, and the game has begun. Everybody rushing over to respective resource points, victory points, with hopes they can actually flip it over to their end. Looks like a little bit more blue, slightly more blue here on the map, and possibly see some changes going on. GSF side, we do see one of them going on to the C side, which does have the coin resource as well somewhere nearby there. This is what Leonard was talking about. All resource points are very much exposed and nearby. Yeah. It doesn't require you to maneuver around buildings to actually reach to this point, which is fairly easy for you to go around.
Yeah, so particularly we see a little bit everyone a little bit split off here. Everyone has their assignment, their responsibility. This time we see two whole ensuring like, hey, okay, I want two of my officers head towards that A side because the enemy power supply is within the vicinity here. So they were able to get a little bit of a foothold and slowly make their way through. Meanwhile, towards the B side here, Bravo and Beetle is going to try to deal with Anvil, and Delta is pretty much on this solo mission. Not only did he secure that C, but he also got the cash. But thank God, with a very quick maneuvering from the commander, he locks down the power supply before anything happens. So at least Delta can steal away the power supply, but he will focus his attention towards Beetle and will quickly and swiftly gun them both down.
Oh yeah, and of course they're just gonna clear out this one, no problem. It's gonna go down and capture this particular site right now. Very much needed as they only have the C site to themselves. B's flip to neutral. And in few short moments, it's going to be flipped over to GSF, meaning that the victory points from Tuho will start dwindling down from this point onwards, slowly but surely. Still in the early stages of the game, 2 minutes and 35 seconds has passed. Everyone is trying to hold onto their dear victory points with hopes they can actually capture another for the opponents. I think the responsibility to do so is more on the Axron side because they only have A right now. So, if possible, they want to capture B. It could also be a tactic where they maneuver and go to C instead. But it's much easier if you capture the one in the middle. I believe that in all the maps, B is usually in the middle. So it's easy for you to travel. This doesn't apply to all maps, right? Most of the maps, it's easy for you to travel from B to A and B to C because it's in between. This doesn't apply to Sunday distance,
yeah. It's pretty even distance here. No one is reaping the benefits of whatsoever. But, however, I love the quick reaction coming in from the extra command. He instantly committed the only mule he had to lock down the power supply so that Delta doesn't steal it away. But Delta is very resourceful. They were able to lock down one of the cash side. He restocked after winning out the fight and instantly broke down the mule. So now the power supply is not longer locked down. Actually, no, it's locked back down again. Very quick reaction of the commander. Well done. But of course, now the Phalanx squad repositioned himself in a more prominent spot too. Should be able to make quick work on the Iron Guards. I love the Iron Guards already being pushed in the time. Waiting out for the laser strikes here and instantly forces out the Phalanx here. But Bravo was able to try to punish it a little bit, but the field support Phalanx crew, one still survived, one is still gritting his for vengeance for his fallen allies here. And we'll make quick work and try to force them back here.
Oh no, that's right, it's gonna miss, but missed by a bit. Anchor survives that, but it's not able to survive the straight up against Bravo. Astron's gonna come on top in that trade-off. Yeah, twice the news over there. He had to make an he had to make an escape. He had to. He was practically stuck over there. Yeah, but so two Iron Guards being pumped here. Probably this is gonna be their gonna be holding down this B side for them for Xron side. I don't think they're able to actually make it in time to prevent this capture for site B for GSF side. So right now, back again to Xron for A and B and C for GSF. Meanwhile, yet another 1v1 battle possibly in between. No, not really. It's just an engineer doing a little bit of scouting for himself. Delta also with the Ace Vanguard drones here going up against Beetle, who does have the Orion. Oh, no shields. Down in almost half HP already. Despite having the Ace Vanguard drones, Beetle comes out slightly on top in this trade-off. Now we'll meet each other over here right outside the table. And Delta is currently down. He still needs to clear down those drones. There is an engineer who can't do anything anyways. Yes, engineer up against Beetle. I doubt. If the engineer wins, I don't know what to say.
I mean, if you had a mass spawn engineers, he probably most likely would have won the fight. But we got a defensive defense down on the ground. I'm not too sure whether Beetle has the G12 in hand. I think he actually came out without the battlesuit and without the mule. So he doesn't really have anything to really deal with that point defense here. And most he can do is just keep an eye on the C victory point here. But I'm a little bit concerned because there's a little bit of a flush in cash. Oh, actually, hold on. I thought Astra was able to steal away one of the cash resource from CTS side here. So I guess things are pretty equalized for now in terms of the resource flow.
It's not really that big of a difference, but still leaning slightly more when it comes to the cash and energy for GSF, but slightly more on the ammunition for Actron. And that's it. I think it's quite fair from both sides, right? And here comes a bombardment from Castle. And it's not connecting. I guess a little bit too short here. Was not able to connect to the Marines.
Suppressive fire.
Yeah, suppressive fire. Just screaming them away a little bit. Game's progressing a little bit slow over here. Ezra clears out one of the officers from GSF. Sentry Gun making good work of this up against Bravo and together with his scouts surrounding him. Make that 2 left. Ooh, EMP being dropped. So that's gonna render the Sentry Gun down for the count.
It's good. I mean, it works two ways, right? Like it disables vehicles, it disables structures, but more importantly, it also disables the shields that was being possessed in the hands of the officers as well. It's kind of like a really good follow-up support kind of thing. But finally, with the amount of victory points being drained away, CDS is currently unlocking the tier 1 reinforcements here. They're gonna burst in the infantry, and also a new addition of phalanx support crews and echelons as well. Hopefully this might be able to do a little bit something. Sadly, the point defense turret, this is not fortification, so the point defense turret doesn't really have the anti-tank missile upgrades here. But the phalanx setting up with the autocannons here. Gonna quickly make quick work of the Sigma Ocular. He's trying to quickly get out of the range in time. 2 more shots, 1 more remaining.
One more, that's it. No more shields.
Expensive unit, and it's gone.
No shields! Oh, that was drained real fast. Real fast. And it doesn't help that the officer beetle also goes down as well.
Yeah. It's such a good trade for sure as well. You lost a majority, you lost the point defense there, you lost a couple of Marines, probably a phalanx support crew as well, but you traded it and getting rid of a Sigma Ocular. Remember, those were reinforcement units, so you had no cost for it. You didn't spend anything to have those units. It'd be great if they still sticked around. But if you can drop like a Sigma Ocular, which is like 3,500 cash. Wait, hold on. Let me confirm that. So yeah, so it's a very expensive unit. So it's like you get rid of that. That's pretty fantastic for your team.
Oh man, this is sad. At this point, GSF looks. I mean, yeah, they're losing on terms of victory points, but they do have more units they have to offer here at this particular time in the game compared to Axron, as they only have 3 scouts, another Sigma Oculus. So
yeah, I mean, okay, I get what Two Hole is trying to go for, right? He's playing tank wars, right? He's going with Sigma Oculus. It's great against phalanxes, but it's a very slow moving vehicle. It's not like an M33 or an IFV where you have better maneuverability or better speed picked up. So it's or you're basically not an Omnicron light tank. It's literally in the name. It's a light tank. So you have really high mobility with that thing, but you don't necessarily have that high burst of damage like what a Sigma tank would normally have. So if he continues this route of the Oculus Sigmas, I'm concerned whether there's enough reinforcements on the long side here to support the on-ground officers, because there's many ways to actually out maneuver the tank. Especially for the GSF side here.
Yeah, and so if you want to play down this route of playing around the Sigma Ocular, your officers needs to be very on point. You have to be the ones who's dealing out with the infrastructures, with the vehicles, because Sigma Ocular is not the right weapon for that purpose. Yep. Yeah, if you want to go up against infantries, yeah, definitely Sigma Ocular for this. But right now, if that's the path you want to go down with, officers, you have to do the other job of covering that particular area now.
Either way, we have 2 players trying to deny them the cash size here. They're going to be really quick about this. The turrets coming in from the armory, it's not soft either. And of course, with the addition for the Echelon squad, they do manage to break down the armory. They still survive to live for another fight, but they're going to be quick about this.
Oh, that was brutal. They both, Castle and Anka, didn't have any more shields. It would be funny if both of them got traded off there for the armory.
Yeah, if there was a little bit more echelon squad, because I think there's only 1 setup there, so probably not enough to really like force them back. 1 hit is still totally fine here. trying to play with the Echelon Squad combo here, which I think is a little bit, which I think is pretty cool. I think this is something like Pikitoka, Cascade really loves to play. They really love their artillery units, whether it's Echelons or the Cyclones. They really love how to just do constant aerial denial from a distance here. But I guess, you know, CTS commander, he's very confident that their on-ground officers is winning out at least majority of these fights and getting some common ground.
Oh yeah, but it does seem it's going to be a 1v1. Anchor is down, leaving Anvil up against Beetle. Does get a little bit of cover. So far, no pickups yet. Still holding on to dear life here on the ground. Like, probably getting flanked from behind, but
Delta.
Not a little bit too short over there, as Delta is going to be the flanking for the GSF side.
Yep. Really keeping him in check there. I love the maneuverability coming from Delta. Like, he still is making sure his responsibility towards that C side, but communication seems so clean on the CTS side. They're just very quick to rotate down if necessary, especially since nothing really is happening on that C side. There were a few confrontation, but I think now if he's just like, you know, I'm just gonna constantly bounce between the buildings here, pop in once in a while. You guys are having a fight. Great. I'm gonna rotate down towards B side because I'm very lonely on that C. There's nothing happening. There is no party. But here comes the Sigma Ocular rolling down straight from base. It's a straight path towards A, by the way, for a vehicle. So comes in, we'll be able to swiftly make quick work on the armory if it's actually making the connection on the armory. I think they just need visual, right? Once he gets, I think the commander, once he gets visual on where are the remaining Echelon squads, that's when you're going to see all the laser strikes start happening a little bit more.
Yeah, you have to do a little bit of scouting because you get this information. Because if you clear down, I think, yeah, the easiest way to deal this is just go with the officers.
Yep.
You should just clear them off as well. Now, the thing I want to point out as well, CTS was having a slightly tougher time at early stage of the game. They were the ones running down all the way down to try to 50 victory points, but now you see Kuho, after a while of not holding on to 2 victory point spots, they're now less than 300 victory points, 261 to be exact here at the moment. That is brutal. Instead Bravo gets on top of here for Beetle.
What? Okay, cool. Okay. A race between can I revive him faster than him killing my down teammate? No.
no, I'm so confused. What makes it think? Oh man, okay. Yeah, but Bravo wins out this trade now. So it's a 2v2 with GSF versus with Axron. But then Bravo, things are not in the clear yet for him as he tries to capture this energy.
Yeah, one Echelon squad isn't really gonna do much. It doesn't feel as painful. When you have a couple stacked together, then you definitely could feel the mortar strikes coming in for sure. But more Sigma Oculus is coming into the mix as well. Not all of the players are able to spot, except spotting the lone one that's currently towards that A side here. The other two, I think he's going to try to position towards that C side. I think one was slowly being cleared out. He's playing alongside with Beetle. I'm assuming, Flavor, I'm only assuming because based on the minimap, right, how slow that blue dot is, so I'm assuming that's a Sigma Oculus.
Just looking at it, yeah, I think it is. Like, based on the, because I can't zoom in anymore. Wait, let me just pull it over.
Sorry, it wasn't a Sigma, it was an Iron Guard. Okay, never mind. I mean, they're both slow regardless.
Okay. I had to pull the screen over to a much bigger screen just to see. Yeah, this also,
Oh, sorry, not Iron Guard, it was a Scout, sorry.
Yeah, I like how the observers tried to look at it. Hey, but finally we get to see the headquarters. Sigma Ocular here dispatched by the Exron side. So it's been a while. Finally we get to see the headquarters. So this is Exron side. What is it? Stay full. Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can have ads. Damn. We could have ads in the game. Damn it. Jeremy never offered us. That's actually kind of cool though. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah.
That is true. But right now you got to be careful. Sigma Ocular is currently alone. We did see Anchor within the vicinity, but you can't really leave it alone for too long here.
Well, they're clearing out the mule as well, which is holding on to that particular resource. So Sigma Ocular down to half. They need to have a little bit of repairs done on him. So I do believe that he's getting shot from a different angle, possibly, but it does not connect here at this particular moment. You can't keep playing the game this way. On multiple occasions we see so far, Tuho, when playing on Axron, they left out the Sigma Ocular. It didn't work out too well in the previous game, and hopefully it improves over in this game here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different this time because you don't really have the multi-purpose M34s now. So he doesn't really, because that's only comes with the fortification division. So I don't think you really have to worry about the M34. And I mean, this is just one of those few situations where the commander needs to try to make a good read, right? Like, sure, whatever plans you have in mind, it's not to say it's bad. It's always been great so far, but this is the kind of thing where if you don't really have the right units out when a particular unit comes out, you actually get punished pretty hard. Like Actual Squad, that's pretty great. But I think, you know, when you're running Actual Squad and running tank, I think they're both in the same category where you do need your officers to gain some common ground. And let's ensure the security of the side, because you're not going to get a lot of support from those units alone. Since they're going to be stationed a little bit far to the back. Your commander is going to be doing a lot of micro. Going to be doing a lot of micro when it comes to Actual Squads. Since you can actually do area targeting with the
Yes, you can.
Yeah, but that just also means that you will not be able to be focused on other areas of the map. So
yeah, so communication is very key on this because unless you have a lot of units to cover different angles and all this, but in most occasions you're not able to cover everything. So usually if you cover one space, you would delegate the officer to actually cover this space. They would know this because the officers are able to. Because the thing about the echelons is once you set up, you can't mobilize. You can't mobilize anything, so you have to de-set up back and then get your ass moving. So the officers will actually cover different areas of it. But this time, I think CTS is gonna have. I think CTS did manage to salvage a little bit from here because at one point just now, all 3 victory points are actually in the side of Exron. But CTS managed to slow down his progression by capturing B, flipping it towards their side. So they do have this hole in the middle, which is great. So it's a matter of, do we go A or do we go C now? It does seem that there is a little bit of work here on the A side, which is currently flipped to neutral and will be going on to their side. Meanwhile, the one we just saw earlier was actually C side, which is still in the midst of a fight in between both sides.
Yeah. Looks like the Boxer was not able to win the fight against Anki here, so you're definitely going to be likely to fall here. But however, for the C, finally the Ocular Defense just finally goes down. Castle gets a little bit down low, and both players die. It falls prey to the supreme power of 3 players coming from the CTA side. So despite A being able to be flipped back player, they were able to get back C, got rid of the Ocular Defense turret here. We have more Sigma Oculars rolling into the mix here. Rather slow units. This is probably gonna take. We'll probably give them a little bit of a minute before they go down the lane here.
They regain A from GSF, but then they lost C, so it's jumping around. Yeah, that's the thing. You capture B, it's easy for you to traverse around to A or C. Yeah, so it's a double flip. So in the end, Exron still losing out in terms of victory points right now. It's a very close game. I believe that this has got to be the closest we've seen so far. And we're already 90 minutes into the game. We might possibly be seeing at the current moment everybody's just expanding off on these units. One thing that we didn't actually talk about for a long time is actually the unit cap. Yes, there's a limit to the amount of units you can actually create. Some units occupies more capacity. So for example, like if you do see like this, usually like the cheap units like scouts and all this, you have to use 1. But for the vehicles and all that, they will use more capacity. So there's a limit to it. So each of them has a cap of 200. GSF has used slightly more than half, which is 101 over 200 compared to GSF. Although they only have 4 units, make that 3.
Oh.
You're already using 75 right now. This is one of the hot spots, defensive spots for any side. So once you get control of here, there's a point defense. There's also a crew as well. Oh, this is insane. It's very tough. And there are no officers here. And so it's very, very tough unless the commander is the one navigating through. Yeah, so yeah, you don't have any officers who support. So as an officer from Azra's side, easy peasy for you to just clear off this support crew.
Yeah, very expensive, by the way. Just want to let everyone know it's a very expensive unit to drop, but we're slowly switching into late game units here. Finally, we see a couple of Guardian Troopers coming to the mix, so I think that'd be fantastic. Guardian Troopers is great for dealing with players, especially since looking at the current situation, there isn't a lot of like mass infantries or a lot of Iron Guards either way. It's just a lot of Sigma Oculars. So Guardian Troopers comes in, you put them at a very key location as well. gonna be able to deal with players that like they do fantastic. Guardian Troopers in a 1v1 situation, regardless of whether it's players or Iron Guards, they just fall prey to the GTs. The GT just absolutely just destroys with their twin railgun cannons. So yeah, so more Guardian Troopers comes in, and I think it's fantastic since this is infantry as well. Get Guardian Troopers, you put a key spot. They would, by the way, Flavor, they do great against vehicles as well. Vehicles and structure. So Sigma Archer comes in, they're not really melting away the GTs as well. I mean, if you drop an EMP, but Guardian Troopers has one weakness, right? Despite how powerhouse of a Guardian Trooper it is, right? He has one weakness, right? Which is, doesn't do great against mass infantry, right? Like, they're not mass slaughterers, man. They're more of an individual target kind of thing. So if you drop an EMP on the Guardian Troopers and just swarm it with like 2 squads of scouts, yeah, the Guardian Trooper just dies. It just completely melts away. It just disappears.
So basically number, basically overwhelms in terms of number for the Guardian Trooper. Oh, something interesting enough, this is a little bit different compared to before, right? Because Extron is actually playing with 3 of the Sigma Oculus. So what they're doing with the officers is that for battlesuit purposes, they're going with the Aegis. So basically the Aegis, they have the supercharge, they have the exo shield. So this is to provide cover for
the GT?
for the vehicles. Yeah, so this is what's happening right now. So that's why Sigma Ocular, this particular Sigma Ocular that we're looking at right now, does have some sort of shield layer around it. So that is the is that the, I think that's the exo shield, yeah.
Hold on, falling back. The GT is doing quite the amount of damage. We see Bravo with the Mazer. Can he melt him? There goes the GT, finally.
Yeah, finally. Oh no, running the scouts through the fire. Not really a great idea, but yeah, a few of them got dropped just by that. Yeah, it's basically Commander is just going with Sigma Ocular right now, but there's a limit to it. I believe that he's already lost 2 at this point, so left out with only 2 more Sigma Ocular at this point and 3 scouts. Not much to work with compared to GSF, as they do have 21 Marines on their, make that 20. So yeah. So if number is really a problem, number is not something that Exron has.
No, right, it's so close.
So close, so close.
You're so close. Just need a second addition. You could have gotten the Guardian Trooper without dying. Just 2 taps. And now the Sigma Orca is all alone. More Guardian Troopers are rolling into the mix as well. Bring in the heavy duty, bring in the late game units.
Aegis, where's the supercharge? Oh yeah, supercharge there, meaning that there is an officer nearby, somewhere around here, who is supercharging this Sigma Ocular.
Yeah, he gotta fall back. Here comes the Omicron light tank. The saving grace that Tool has right now is, oh, by the way, they are dropping down right now, which is the tier 3 reinforcement here. So bulk of infantry. So a huge bulk of infantry should be able to deal quite efficiently to the Guardian Trooper. If you can get an EMP strike on it as well, that'd be pretty great. The Rooks, the 2 Rooks and the 2 Knights should be able to do the works here.
Yeah, this could probably push CTS if they're able to actually flip another victory point, either B or C towards Extron side. This could also force CTS to also unlock their tier 3 reinforcement as well. This is a very, very...
There goes the Guardian.
Oh yeah. So yeah, so we're talking about numbers finally. After utilizing the reinforcement,
oh no,
the artillery gain over there. Oh no, the strike, artillery strike is gonna be dropped. It's gonna connect to a number of units. It doesn't hurt that much towards the Iron Guard, but the normal units, yeah, they're gonna go down really, really, really fast. One of the Iron Guards less than half HP already at this point. EMP could drop on that side of the map right now. Did it even connect to anyone? Didn't see any vehicles or things. Might be wrong, but Castle down, having a face-to-face match with an Omicron, not really a great idea.
I mean, it's fine. You gotta work with what you get, and you know Bravo is here, Beatles as well for the reinforcer. They need to try to take something back. It did cost them a lot, like majority of the units that they have, but they were able to get back the B side. Now the question is this, Flavor, with the remaining units that they have, they're pumping out a lot of Iron Guards. 5 Iron Guards is currently in the midst of production. Will it be enough to hold against the GSF reinforcements? Because now we're about to get tier 3 reinforcements.
Oh yeah,
and
they have to do it.
Yeah, and tier 3 reinforcements will get M33s, 2 more Guardian Troopers, elite Marines, basically a lot of infantry.
A lot.
So
I think that's why they're he's actually pumping Iron Guts rather than Sigma Ocular at this point, because I think it pumps slightly faster compared to the Sigma Ocular.
Overload.
Oh,
Delta. Oh.
Yeah, it does connect. That he's down for the cow. Meanwhile, Sigma Ocular charging towards Castle. And Beagle as well from the side.
Oh, they're trying.
Yeah.
The knight.
Aegis. Double Aegis. Double Aegis? Is it triple? Castle is using... Oh, I can't see. Oh no, it's using Berserker?
Yeah, Berserker.
Yeah, Berserker, yeah.
The Berserker suit.
No, Castle using Berserker, really?
Wait, hold on, let me check. Oh no, sorry, it's not the Berserker.
It looks like Aegis. I'm so confused. It is Aegis, right? It looks slightly different because Envil and Bravo are definitely using Aegis, but Castle, I think it's the same. Just one is a more thinner model and one more bigger model. I don't know. I mean,
no, you're right. It's the Aegis. It's
the Aegis, right? It looks slightly different when you look at the frame, but it's okay. But still, okay. Good news is Axtron does have 2 of the victory points to them, but they only have 35 more victory points left. Meanwhile, CTS 150 points. Will we be looking at the tier 3 enforcement from them once it gets drained down all the way down to less than 100?
Oh, Anchor, you are fighting with fire against the ropes. If he had a smoke grenade, he probably could try to make things work, because okay, despite how durable the rope iron guns are, there is a weak point at the back of his chassis, right, which actually gives you like a multiplier worth of damage here, so you should be able to swiftly kill the rook iron gun. But you do need something to distract it, or maybe a quick smoke grenade. Usually that's what people go to as well. Back in the day.
While all that was happening in B, C got flipped over to GSF. So what GSF's doing is that they're not holding, they're not going to hold C, so they're just going to keep pushing. So this is meant to waste your time. And that's all I'll say. So this, 24 points. This is so close. But after looking at all that, it seems that we have a double flip. So A goes on to Axtron, meanwhile B goes to GSF. Still not enough to side towards the Axtron side here at this particular moment. Sigma Ocular from behind, I do believe Anvil also flanking. So we have Delta and Anvil hitting off, and Sigma Ocular, no supercharge from any of the Aegis battle suits from the Axtron side of here. And I do believe that he will not be able to actually make his way to safety there with Sigma Ocular, leaving only... Oh no, that's it. That's the last Sigma Ocular. There's no more. So you have to make work with your scouts, your Rook Iron Guts, and make things happen with whatever you have at this particular moment.
Yeah, but it's a little bit too late. I think they're a little bit too far for the victory points. It's like it's pretty much like 2 seconds away. That's pretty much it, ladies and gentlemen. Team CTS will be our last grand finalists here at 2-hole. We'll see whether they can actually try to win out the bronze match here to walk away with some hefty prize for themselves here. Regardless, well done coming up from CTS.
I have to admit that was a very close one. I believe that it could have gone either way if CTS was not on their feet and making all these good calls for game. There was a number of flips and trade-offs in between them. But it's a much better game, I would say, for Team 2-hole. Much different game compared to what we witnessed in that game number 1, because I think that was too big of a snowball coming up from CTS side. But unfortunately, it was still not enough to translate to a victory for Team 2-hole. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to CTS as they have claimed the second and final ticket to the grand finals. But we're going to be seeing them much later in the evening, because right after this semi-final segment, we're going to be watching the 3rd and 4th place match. So don't go away, because that's going to be a very long one. It's going to be a best of 5 series, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the Eximius Siege the Frontline Season 4 Invitational Ascension. I'm Leonard Yololi, and this is going to be Flavor, the most magnificent man on the board here. And we have been walking through with you guys for day one and currently Championship Sunday here today to see who's going to be our grand champion here. So finally, Flavor, after our first two semi-finals, we have finally concluded who are our two grand finalists. But before we get to our grand champion, let's quickly talk about our bronze match, which, by the way, I know you, I'm so sorry, all our amazing viewers, you guys can't really see the bronze match here, sadly, because it's not part of the graphic, but there is a bronze match, and that's going to be something that Flavor and I will be broadcasting currently right after this few graphics as well. And it's going to be a bronze match between the losers of semifinals 1 and 2, which is APU Esports Club and 2Hole. So I just got a call from the production, Flavor, so let's quickly jump into the map picks and map bans.
Oh yes, and of course I do believe that we have the map video based on the information we have on the back, and I do believe that APU ESC actually won the coin flip, so they selected GSF, which means that 2Hole will be more than happy to actually hold on to Axion Industries, which they're more comfortable with. The martial ban of downtown and at the bottom middle, and then we have the ban on Sunday Mall and Academy, and APU, my apologies, 2Hole chooses Express. Yes,
man, Express again here. However, this time at least 2Hole still will be able to get the comfortable faction which they are very comfortable with, which is the Extra sign APU Esports Clubs. Well, like I said before, so this is probably not one of the few games which they usually practice with, I believe, Flavor. However, with their years of experience in the esports scenes, right, especially FPS game in particular, their skills from other FPS game is somewhat transitioning into this FPS game as well. So they didn't really lose out in terms of skill level. All that requires is that slight learning curve, which I think is pretty obvious. You can see from their RTS commanders, because as you can see, Extra's commander is very fast, nice timing with the Sigma Oculus tank. Got the right order, got the really good timing for it, got it out really fast here. However, APU side, he may not have that kind of clean efficiency compared to the commander from 2Hole, but he's been sticking with a very simple and straightforward tactic. Resupply my on-ground officers. Not going to try for any big plays or timings. The goal is just to support his on-ground officers as much as he can, because he's also pretty confident on their firepower and maneuverability as well.
Yeah, I do believe that we have our opening engagement here between the two teams. Beetle jumping down from the carriage, but Castle's from behind. It's a sandwich here between team members, but
so close.
Castle is able to actually pick up Beetle from the Axion side, and they are going to secure this B side, I do believe, away from GSF. So that's going to be 2 victory point sites for Team 2Hole and 1 for APU ESC, based on the looks of it. But it does seem that things are not over yet. A number of demolishers are providing a little bit of cover for the Axion team members. One of the officers from GSF is wrapping around the other side. I do believe that he got sprained out. He knows he's not able to actually do anything here on the B side just by himself. Yeah,
it was a little unexpected as well. I think like APU Esports officers, they had a plan in mind because they wanted to go for this like high ground vantage point while also hitting on the ground. But sadly, the vantage point play, he couldn't really get to the spot in time, and it ended up in a 1v2 scenario. And it still also continued on to be a 1v2. Got pretty close in the gunfight range here, but significant damage was pretty much done there. So able to win on the fight. However, with a quick reset, a little bit more better prepared, eager build this time, they will be able to win out their 2v2s here and reclaim back that B victory point side here. But you see, this is one of the few things that
as the Iron Gods
have as an advantage, Flavor. Cheeky corners. Cheeky corners and angles.
A little bit too close, although GSF was able to actually win as a job trade-off against the officers, but these Iron Gods is going to screen them away. So things are not, that the work is not done yet. As we do see 4 officers from GSF screening away these Iron Guys, and they're down for the count, and this creates an opportunity for them to actually flip it over to neutral and to their side. But hold on to that thought, as we do see here, Bravo having the high ground, spamming over. In terms of numbers, he's actually losing. Alright, so we have to be very, very careful, trying to capture them at a different angle here. from the high ground. Will he be able to actually do so? It's not. The thing is a little bit too late as it's already flipped over to GSF's side. If it was not flipped, then all he has to do is just scream them away. Delta is down for the count. Make that 2 together with Castle. Chariot from the sidelines, hoping there's 1v1 fight on the same level. Is going to be enough. No! Bravo still comes out on top, but he does not have any more shields here at the moment. Requires a little bit of regeneration. Anchor down for the second time. Here comes Beetle. Try to do something about it. But it does seem that this is not going to be enough. It does seem that Bravo alone, he does not require Anchor's assistance at all. Him alone should be enough over here. And they're good to go. So I guess they're going to flip it back to their side. Make that 3 victory points for Axron.
Yeah, really well done. Like I said before, the commander for Two Hole is very quick on top of things. Especially he's pretty efficient with his utilization and building structures and units and unit control. So he's seeing a lot of attention being diverted towards that B side. Is it a little swift moment for him to manually control the scouts to actually obtain both A and C? So currently they have all 3 victory points. Draining pretty significantly as well, but you know he's got to take whatever chances he can get. But eventually it's 399. That's gonna be unlocking the tier 1 reinforcements for the GSF side here. And by the way, we didn't really get to talk much about the faction selections here, but this time APU Esports Club, they're gonna be locking in the armored division, whereas Two Hole comes in with the robotics.
I think this is our probably third time we actually do see the armor being played out for the game and stuff. Yeah, so this one, sorry, it's actually our second time today. So you have your arsenal having the MLRS. You can actually have the resurgibles such as reactive armor, mechanical optimization, and I forgot what was the other one, but the other one was you also have the special abilities of having the MG turret for the M33. Yeah, which is having the default machine gun turret.
Yeah, which is
great for them, by the way.
It's really good because you also need to cost supplies, so you need to install the machine gun turret on top of the M33. So that's pretty much you save cost from one thing for yourselves here.
Free.
Yeah, the reactive armor, by the way, is a really powerful thing. It absorbs AT hits from enemy until a certain threshold. But more importantly, is once you unlock the reactive armor upgrade from the support centers, you can actually resupply reactive armor. But of course, on the condition that your M33 is back to full health here. So as long as you have supplies and it's full health, you can actually pretty much indefinitely just keep replenishing its reactive armor, making it a very solid frontline tank. Not only great for dealing with iron guards, fantastic with dealing with iron guards, but it's also a menace against vehicles coming out from the Axron side. Literally, EMP strikes will play a crucial role in ensuring the fall of those M33s.
Yeah, if you land it right, not only with actually one, if you do have multiple vehicles within the vicinity to get the buildings, you can actually turn them together. Meanwhile, we're also looking at this trade-off between the Bravo is down for the count. We're still watching this trade-off happening at the B side, where at the current moment, previously it was in the hands of Axron, but not only losing at A, but also losing out B at the same time. And right now, APU ESC is holding on to 2 of the victory points compared to Whole Anchor. There's no way you can actually make an escape. But Delta, very close. Very close.
Now that is what I call reinforcement. 10 Marines, by the way. 10 Marines and 4 field support units were crashing into Anchor. He thought he had the advantage. He saw how low he was. He's like, nope, I got support. Hell yeah. So yeah, he'll be totally fine. They'll be able to secure the side of A and B. I think they're going to be playing a little bit safer. Eagle will still be playing the Lone Ranger here. He will be able to secure the C side for himself. I don't think he has the anti-armor or anti-tank weaponry to deal with the mule that's currently locking down the cash side there. But you know, it's totally fine. He stole as many victory points as much as possible. Beetle was trying to secure for B before he can actually drop the pawn by the Axron officer. Well done for that one to cancel out. But right now, the advantage has somewhat shifted back to APU side here. But hey, GSF officers, you gotta be careful. Get a little bit too close to the Axron base, and you actually might lose all of your infantry here.
Oh yeah, it's too close to for comfort as well. So yeah, there's also a resource point in between that you might want to consider capturing, but it should be very, very easy to actually be recovered back by the Axron side as it is on the way to A over there.
True.
Yeah, but meanwhile here, GS also making things better. There are multiple flips happening across the board. It's back again to 2 full as they captured out C, and once again yet another flip, this time to neutral, but was not able to translate that into GSF yet at the current moment, but they are in position. But Beetle is going to be shooting out some firepower towards them. It's going to be Eagle and Delta. They're going to be charging forward, but Delta will be the one that's going to fall, or is it going to be Beetle? Nope, none of them yet at the current moment, despite both being very, very, very low on HP. Eagle charges forward. None of them is able to connect over, as Chariot is also going to be jumping over from the high ground to the low ground. Is it very much needed? Nope. Eagle goes down from the GSF side, but the other Beetle from Ascension is going to be sniped out by Chariot on the top side.
Oh, here comes the Iron Guard core drops, completely melting them away. I don't think they have any grenade launchers or shotguns available, but they do have the SATAMs, and they will completely obliterate
oh no!
the Iron Guard core line.
No, putting to shame such a good reinforcement over there from the Axron side, but GSF was ready.
Yep,
they were ready, and I believe that that could be a big mistake of deployment when it comes to positioning, because it is quite exposed and point defense is on the ready, pointing towards that side.
You see, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, it's if you it's not that you can't see the dropship coming out. You actually can. It's just the problem is whether you're prepped for it, that kind of thing. So yes, Jeremy, you're here. I'm looking at you, Jeremy. Bring back the conventional Iron Guards. Don't bring the cores here. Really. Gotta make the financial worth, you know. It's 4,000 for a drop. It's no, seriously, Flavor. It's 4,000.
It's expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Especially early game.
You know, but by the way, Observer, can we quickly check the GSF base here? I want to see if they have any advanced buildings. I do see an advanced armored logistic coming in here. Just see what's the state of things here. Wait,
probably on the outside. Yeah, I think we're trying to actually look on the outside perimeter, so just in case. It's
okay, so armor logistics is going to be this armor logistic is going to be an advanced one soon, because I see it in production here. So okay, so we're on schedule here to get the M33 weapon upgrades here eventually. So once he gets it up, he doesn't really have the energy for it. He did commit a lot of energy for to turn the armor logistic to an advanced one. So that's probably going to take probably, like, I can say, give or take a minute, 1 minute later, then we probably might see him pushing out for that upgrade. But he does have substantial amount of cash, so he could have the option to pump up more Marines here to at least solidify their positioning here before those M33 start rolling out, because you still need some time. Even though with the upgrade, it still takes some time for the upgrades to actually go through here.
I guess both teams are actually on the way towards really good things as well. With the upgrades coming up from Axron, in a few short moments, we might just see them churning out more and more of this Iron Guards for the end. So hopefully GSF is going to be on the ready right now. Over here, Beetle down the cloud, gets a little bit of cover. Anchor tries to provide the shootings, does have a little bit of time to recover a little bit of armor for himself. Less than half HP at the current moment, but despite it being a 1v2 situation, kinda, GSF comes up on top for Beetle. It's not required Chariot to actually make anything right now, so GSF is in a good position here to flip this over to their side. There are 1 Iron Guard, there's 3 scouts over here, but make that 0 Iron Guards within the vicinity. They can actually do anything about it. GSS is looking pretty solid when it comes to defense over here, and of course they're trying to clear out this recon drone as they do have sight of it.
And finally we get the robotics armor as well, so the Iron Guard's definitely going to be a little bit more durable than usual. Oh, actually, now I'm going to go with the M33s. He's actually pushing out more Cyclones here. So, alright. So, he's got... Yeah, so, in the end, I guess APU is going to be playing the artillery liner, and I think it's a little bit different of a pace here. So far, they've been playing infantry. They've been playing, not cycle, MLRS or MLR5. Sorry. So by the way, thank you so much. So usually they've been playing the infantry and fortification division, mostly emphasizing on very simple but straightforward tactics, but a very effective one, which is literally giving support to your on-ground officers. This time, Iron Guard corps are here rolling down the streets. But they're running into a point defense turret and a phalanx crew.
They should know this. I mean, like, this is the 3rd time already. So
oh no, Chariot!
Chariot, why was he in between 3 Iron Guard corps? over there. Of course, he's gonna melt down super easy. Meanwhile, it does seem that 3 of these officers from Axdron is pushing Beetle together with Delta away from this area. This could be Axdron's opportunity to actually flip over to their end.
The MLR5s.
Oh yeah. So
MLRS,
yeah, it's all long range supports here for GSF. Yes, you're able to clear away the units within the vicinity, but the ones from the outside for GSF is able to prevent you from actually doing any form of capture.
True. You got more MLRS. I am a little bit concerned because, like, depending on where you're targeting, sure, there's a lot of roofs for you to cover, but it is somewhat going for more of a arch kind of landing, arch kind of traveling. So if there's any building to the way, you can actually, there's like certain corners behind, like for example those dual containers, you can actually just still hide at the, you could pretty much still hug at the walls of the containers, and you will still be able to survive for some of the impact of the MLRS. So you don't really need to find that nice sweet spot to really get through in. Like sites, like for example, sites like for C and A for it. Okay, probably not C, but A in particular is very ideal. Open area, not a lot of covers. MLRS will be able to just completely clear out a lot of things.
Yeah, I think they just want to hold on to B as how crucial this particular site is at the moment. Probably later on they will just send off one more MLRS towards the A side so that you can actually fully utilize it to its maximum capacity. Meanwhile, we're also going to be looking at, this is going to be the Ballista MLRS. Look at the distance of this vehicle to where its target of shooting is, which is just insane. And it's a lob, so it's a little bit different compared to the point defense, which is straight in a straight line.
But you see, look, if we can we go back to the second floor? Oh wait, hold on. I got course here. Ah, they got LMGs. I think they should be able to deal with these guys pretty swiftly as well. They already killed like 2 of them. Oh no, Delta! Nah, it's fine. Beetle is still sticking around.
No, pushing Iron got caught. I think to the side.
Actually, interestingly, I thought the battle plot actually landed on the Iron God cause he should have just died instead of pushing out of the way, but
yeah, so I
you know, I mean, it's interesting, you know, like that kind of thing should be, no, there's a little bit. Yeah, it'd be great, right?
I think that's great tactical. Okay. So you drop the battle suit over there to kill the unit.
Okay, but Flavor, you see what I mean? Like, 2-hole commander, he knew how the MLRS is working, so he positioned to try to hug the walls to try to prevent some of the splash impacts. But well done, Eagle was able to find them, just slowly melt them out apart. I mean, there's ways for you to deal with Iron Guards. Iron Guard cost probably even more easier, since you pretty much will be doing the exact same way of dealing with Iron Guards. You get an incendiary shotguns, grenade launchers, almost fantastic ATRs. There's the MLRS. Yeah, of all the volleys, this one did manage to connect to it. Didn't really do a lot. Would have loved the M33s. We do have a Cyclone coming in with the IFV. That should be able to deal with those Iron Guards really, really efficiently as well. But would have loved an M33. I think that would be really great. I don't think they have an answer for the M33s, especially when you're going up against the robotics. You really don't, unless you bring out those Sigmas. But you know, this is just one of those situations where you had to try to read, right? Like, in hopes to see whether it works.
Hopefully, the reading goes quickly, because there's not much time to play around with right here, as APU Esports Club is only left out with 167 victory points now. 2-hole B got flipped back again. That's the thing. I mean, when we're talking about the containers, right? Yes, you somewhat can have really good defense when trying to screen units, but the moment you get cover behind the double containers, and so capturing it is not really that hard. So that's why the Iron Guards is actually parked over there. They're not going to make any sudden moves. It's meant to just be parked there so that if you try to actually capture it, they're on the ready. They're just right in. So on the high ground, you're also getting covers a little bit from the other officers. Bravo here trying to screen out Chariot together with Delta. So this is the idea that they're going with.
More artilleries.
More artilleries, that's it.
You know what they say?
No, both of them. They're both down, that's it.
More explosion is good, you know? More explosion is good. It's never bad, it's always good.
Eagle.
Does he have the weaponry first?
Inside, this could be a... Oh no, it's trapped! Couldn't do anything about it! Waiting for him inside, it's gonna be 2 Iron God cores. No shields. Clears out one of them. Goes for the other. Two of them down. This could be a big option. GSF's going to grab it. They're going to grab it. But there are a number of options from the Aggron side. Who's currently here right now. We do have Anchor. We do have more 9 Iron Guards on the standby on the outside perimeter. Just to shoot out on the zip. But the flip is already there towards neutral for GSF. And it's going to go to their side. I think it's about time because we are very, very low in terms of victory points here.
Oh no!
And we very much needed it here.
I don't know whether you saw it, Leo, but I believe the MLRS and the Cyclone was able to melt away one of the lone external officers on the high ground just. Well, here comes another Iron Guard core drop in hopes to actually gain the advantage versus the east side here, but the Echelons will fall prey. They're not a Phalanx crew, by the way. So they don't have that nice armor plating defense here. If it's a Phalanx squad, then this Iron Guard cause wouldn't stand a chance. But yeah, these guys are going down very swiftly. So Beetle is all alone to deal with 4. He has a set, and there is a point defense, but it's not really within the range here. He's just trying to jiggle pick. I think this is one of the advantages that the officers would have rather than on your on-ground AI units. It's just that you're able to play with like really tricky angles at corners, and sometimes the enemy AI units will not be able to pick you up really that easily. LRS, few volleys, no connections, but it's more than enough for them to reclaim back this B side here as well.
Yeah, it is enough. Oh no, so they're gonna flip it back. Oh, it's a double flip. This is gonna be big problem here for APU, as not only they're flipping B towards the Aggron side, but they might just potentially be flipping A to their side as well, losing out 2 victory point areas within less than 10 seconds. But they are not able to actually flip it to their side yet. It's currently in neutral, but this is going to be enough to run down the victory points with APU ESC all the way down to 106 at this point, and later on they have access to their third and final Tier 3 reinforcement support for GSF.
Yep. Swiftly done from Eagle, but Sally he still has to deal with this 1v2 against 2 other additional Aggron officers here. Will fall, unfortunately. Although we are going to be unlocking Tier 3 reinforcement shortly here as well. Here, oh, there's the EMP strike. That's going to disable the truck for a second there, but no, it's totally fine. It has already fired its volleys, so can't really do much anything else other than that. Second volley comes in. It's already connected because since the boss is blocking majority of the volleys.
Even the 9 Iron Guards couldn't do anything about it as well. Tried to get a little bit of cover, but that gets spotted out by Beetle on the other side. It is going to be a side flag over here. So despite being all alone as an officer, but should be no problem. But Beetle finally gets pinned down here by having a little bit of assistance from the officer Bravo from Aggron Industries to his high ground. Ooh, this is going to be a bit nasty over here. APU Esports Club, yes, they managed to flip out A to their side, but they don't have much victory points left. 68 right now, 67. Meanwhile, 300 plus 348. So on the side of Aggron Industry, they need to make something work. But for APU, they're looking kind of okay in terms of number of units that they have on their end. They just have to make it work. If B is not working, probably when you consider traveling around towards C side, which is something that we do see they are going to be doing over here. But there is a little bit of defense here from the Aggron side, preventing them from going on for any form of catches. Down it goes. And here we go. Was just talking about the C seems going to be flipped over to GSS side. If B is too much of a struggle, too much going on over there, let's go to the other ones.
The thing is this, right, Flavor? Sure, it has a lot of units, right? But like it's only practical if you can actually fully utilize it. Like for example, like you see right out in the open, perfect for MLRS if you really choose to go for it. But he actually positioned towards that B side, which hasn't really been doing like as much of an impact as he was hoping for as well here. But either way, now here's the tier 3 reinforcement. But more importantly, Flavor, I noticed while you were talking during production, he actually was able to get the M33 upgrade. So this lone M33, and with enough supplies, he's allowed 11,000 supplies by the way, we'll be able to get the max upgrade on that M33, and that should at least try to make something happen. We'll be able to do wonders, and I mean absolute wonders towards all these Iron Guard cores. But I hope there's space for him to walk out of it, because I think there's like a bunch of MLRS. Yeah, they're all stacked there. Even the IFV is also stuck there too. Like, guys, make way.
Wait, you said stuck or stack?
Yeah, both. Stuck
both,
stack.
right? I was like, they look stacked. Are you saying they're stuck?
they're both stacked and stuck. Here.
Stuck. Oh god.
Actually, he had that. If I'm not mistaken, he had that IFV so early. Actually, I'm curious why he didn't roll it down to deal with some of his iron guards. Actually, but anyway, Guardian Troopers are here. They do clean work on the iron guards as well. So
looks like they're trapped. They're trapped. There's nothing they can actually do about it as well. But they have to make quick work of it as APU doesn't have much victory points left. Just about when to do this, but will Bravo from Ascension be able to actually do something about this? Looks like a little bit too much to handle. Meanwhile, setting off the Marine to actually do the job here to go in for the flip. Now it's going off for neutral and changing back to green color. The color of money and the color of GSF, as this will finally drain down the victory points from the Extron side. Bravo still up there. Beetle on the other side is also providing a little bit of assistance. It's a number of elite Marines combination.
Oh no, the Gun Trooper is down.
The Gun Trooper is also down as well, leaving out only one more to go, which is on the outside perimeter of this segment of side B. Shooting out towards Beetle, not enough to claim him down. I take that back. He is really down for the count, leaving out Bravo being the only officer here on top. So the idea is ready to just sustain as long as
possible. How is he still alive?
A little bit more. It was so close. It was so close. So close. So right now he needs to get a little bit of cover so he can regenerate his shields, so he can actually come back combat and just survive with the shields. And that didn't last very long. I guess it's gone for now. But GSF lost quite a number of units in the span of 1 minute of us looking at what is going on here at side B. Will be able to keep holding on to the best abilities and drain down more points from T2 Hole.
Yeah, but now he has to be concerned. Now it doesn't matter how many Iron Guard cores he has now. It falls prey to the M33s. Action officers has a lot of responsibility. You know, Commander, he drops a nice EMP on the lone M33s. That will be absolutely perfect. This Omnicron light tank, it's cute. It's cute.
It's cute. Yeah.
It's cute until the EMP comes in. But without the EMP, well, it's just cute. Castle, I can't believe he survived all that volley here. Wait, where's that M33? I'm hearing the M33. I'm just not seeing the M33.
Yeah, it's.
Is it somewhere else? Wait, is it somewhere? Oh,
this
there it
is. Why here?
Roll it in, buddy. Roll it in.
Wait, why is it? It's only guarding the ammunition resource. That's it. Why is it here?
Roll it in, buddy.
Wait, is it just trying to cover this corner?
No,
and
I think
really, are you expanding of M33 just for that? I don't think so.
I think he forgot about it.
No. Really? A very important piece? Unit?
No, that's what I'm saying, right? Sometimes when you have too many units, like specific units that you need to handle personally, like Echelon Firing Squad, Cyclones, MRS, you tend to forget the small things, like maybe one or two things, and suddenly this one thing just happens to
happens to be a very big thing.
it just happens to be the M33. Because trust me, if he had rolled in B or C, and he had the tanks upgrade too, so it's a little unfortunate. But 2 Hole will not take this disadvantage without heart. They will secure the win for this one.
I think Jeremy had a very enjoyable time watching this game. I mean, very enjoyable time. I think the amount of flips that happened, I think, very competitive match for this game 1 in this best of 5 series. Both sides, there were numerous amount of flips happening off, most of them happening revolving around side B. They were able to actually attain it, catching over from the other side. GSF, that's the thing. I think they build up really good defense around the area, but it's just that they are not able to actually, like the one you mentioned, it's a very key important part, is that the double containers, if you do get a little bit of cover behind it, it doesn't matter because that point defense is not able to actually get to you. Together with MLRS as well, so it's not good enough. The only times where you see the officers from Action actually get pinned down is when they were actually on the high ground on the other side as well. And on a number of instances, some of them did manage to survive with an inch of their life. But yeah, it was purely defense, and a little bit more offense is much needed from GSF side. And when they do it, they lose out so many units in a trade-off. So by the time the next time X-Run comes back, they're not able to hold on anymore.
No, I'm just very shocked. I mean, it's like what I said before, the difference in commander between both the two hole and APU side, right? Like, I'm not gonna question their FPS because they have, you can definitely tell they have like the years of practice in other FPS game titles as well. Transitioning here, you can definitely tell that it was very superior, it's very powerful. But when you have like very loose units, but remember this is more of a team tactical game, a very coordinated game as well. Both RTS and officers, FPS players have to play hand in hand, right? So MLRS is great, but this is also like what I was talking about yesterday, right? Like certain map is ideal for certain units, for certain division as well. Like some you're able to make full use of your terrain because of certain units. It's just some maps you just can't, like maybe because there's too many covers, there's too many tight corners, tight angles, too many buildings blocking the way. So don't get me wrong, he had a very good timing for MLRS. I think it's the first time he went off from a different route from the commander from APU side. He was playing the armored one. Usually it's usually the infantry and the fortification. This time he went armored. I think it was very impressive. He got a really good timing out of it as well for the first armored division selection. But sadly couldn't really bring out as much firepower from such a strong division as from a full hold that they had. But regardless, that's going to be it for our game one of our bronze match, the conclusion of this bronze match series. Or will it be the comeback round for APU? We shall see right after this quick short break.
People from Middle Earth, you're tuning in to this emergency transmission. We're bringing to you as we're back once again for yet another series of Xavier Sees the Frontline. And if you guys don't know this is actually the Season 4 Invitational Ascension. And of course, you're back together with me and my good buddy over here, Leonard YOLO Lee, who's going to make sure that me and all you good people tuning into this live stream keep hydrated at all times. It's been a while since we actually heard him reminding us of that. Probably he's forgotten.
I hope the lesson is like, it's like, cemented deep in memory, right? The kind of thing. You hear me, you see my face, and like, oh, okay, H2O, But wait, Flavor, before we talk about it, I want to question you about something, right? And that really hit me pretty hard to my core. People of Middle Earth, this is an emergency transmission. I didn't know people of Middle Earth were so advanced. We're like in the medieval era with the swords, magics, and steel. I didn't know we got electronics.
So here's the thing. I think that we possess some sort of magic where
imagine
we're able
Gandalf,
to this.
Imagine Gandalf say like calling it AC 130 on Mount Doom.
Exactly, yeah. So we come from a very highly technological era where we can actually do that. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 in a best of 5 series. Since it's a best of 5 series, meaning that there's opportunities for comebacks to happen from the opponents. All right, so in this case, we're talking a little bit about Team APUESC, which they lost out in game number 1, but there's plenty of opportunities. Because this time about, 2-hole, as they won game number 1, they need 2 more wins to become the winner of the series and getting 3rd place. But this also means that APU still have 2 more opportunities to actually win the series and force a game number 4 and game number 5 with hopes they can actually win the series instead. And this time, this is the map veto. Since 2-hole won, meaning that APUESC has first dips either to choose the map or the faction. So they're choosing the faction, and they're going with GSF once again, and 2-hole will be sticking around with Extron Industries.
Yep. I mean, it's totally understandable as well. We see greater success from 2-hole utilizing the Extron faction as well. So if they have a choice, they definitely will try to stick with Extron as much as possible. But I think the same can be said for APU Esports Club as well. So far, it seems, especially with the selections here, they're like, we like the GSF. We're fine with GSF. It's comfortable, it's player. The balance is also designed to hunt other players, hunt other officers. So it suits their play style from an FPS background. So I think that's totally fine. Downtown, this will be pretty nice. This is also one of the few places where you can somewhat you can also have the armor division selected. Yeah, you can actually make it work here. But this time, APU Esports Club not gonna stick with the armor division. This time they're going back to their roots, which is the infantry division, and 2-hole is gonna stick with the robotics, which I think is totally fine, right? Like you wanna go with a unit that allows you to at least. The beauty about robotics is that you're able to support your online officers a lot more easier. When it comes to Ascension faction, Iron Guards are pretty much the core of the army here. So you get really nice Iron Guard upgrades from the robotic factions. Your mules also acts as engineers as well. So sorry, not really an engineer, but you're able to capture points rather than other division which you normally can't here. So you basically save a lot of time.
Yeah, I think people just want to play with units around a specific map, especially on this particular site that we're looking at, which is site B. This is going to be one of the key areas that people would want to capture either from GSF or even Extron side. So when you utilize units compared to having vehicles, you can actually gain access to this area because they are 2 stairs for you to actually get up to. So from the low level to the mid level to the second level over here for you to actually go in for the capture. Of course, not saying that using vehicles is not viable. It's just that you would not be able to actually access this high ground. So that's gonna be
middle time. No, it was so close.
Oh god, yeah. But leaving Eagle all alone, meaning that he's gonna be the only one. So I guess he'll have to do the job of flipping this over to his side. No Marines around to do the job. I guess I have to do it.
Totally fine. But of course, so far standard, especially when you're going in robotics, it's pretty standard when you want to go. I mean, if you want to have really good timing to get the Iron Guard core drops, like you usually go you run 1 power plant, fabricator, fabricator. You could probably drop a mule, spawn a mule, or probably spawn a couple of scouts, then fall back to power plant again. Then at least that way you can and then save up slightly more. You should have enough to actually get a research module by like at a really good time to actually get those iron guard core drops from the artilleries, because you can only unlock the artillery, the airship drop once you get the research module. So it's pretty good.
It's gonna take a while to reach that point as well.
Yeah, but he decided not to go with the rush. I think he's just gonna try to go for the late game here, prioritizing research here as he puts on more power plants. More energy is always great. You get to unlock your resources a lot more better. You do want to make your... I mean, iron guards are absolutely solid. I mean, they're solid as it is, but you can make it even more tankier as well once you unlock those armor upgrades. Mobility as well is pretty crucial for them, since they don't really have the best of mobility in the first place.
This is all early game investments that both commanders are just doing. It's literally telling your officers to like hold on. Hopefully you guys can just survive on your own. Meanwhile, I will be sending out some troops to you. I don't think the officers are leaving them by their own. They are sending us support crews. For Ascension side, they are also being us iron guys on the set. It's not as much as the officers would want, but I guess you have to work with whatever that we're giving you. That's why you do see a number of the structures here from their side. So they actually have the power reactors for the Ascension side. For GSF, they actually have their power plants on ready, multiple units, and at one point they'll also be upgrading as well. So these are all early game investments with hopes that this will amplify the amount of resources that the commander can actually work with to further strengthen your inventories, your vehicles, and more. But right now, Two Hole currently in the lead here as they are holding down A and C in APU only with B. So Pensabir here in the middle. The problem is basically A and C is quite far apart from one another. So from B side, if you're holding on to this, so what GSS is doing right now, they're moving over to its C with hope that they can actually flip over to their end. Looks quiet, but no, not really. Castle is there, but he's getting shooed out by the Marines from GSF side. His shields are down. He does still have HP over here. Delta providing a little bit of cover at the same time as well. And here come the other units from GSS side. A little bit too much to handle, and he's going to go down as he's the only one holding down this C side for Axtron.
Yeah,
not enough.
Yeah, but the B won't be able to hold for long, because in production, if you notice as well, they actually got the research module also pretty much completed as well. It just needs to be set up. Once the research module unlocks, that means we have the commander for Two Hole side will get the Iron Guard core airship drop here. So massive power spike here, especially if the GSF officer is not prepared. However, you do Chariot and Delta. They do have an armory. I believe that's also a point defense turret that's also going to be dropping down. So the Iron Guard, probably the Iron Guard core may not be able to pull as prominent for them when they want to try to retake this beat, depending on how well or where it actually drops down in the first place here, and how prepared they are. Because I think a lot of these Axon officers, they actually died from a lot of these confrontations here. So a lot of their kits are being reset. I do see Anchor. I believe he doesn't have the weaponry for it. He does have the battle suit. He committed his financial for the battle suit. Hopefully he can try to go towards his back line and kill some of this phalanx support crew being set up here. At least this opens up the maps a little bit. But it looks like he wants to try to go for the rabbi. He has no idea about the point defense, by the way. He sees something is coming down, but he doesn't know what it is.
Oh no, going on for the battle suit as well. Probably stepping it up. Clears up Beetle, but by the time this guy comes out with a battle suit, will he be ready for it?
Oh,
no, jumping down.
Pistol.
Anchor. No. Oh no, that did not turn out how he wanted it to be. Oh goodness gracious. Yeah, but I think right now the commander from Axron side, they've already done with one of the upgrade, which is the robotics armor. So this slightly improves the amount of health points that the robotics have, especially referring to the Iron Guards by 300. So because it's going on towards that focus here at this point. So slowly but surely going on for upgrades and upgrades. So it's so you're gonna be seeing a lot more Iron Guards in the next few minutes coming on from their end over here, and going for yet another upgrade this time about. I think this one is it's also going for the robotic infantry's upgrade too.
I mean, yeah, he just want to go flat on Iron Guards here as well. He got the mobility. He already got the mobility upgrade unlocked as well. He's putting a little bit more more robotics armor as well, makes it a little bit more durable because there's a lot of confrontation you're going to be dealing with here. Point defense turret, like I said before, these guys were not prepared for the point defense turret here. They just don't have the weaponry. They prioritize the battle suits. They hope to win out the fight. They didn't expect the turret. Now they also got to lose a little bit more economy. So now the players will have to decide again, do I want the battle suit first or do I want some better weaponry to deal with this case here? Because the point defense is buying time. It is definitely buying time. It is definitely a major threat to the Iron Gun. They did send one Iron Gun initially, and it just completely got shredded out by the point defense here. So
now also, of course, this is going to be their priority over here. They're trying to clear out this point defense.
No, correct. But ooh, see a bunch of Marines. Orion Super. So he knows what's coming. He's not going to start the fight early. Let's see if he can swing around here. But okay, I can tell you the GSF has an option, right? We do have an IFV. That's great. Start building up the revenue for your armor, for your Guardian Troopers. You need those Guardian Troopers. You know Iron Guns are pumping in. You know they're coming in as well. Get those things. Or he has an option to go for Supply Center, which I do see a Supply Center here. I think commonly we see a lot of GSF officers. When they go up against Iron Guns, you see Supply Centers just to unlock the Cluster Airstrike. Cluster Airstrike is very good.
To your right, Anchor. He didn't realize that support crew is actually very near to him because it was from an angle. Yeah, but it's okay. If you spot him up, he would definitely be going on behind them and just clear them out. So I guess that would have to wait. Meanwhile, here, Castle on the first floor, getting a little
very
bit
close to the base.
Whoop, getting shot out. Gotta be careful. He does have some units following him from behind. Should be a number of Marines over here, and they are gonna be engaging against one another. Castle up against Eagle here. Shotgun here in the face. Let's connect a little bit. Has slightly less armor compared to what Eagle has to offer. Now it's a turnaround. Eagle has to heavily rely on the health points in terms of survivability. You can see an amount of static electricity around from the EMPs being dropped over here. But Sentry Gun is doing the work here, chipping down the armor as well as the health points from Castle, but doesn't get an angle here to continue on with assault. Here comes Eagle, charging forward a little bit more, probably going to be jumping down low to continue on, and he's going to be down for the count here in the hands of Eagle and this Sentry turret at this point.
Yeah. By the way, Observer, can we check out the towards the Beetle side? Because do I see like two Axron's Beetle? Yeah, Axron's Beetle. He's like somewhere over there, yeah. Alright, cool. So he is... Alright, so he spotted out... He's giving a lot of intel, right? He spotted out, alright, there's... He went... Okay, notice that he doesn't have the battle. So he made the decision, alright, I'm going to bring out some anti-structures, anti-tank weaponry with the G12, for example, to try to bust out the phalanx. But sadly, that's not going to work. You need the cluster, MLR5 cluster grenade. Then you probably can actually do something against those phalanx. If not, G12, the armor plating from the phalanx support crew. Totally gonna tank it out for sure.
Yeah, also surviving through.
Oh, look at B! Look at B! Observer, check out B! Observer.
Oh, B, yeah.
No, not Beetle,
yeah. B. B, not B as in Beetle. Oh, goodness gracious.
Ah, too late. We missed it because what happened was the tier 1 infantry, tier 1 reinforcement dropped in. So Anchor was bringing like a mass group of scouts in. So I wanted to see whether like who was able to win out the confrontation. Do they have an answer for the point defense turret? But apparently no, not enough.
Oh, that was the first two hold, right?
Yeah.
For the Axron side. Yeah. So that's why you see the GSS holding on.
Iron Guard.
The Iron Guards like here marching through, but the point guard. Somebody please navigate these Iron Guards to safety, because that is not a safe place to be. They're marching forward towards an area that is filled with a number of officers, Marines, and a point guard in station.
Yeah, the point defense turret is doing a phenomenal job. Same goes for the phalanx crew. They're trying to snipe him away with the amp power. I think that's exactly what Castle is trying to do, but that's not really stopping it. You need the cluster grenade, my friend.
Yeah, another point defense we do see down there. Now starts right next to the phalanx crew as well, just to amplify and just multiply the amount of defense they can actually offer over here. Castle getting a little bit of cover. Is that going to be enough? Up against Eagle here, down at HP, and he's going to be gone here in the hands of Eagle from the GSF side. So far, things are looking well for APU ESC. A different kind of, I wouldn't say outcome, a different kind of situation compared to what we saw in game number 1, probably. The map plays a factor as well, as both are more or less using the same faction.
No, the unit is what makes the difference, Flavor, because
the division.
Yeah, because he was trying to play with MLRS with the airstrike bombardment, but you're not able to maximize the damage because of the terrain itself. This time he's different. He's playing with the phalanxes. He's playing with the point defense. He's playing with marines here. So it gets pretty difficult, especially now the point defense dropped down. Now this time I believe they don't really have a lot of battle suits here, but they are coming in with G12s here, so. And they were able to make quick work on the point defenses, but I think more point defenses turrets are dropping down, Flavor. A lot more.
Oh god, the defense turret, one down. There's a few more to be got down our sleeve as well. Meantime, we do have yet another upgrade here from the X-ray side. Make it mass production here.
I got cores, yeah.
Yeah, so they're going for the mass production. So this would highly amplify the amount of production of Iron Gut cores for the Axtron side. Meanwhile, Delta chipping in on the Iron Gut cores, making good easy peasy. Here, all that melted down easily by the officers. Beetle gets a little bit of cover behind the boxes, but that's going to be enough to actually help to save him here. Castle pushing forward. He does have the Aegis here, uses up with the shield, but this shield is going to go down very soon, and it's currently in red color. It breaks down. It doesn't have any cover, and he's gonna go down right here as Bravo, and although gets covered up by Delta from GSF side.
What a mad lad. Delta, he knew what was the mission. He just ran past the shield. I'm not gonna deal with you. No, I'm gonna run right past you to your weakened allies behind enemy lines. Well done. Although we do have the EMP strike, that will definitely play a crucial role when you're pushing towards that B side with your Iron Guard cores. You're definitely gonna be needing to disable. That existence should at least give a little bit of a forewarning, right, towards the APU commander here. At least he knows that, all right, they have EMP strikes now. They went for the research module. They went for the tactical one. So also they locked the EMP strikes. So they're best prepared for it. Probably put another point defense turret at another angle. That should actually give them a little bit of a play-by-play here.
Yeah, and I think that it's very obvious that all the team members from Axtron side is going to be playing the Aegis battle suit, so they're going to be playing around with the Exo Shield. They're also going to be playing around with the Supercharge, and the focus also helps. So passive ability, reducing the nearby allies' abilities cooldown by 15%. So yeah, so all this will actually provide cover for the robotic that they are going
there they
with.
are. Okay, so right now, Flavor, as you notice, he got the Iron Guard cores and also getting the tier 2 reinforcements here. So he's not pushing them all out just yet. He's waiting. He's trying to group them up as much as possible and play alongside with the reinforcement. Wait, hold on. I hear EMP strike. Where's he dropping the EMP strike? Oh no, wait. I think it's a little bit too early, right? EMP strike. Oh god. Hey, never mind. No EMP strikes then.
No, but they are charging through. The officers are here from the Axtron side. Anchor provided a cover from the bottom of the stairs. Bravo's still there as well, but they are a number of support crews here.
Oh
from
my
GSF
god, look at that chorus.
There is a point defense, but he's gonna go offline here for a while. See if any of this is able to connect. No, it doesn't connect. Actually, the point guard is still there, shutting through and clearing out the Iron Gut cores over here, but they do have the numbers. Is this going to be enough? The point defense is destroyed, and they do manage to push away the GSF officers away. Chariot flying up in the air and is going to get shot down, fall into the ground. Chariot making sweet escape with less than 30 HP away. And finally, an opening, an opportunity for these members from Axtron Industries to capture this point B. And finally, for a very long time, we are looking at APU ESC's victory points being drained down by 2 gold.
Yeah, if only he had actually a better placement with the phalanx, but he hugged it too much at the corner of the stairway, right? So he didn't really have any angle of any Iron Guard cores really pushing in. Sure, he got that initial few first hit in, but it's like they just completely overwhelmed the positioning, right? Because there's like what? There's like 10 of them? 10 of them, so yeah, it doesn't really able to do much there. And although I was a bit concerned since we did hear the EMP strike committing at another area, so could it be used to actually disable the point defense? But it's totally fine. The phalanx crew wasn't set properly, so they were able to overrun it even without the EMP strike. They did lose a couple, but it's still totally fine for them to hold here.
Oh yeah, things are not over yet here. Business is still in session, as right now it is going to be the Asron industry is trying to hold off this area. So since you want to go robotics, then GSF does have answers to this as well. They could actually just make you go offline with the EMP blast. Meanwhile, they do have the barracks so close to the B area. I actually...
It's a 4 ranks. It's been here for a while, but I'm not sure whether is it the only barracks. Actually, Observer, can we check the GSF base here? Is this the only barracks?
I do believe that this is in between B
oh no,
and
okay, so yeah, it is time.
Yeah.
It's not the main barracks, but still no supply center. Interesting, because usually your artillery for both Axtron and GSF side. Okay, for Axtron it's this research module, and with the tactical upgrade, of course. For GSF side, it's just simply the supply center. You get the supply center, you unlock your artillery strikes. And it's not the line artillery strike that you usually get from the armor division. This is actually the more area one. And you can also unlock the cluster bomb upgrade for the artillery strike, which is fantastic by the way in clearing infantry and iron guards. Especially like this one, especially like this when they're grouped, it would have been a really great time to have it if you had it in your hand here. So anyway, they're gonna brute force their way through this. They do have 2 cyclones here. They're exploding here, but the statue logo is blocking a majority of the damage here. So the 5 Iron Guard core still stands.
Oh goodness gracious! I think they want to salvage as much as possible. Initially, they had an idea where they really want to use the exo shield as a shield, but I guess that does not cover aerial strikes, which come from on top. So unfortunately, the shields, I don't know whether in the future we'll get AJ where you can actually pan the shields to the top. I don't think it works that way because usually the officers are shorter than the Iron Guard. So yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Sorry, Flavor. Hold on. Okay, so they have a LAT. They have a LAT Lancer now with a targeted strike upgrade coming in as well. Does that mean they're gonna be pushing towards that A side to get rid of that lone fabricator?
They do know about it, right? They do know.
Oh yeah, they definitely. I'm pretty sure they should know there's a fabricator, there's a forward fabricator out there by now.
It's been a while we actually see them transition over to that side because our focus has been for quite a while now has always been in B, and this does look like GSF making their moves here towards the A side because they're able to actually do something about it. It's going to be a 2-man movement, make that 3-man movement with a number of Marines and a number of medics providing a little bit of cover for them. So we do see it's been a while, so probably we'll get to know what Exron has to offer here. There are a few Iron Gods here just securing up. Other than that, Fabricator is also still there as well. They're gonna get chipped easily here by the GSF members. No contest at all. No contest at all. Iron God's gone, so they're gonna capture this easy peasy.
But you know, there was so much attention towards that B side. I'm not surprised that the commander is not aware that currently A is currently being invaded right now. They're doing a lot of damage to the fabricator. The fact that I know that he's not aware is because he's not closing out that fabricator. Everyone will instantly close up the fabricator and then haul their way out of there to safety. But no repair drone either drop. Actually, can we observe? Sorry, can we check the base of the Extron C? Is there another fabricator available?
Should be. I think there should be another one. That can't be.
Oh no, it's just one.
No way. That's the only fabricator they have. Yeah, so meaning that there is no backup plan, and they never bothered to actually protect the only fabricator they have.
I mean, there's still like 18 Iron Guard cores, so I don't think that's a worry. Oh no, the M21 Lancer, it goes down. Okay, I get it right. So I guess he was preoccupied. Ooh, nice targeted strike. We'll kill the Omicron light tank. I guess it's a trade 1-for-1, but you also lose your fabricator in the process.
Making another fabricator by the way.
That does slow things down, but you already have the foot, like the core of your army here, literally living up to the name, like all across the map here. So you got A and C. You could reinforce that A side, but it's such a long distance of a travel here. They need the cluster artillery strike for GSF. Like that's the only way you can really clear out those Iron Guard cores. And honestly, I'm very tempted to just drop it down because they're sitting ducks. They're an easy target. It'll be magnificent. Yeah, really.
And they're cramped up together so close. So close. Usually, I do not recommend this at all. Usually, you have a movement, but you would try to separate them into different groups so that if one group gets cleared out by it, it would not affect everyone together. But yeah, look at that. Iron guys, they are practically clustered up together.
Yeah, they're very comfortable. You know, they got A and C. They're trying to see if they can snipe it from a distance here. It's going to be a very slow push, but finally we do have the Omicron light tank moving in. 5 Iron Guard cores. They don't really have the green launcher. They are playing with the Salams. There's the other second fabricator, second built one. Still going to be it's going to be positioned at a very prominent place for a little bit of safety here. But now 2-hole. Let's see whether they can slowly try to turn things around. There's a lot of points for them to drain through here, though. It will take time. 3 Cyclones now, I believe.
Probably. I think by APU, they're not really in a rush. I think they're still in a comfortable position. They still have a lot of victory points. There's no reason for them to rush things out. I think they got a great idea in mind when they actually was holding on to A and C. They're not really trying to capture B actually in their mind. It's more towards holding down B, meaning that you cannot afford to spend your other officers or your units towards the other points as you have your hands full trying to handle B for Aggron side. So yeah, but that didn't work out. Instead, GSF lost out A after putting pressure on B, and now they have to do that again. And I don't think Aggron would allow the same thing to happen. The same thing that happened at A just a while ago will happen again. And this time he's gonna put a little bit care, a little bit love, and we'll see if that's gonna be a good outcome for them. Meanwhile here, still at the B side, Tyrion, since they already lost their officers, both Eagle and Chariot from GSF side, so I guess the small units, the Marines and medics is gonna be ripping back to safety.
I have to disagree with this one, right? Like you go for this kind of build. I mean, they had a decent hold because GSF will always have a better early engagement for sure with the units that they have. They also had a good phalanx setup. They have basically all the controls. The only difference is that what happens after that, right? Like they don't really have a crucial answer to deal with to the Iron Guard cores. Like they had the point defense turret, by the way. I think it's just mostly just a setup. Because the weakness for the Iron Guards is really just them walking into situations. Right? They're very easily kited. They're very easily to be staggered as well with certain weaponry as well. I think that for that initial early engagement with the phalanx setup, I think they just started beginning with the slight down point. They lost the B side here. We do see more phalanxes being set up, but these are the reinforcing phalanxes. At point defenses, they're not cheap either, so they're very easily picked up once you get the right infantry, right weaponry here. So far, 2 whole officers, they have been living for quite a long time. They got mules as well, so they have the economy to get them necessary G12s or AMP-powers or mazes if they want to go for it. So to deal with a lot of these point defense turrets too. You went with Cyclones. I think that's cool, but that just means you're very determined to see whether your officers can try to make a play. But there's just so many Iron Guards for them to deal with here. It's such a slow progress here.
But the commander has to put in some work as well. Yes, it's more like planting on the Cyclones over there and do a little bit of work, but yeah, but at the same time as well, you can actually do your own stuff as the officers to actually clear down all these. But it seems like there's a lot more, because that's the thing. Cyclone's not really frontal, is long range. You want to fight over. You want to get a little bit of advantage when it comes to close range as well. You cannot fully rely on the officers.
Finally, there it is.
I guess there are other units they can actually use as a expense. There are a number of Marines that they can actually still play around with. It's a little bit concerning.
No, yeah, but Flavor, see, finally we got the cluster upgrade. It's finally there.
Oh yeah,
here.
This is gonna be important. Look at Delta just ducking.
Ducking. I mean, don't think you can really dive, sadly. It'd be pretty cool, duck and cover, dive, duck and cover.
Duck. Well, he was still alive from running away from that. But once again, we're looking at a very close fight here in between these two teams. Finally, they managed to drain down APU ESC's victory points all the way down to 207 right now. It's coming close to that 100-ish number in a few short moments, and possibly another nail-biting ending to this game number 2.
They are, but do take into account that this is where the second fabricator is going to be. So this is going to be a majority of the Iron Guard manufacturing here. So I guess you could say it's probably the most heavily defense area, especially since now there's the turret there.
Should be.
They need some ATs here, but sadly Chariot went for battle suit, so it doesn't really have a setup at hand. There's the EMP strikes here. They're gonna reduce all of it. They're gonna remove all of their shields entirely. And the Undercon light tank, well, as long as he meets his target, should be able to make it good on Delta versus squad. Beetle from Maxtron is currently on his way here. Finally, one of the Chariot desk goes down. I think Delta is also gonna be following in suit shortly.
Yeah. No shields here. Bravo, full shields, full tail HP. Clean takedown up against Delta. So that's going to be very, very problematic. A failed attempt there by GSF side. They should go over towards the A, meaning they have to try once again. Besides that, or if they're already in the midst of doing so, at B, hopefully that will work out for them because they're very, very close to actually equalize themselves in terms of victory points right now. At the start, I was still fine with APU around the 300-ish victory points, but right now it's very, very crucial as 167, a little bit too low over there. And I'm not even sure if there's any other further upgrades pending from any both sides. I do believe that this is almost as late game as you can possibly see when it comes to upgrades, because compared to before, although time-wise it's not as much, like we're also reaching the half-an-hour mark, but previously the commanders were more focused towards churning out the units, therefore they did not have the resources to actually max out their upgrades. But this time's a little bit different as the commanders do take a little bit of time to do a little bit of investment for themselves.
I mean, there's a lot of, actually, honestly, I think this is the one thing which GSF faction has that probably outranks Axons here would be for the commander's point of view, not really for the on-ground officer, but just the commander point of view, right? They have a lot of options, like a lot of options of infantry, how you want to do it, how you want to deal with certain scenarios. It's not that you're out of options. You do have, maybe you have too many options here, but so far we're not seeing one of those options coming into play here. But so far they're going to be committed. They can't deal with the B side. Ooh, they managed to get rid of the defense turret with the targeted strikes here. Now they want to see slowly melting away some of these Iron Guards here. You have 2 IFVs, great for dealing with Iron Guards as well. Just need to start rolling them in. Good artillery, good supports. Now they're rolling in to try to capture the site here. Eventually, APU will be able to unlock the tier 3 reinforcements. Now that's a big bulk of reinforcement coming in. You got 2 Guardian Troopers, Elite Marines, M33s. Guardian Troopers, Iron Guards are not really going to be able to do much against that as well. Ooh, I believe that's the Gauntlet CPC. EMP really great for disabling.
Oh, yeah.
We don't really see a lot of players running that actually, so pretty cool that he actually has
very rare. Very, very rare. Yeah, tried to do a little bit Chill Fabricator, but realized that it doesn't have the right weaponry to actually go for it. So I guess, but they do have information, and we'll see if they want to actually do something about it right now. But finally, Leonard, finally, 122 to 124. Make that equalize 122 to 122 for APUESC and 2-4. At this point, the game should be ending up here on the next 10 more minutes. We will see. But look at this barrage of attack coming up from the Axon side towards the GSF side. I think it's happened. Delta down for the count together with Eagle, leaving out Chariot also down at the same time as well. Make that 3 officers from GSF. Probably a big opportunity for the Axon side to actually just push them away and outside. Look at this Iron Gut coming out and showing their prominence and power in the faces of GSF members who's trying to push through at side A.
Okay, this is not the cluster. This is this is the one. So artillery trying to be committed to this side. They cleared out majority of B. Observer, can we let's have a little fun, guys. All our amazing viewers gonna have a little fun. So we have 2 IFVs here. Let's play find the IFVs. Where they're at. Hey, no, Observer, you can't open the call sign. That's not fair. You gotta physically find them. No, these are cyclones. How to find them?
Did you say find the IFVs?
Okay, we found one. Where's the second one? That's the thing. Okay, so yeah, C is very locked down. It's totally fine. You guys can't get past IFV. Where's the second one, buddy? Not that hard. I know where's the second one, but I want to see whether you know it, Observer. Yeah, because we're not going to see any actions for a while, so let's just see where we can find the IFVs here. Oh no, he got destroyed. Oh, okay, finally got destroyed. By the way, observer, the IFV was actually towards the A side, but parked between the supply, between the cache, GSF cache and the Axtron's current supply on the left side of the map there.
You mentioned it right after the observer was actually leaving the A side, thinking that all the action was all over. Then. Yeah. So yeah, I realized that.
Yeah. There's the QRF drop. Elite Marines dropping in, but they are dropping into Rook Iron Guards and Iron Guard cores here. So yeah, they are going to die. So one lone Rook remains in an Iron Guard course. I don't think that's going to be an issue here. Oh, friendly fire still is in effect by artillery strikes. Do take it into account for that one.
Yeah, looks very, very close. I guess they're close to clearing out all the Iron Guards over here, but things are over yet. The Angstrom industry officers are still trying to screen out the team members from APU, ESC here at the moment. They're desperate. They know they're very low on victory points at the current moment right now. So APU does have access here to the 3 reinforcements. They want to capitalize as much as possible with what they have. Tim goes when say to hold, they do have a good number of Iron Guards on their end together with Iron Guard cores as well. Ooh, and that's gonna hurt as Beetle and Delta together with Eagle from GSM is gonna go down. I do believe that this is the second or if not the third time in the last 2 minutes that they failed to actually do any form of push towards A and B side here to flip it over to the GSM side, and they are definitely in trouble.
Yep, very in trouble indeed. More lost initial engagement. They do have the tier 2 reinforcements. Now this is the bulk of the GSF infantry right now. They're rolling in. We did see a quick resupply of Iron Guard cores dropping down from the airship here from the side of a 2 hole to reinforce that B. A side seems pretty difficult at the current moment, but I guess you could roll an M33 in there, get rid of probably could just get rid of a lot of things over there as well. The M33 can't really hit that B side unless they stand at the edge of the base here, edge of the victory point site. So that's most likely not gonna happen here. But we do see finally a rotation of the Omicron light tank here. We'll be able to swiftly get rid of the racks here, and this is gonna be mass infantry push into the side. And by the way, there is friendly fire here, so artillery also will get rid of their infantry reinforcer. You do have the phalanx crew. Set it up, buddy.
Set it up.
Set it up.
Funny,
and then he'll be pretty fine. You could set it up at the corner of the staircase, not that corner, like behind next to the process. You have a nice line of sight.
Ladder, did you realize all 3 victory points were flipped? All 3 of them were flipped to neutral, meaning that opposite side. So now although APU secures B, but now they lost out A and C. So now it is all the way to whole as well. So they're still not out of danger yet. They still need to capture another. So I do believe that this is going to be a rush right now, just like what we saw yesterday. So they are going towards C. I do believe from the looks of it, they need to make this happen because they don't have much time left. 10 more victory points away.
Oh, he neutralized it.
We're having a frontal battle over here between the Guardians together with Omicron light tank, clearing out one of them and make that 2 and able to actually get its nose up to its Eagle. You better run. You better hide. And finally, APU ESC does it. They flip back the C and is finally draining down the victory points from 2 whole with only 10 VPs left.
Yep. But the phalanx crew is not set up in the most. Wait, hold on. I guess it covers the right side. I guess in a way, okay. I
think it's facing towards the Axtron base.
But you see, that's the corner of the wall, right? So yeah, he can turn. Yeah. He can slightly turn a little bit more to the right and start doing a little bit of firepower here. So anyway, we do hit the M33s. They managed to get back C. That's great. Okay, there goes the phalanx squad. Yeah. So it all comes down to both Chariot and Delta to win out this 2v3. Oh, sorry, made a 2v2 now. There you are.
Oh no, they're desperate. They're desperate. If GSF doesn't stop this, they lose.
Oh,
but Delta, very low HP.
Okay,
that's still okay. They're still okay, meaning that they can reflip it back to
friendly fire. GSF. Oh, okay, they neutralize it. They neutralize it first. Fine, that's fine. That's totally. Iron Guard cores. They're rolling in.
Oh, they're rolling in quickly. Flip it back. No, no. Hustle is there. It's still there. He doesn't have shields, but doesn't have the HP. If this is flipped, I think it's over because by the time the reinforcements by Axtron makes it,
oh wait, he's down. He could have captured it in time.
Yep, he's down. So right now they're still safe. Still safe right now. But look at the number of units here coming up from Axtron Industry. Oh, the Iron Gods getting into position. We do have their comment in it. It's not only at the level 2, it's also at the level 1 as well. Yeah, GSF can't move forward. They can't move forward anymore. Look at it. Everyone's going upstairs. Everyone's going upstairs. Like, you want a piece of me? You want a piece of me? Yeah, you want to. Oh, God. Yeah, EMP's trying to do it. The wipes over here is going to be dropped. But Eagle is trapped in between multiple Rook and 9 Iron Gods here at the top. Man, still not there. It's so close. It could be anyone's game right now. Now, all officers are out and they are making their way towards B. That is priority unless somebody tries to flip it over. If Axtron goes up to C, sorry, my apologies, try to go out C, yes, correct. If GSF tries to go out for A, could also be an option as well because everybody's too focused here on B at this particular moment. So right now, this is all packing. The Iron God all packing on E. So they need somebody to just capture this victory point. Someone. Oh, that's got. Oh God. Okay, that was good.
By the way, this is the last reinforcement units for. Whoa, Delta! He just sprint right through all those Iron Gods. Wow. Oh, Cherry tried to do the same.
Dude,
no.
this guy just walked past through. Don't worry, I can do it.
The man had like straight up. What does everyone call it? A Sigma aura, right? They just run straight.
Oh wait, Beetle is resuscitated, so he's still fine. Oh God, no! No, look at this.
Oh no, okay, they should be able to capture it now. Oh no, never mind.
No,
Cyclone's doing the work.
No, this is going to be a tight one. Gonna be a tight one.
The Omicron Light Tank. They found the Cyclones.
Finally. Oh. Doing a little bit of bumper. So, yeah, so the Cyclone is gone. So, hopefully, this would be the option that the Axtron Industry is looking for. Bravo is doing it. No other officers inside by GSF. And with this capture, it's all about time right now. Is anyone making their way towards A from GSS side? No one is, meaning that they have to go with B. Through this much number, now I think it's GG. I think it's GG.
I agree. That's pretty much it. Well played company from Two Hole from literally reversing back to it because they had the disadvantage as well here. So really well done bringing back the game. A little bit of a quick change in decision making coming from the on-ground officers from the Axtron. Other than that, well done bringing back the game for themselves here. GSL, ooh, that is really nice. They tried to bounce back with it. Got really close. It really got really close. We almost went to a 1-1 tie flavor. But now Two Hole earns the most points here, 2-0 here. They are 1 point away from achieving the bronze prior to the third placing for themselves here. So let's see whether APU is able to just switch things up because 2 rounds they went with the MLR with the side one. The first the first one was flavor. The APU one is the first one they went with the MLRS from the Armor Division. Now they went with the Cyclone. Yeah, they went for Cyclones this time. So 2 of the artillery, it looked great. It definitely felt great. Trust me. Like seeing them bombarding all those Axtron officers as they try to retake B. It's always great. It's always fantastic. But wasn't really a solution for those Iron Guards. It's becoming a very huge problem for the infantry, for the officers on the field there. So maybe third map, more open to make those Cyclone works. I think that'd be great. That there's some maps that can actually make it work, but we'll see. We'll have to see.
Oh yeah, I am nervous despite it's not us being there on the field playing out. this third and fourth placing match itself. But if we have witnessed two very close matches so far for game one and game number two, I believe that not just me and Leonard, but including all of you guys tuning in, I do believe you guys are excited to see what will happen in game number three. Will APU ESC make a comeback here and finally gain their first victory in this best of 5 series? Or will Team 2 Hole be able to actually get a whopping 3-0 up against their opponent? All this and more right after this commercial break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the bronze match for the Extreme Seas, the frontline season for Invitational Ascension. I'm Lennox and Yololi, and joining me once again is Flavor as we bring you guys towards possibly the last match of our best of 5 bronze match,
Possibly.
or could be the comeback round here. We're not really sure about this so far. We're seeing the growth coming in from the commander for the GSF. He's definitely improving and getting so much more better with those precision strikes, especially with those artillery. I may not be a big fan of it, but he is slowly making it work, and it looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, and I think it's we've seen some very solid games coming up from both of these teams. I'm very curious to see how things are gonna unfold in this game number 3. I mean, everything has been so close so far. Everything's been very, very tight. APUESC, I think the thing about them is that I do have a feeling that I wouldn't be surprised if they actually manage to actually win the next coming games and probably just make big turnaround in the upcoming matches here in the best of 5 series. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, that at this point, Team 2 Whole already has 2 games under their belt, meaning that they only need to win 1 more game in this best of 5 series to win it all and become our 3rd place winner. But of course, for APUSC, they have a long journey throughout the series, because if they want to win the series, they must win the next remaining matches. Game number 3, which is the one that we're looking at right now, game number 4, and number 5, to make it a 3-2 score. And this is the map. Vito, we have the ban on Academy by the Marshall, the ban on Sunday Mall and Central by Team 2 Whole, I believe. Sorry, by APU, and then 2 Whole picks out Town Square because they get second dibs on things as they won the game number 2.
Correct. Now you got Times Square. Now, okay, now this map, great for artillery. Really great for artillery. There's not a lot of places that can actually disrupt you. I mean, except the bridges, but a lot of the victory point sites, a lot of the areas is pretty open up here.
Pretty exposed.
It's fantastic for Cyclones. Targeted strikes, going to be fantastic here. You're going to be able to get a little bit more precise. There's not really much things that can really cover you from. So if you want to go with the Cyclones, you can actually bring out the full fruitions here. But you got to get that positioning right, because there was, like, from that last round, I think he only was able to realign those strikes better once he got a little bit more intel, right? Because I think there was a lot of field that wasn't really connecting on those iron gun cores. But towards the end of it, everything was precise. Any commander or officer was going for that BV point for that collection, just kept getting knocked down, just kept getting hit there.
Yeah.
So,
and this one, we're looking at the GSF infantry up against Axron Industries Energy again for this trade-off. And of course, the game has begun here at this particular moment. For the moment, Beetle is already in position to actually capture this over for the Axron side, but swift movement here by Eagle, sweeping around to prevent Eagle from actually doing off the capture. Beetle doesn't have much up his sleeve at the current moment. 1 HP with no shields. So I'm guessing that it's gonna be GSF side capturing this, but Anchor together with number of scouts is already here as well. Will they be able to make it in time to screen away the Marine or even the officer from capturing this site? That's a little bit slow as Anchor is gone. Yeah, so I think GSF got it this time.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit of a standard play between both the Axron and GSF infantry. They definitely will. Axron definitely will still lose out the initial engagement here. But when it comes to officers, I think it's a little bit of a different story, because I think just now 2 Whole only sent like 2 members. It was pretty much like a 2v4 kind of scenario here for them here. So it was a pretty rough gunfight here. But now you got the Phalanx crew here. By the way, you see from this sandbags flavor, there's another entry in the front. So if we put it even further front, you get this nice line of sight from the entrances of where Ascension members will usually come up from. You actually can do some really big damage there for sure. But there's a lot of placements you can put the phalanxes here. But in this case, its vision is being blocked out by a lot of these sandbags here.
I think one of the great things about this particular sandbag is that it covers your left and right, and the point of entry is very, very limited, meaning that it does cover kind of most of your blind spots. So I think that could be a really good place for you to actually set up as well. And of course, for when it comes to the support crews, it's going to be one of the early game expenses that you'll be having for the GSF side, which helps a lot for you to just keep enemies away. It's great in terms of screening out the enemy from their sides for them to prevent them from recapturing. Yeah, could be one of the early game options because it's not as expensive as the vehicles coming up from the division. So they'll probably go down with that and a few other Marines.
Oh yeah. By the time, you got 2 of the capture points as well. I mean, sure, they'll get the lead from the side. Let's see whether they can get an early armor here. Which I think is pretty... One thing that's really nice about downtown is that, especially for the B side, if you start on the south side of the map, right, the left side of the map, you can actually have a really nice army to lock down that cache site. And you really have this nice place to just constantly go and resupply, get back to the fight. You have a lot of really nice covers, a lot of walls you can really play around with for those who actually starts on the left side of the base here. But in terms of build orders, infantry, you have, I mean, you're not going to see a lot of power plants coming in for the infantry side. Usually you start with, like, when the game starts as an RTS commander, you start with like what, 1 power plant, then 1 racks. You get those initial units out. You can have a choice to drop in an early power plant or prioritize some initial income to drop more armories on the sideline. It really depends on what kind of playstyle you want to go for as the infantry. If you put more power plants, means you can get a lot more upgrades a lot more faster than usual. Entirely up to you. Infantry, you can get elite marines. I think that's like one of the few things that you can actually try to play around with. And you also can play for elite marines. You can also play out with the additional armor bonus, which you can actually get an upgrade, which is uniquely only for infantry division here.
Oh yeah. And meanwhile, we're also looking at the Ace Vanguard drones.
Sad time.
The Ace Vanguard battlesuit from the GSF side here by Chariot, also pushing it up. It doesn't deal off that damage. I guess it's more of a diversion instead. So leaving out the weaponry from the officers to actually clear out the Iron Guards. They do have a repair drone big drop here, so they might want to clear it out. Meanwhile, here is Beetle. Oh, they do have this
Ocular.
what do you call this?
Ocular defense turret.
Ocular defense turret, yes. For energy.
Yeah, because for energy, right? Usually, if you're not energy division, guys, the defense turret will just be a regular like twin machine gun turret. But since this is the energy one, it's gonna change from a twin turret to a laser ocular tower. So basically, when you hear that sound, you know you're like, all right, they have a laser turret. It doesn't do a lot.
Charge down.
Yeah, so it doesn't do insane. Like, it doesn't shred infantry as quickly. But what it does is that it's great. The laser effect, whichever area it shoots from or connects with, leaves up an area of infernal fire. So any phalanx crews, any stationary targets, or anyone who's playing behind a certain cover will actually get like this damage over time kind of flame breaks. Pretty much like an incendiary area.
Yeah, so any units that are static will feel the pain.
Yeah, they will burn, man.
Yeah, still, right now, Two Hole
here?
is the one having the walls against our back because they only managed to actually capture Seaside, which is leaning more, because if you guys look at the map, right, so for Extron side, it is more on the right side, so meaning that C is being closest to them, B in somewhere in the middle as usual, and A side closest to GSF. But right now, the middle one, side B, is going to be the one heavily contested by both sides because it will require Travis through B to get to the other side of the headquarters. Where A, you can do a little bit of wraparound. I do believe at A right now, there should be, we do see Castle. Yeah, that's a while ago when you're going on for A. And for B side, yeah, things are a little bit busy over here because when you're on the side of GSF, you do lose out as it's being flipped over to Extron, and Extron will try to actually build up a little bit of defense around this area perimeter to prevent any form of captures and entries from GSF. And yet another flip over here to A as well, meaning Two Hole has captured 3 victory points at this point.
Oh yeah, they got the advantage. They have the weapon. Now we see the first Sigma Ocular. This is what I'm saying, right? It's a very fast timing actually got the Ocular out here. So they don't really have, GSF generally doesn't really have any weapon, nor do they have like the Phalanx to try to deal with it as well. Oh, this Fire Inferno is just burning all the Marines. They're just walking right through it. Sigma Ocular, not the best, not the craziest tanks here. Like if we were to compare damage wise, sure, Sigma tanks, outranged, outdamaged, an insane vehicle. The only problem is its it can't turn the gun nozzle. It's not like an M33 where you have that flexibility. You can turn all 360s, but you can't. It needs to literally, its whole body has to turn in a particular direction. Only then that Sigma tank can actually shoot that out. So, but other than that, firepower and everything, and range is probably the best in this game when it comes to just the vehicle itself. But since this is the energy one, the Sigma tank is actually sought out for the Sigma Ocular, which is the laser one. We'll see later. You can see the icon on the unit map, guys. But we'll see it physically later once the observer gets to it. Right after we see how Castle, whether he lives or die, or actually he dies. So that's the end. They will be able to secure A. All right, let's check out that Sigma Ocular flavor.
It's like giving the observer the responsibility. Go find and find.
There's that bad.
There's a Sigma Ocular.
So picture this, right? Like if it's a Sigma tank, if he wants to target something, it has to turn his whole body. At least the Sigma Ocular, he just had to turn the gun nozzle, and it's totally fine. He can literally start firing away.
Yeah, because the nozzle is static together with the whole body of the tank.
Yep.
Oh, Beetle. Coming up from the Extron side is currently down here. They are at the B side ditch. Going down and knowing with this info at hand, probably is anyone gonna go down? Looks pretty quiet though. Yep. Nobody here. Yeah, so I guess that was only a single officer pushing forward towards B. That doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Probably just as fake. Probably going to A instead because we do see a little bit of movement. Yeah, I do foresee this. That's always the case. Yeah, so Action trying to go for A when you least expect it. Oh, that's a long range attack towards the Sigma Ocular. Somebody better save him.
That's right. I mean, I wouldn't be too worried. I think he will start moving it back in time eventually. I hope. But a new point defense turret gets dropped out. Oh,
it's low on HP, bro.
Oh,
you sure?
No,
Are you sure?
I was not concerned until I heard the autocannon from the autocannon coming from the Phalanx squad. When I heard that, I instantly knew, okay, oh great, there's an autocannon. Gotta back it up.
It's being repaired. It's being repaired. Oh no, yep. Well.
No. It didn't target the. Oh no, it did target it. I thought it hit.
It did because the other one is actually a new one behind.
No. So apparently, Flavor, the first one hit the repair drone and it destroyed the repair drone. So I thought, the repair drone tanked out the Sigma Ocular. But when the smoke cleared, I was like, okay, yeah, the thing is on fire. It's so done. It's so gone.
It's oh gosh, things are insane here in the middle of the map. They're trying to make things work, especially when it comes to APU ESC. At one point, 2 had a great foothold here in the game as they do capture 3 victory points, but things have taken a turn here as APU ESC is currently in the lead here. Still 424 victory points compared to what 2 has at 337. Not only losing out A easily, but also losing out their place in the B side as well. So this is going to be very, very problematic. And I do believe that early game-wise, I think that GSF always has an advantage. It is a build-up. It's easy for you to actually build up your defense over this. For Exron, it takes you a little bit longer for you to actually cut online compared to GSF. Yeah, if you want to go with the with Iron Gods, right now they're going with the Sigma Ocular. It's still not enough, but solid here from GSF, holding them away. The units are also well placed. They are placed in they have a gap in between them so that all of them don't die together. It's kind of thing.
The thing about this is that, from what drastic difference from the last game that we were really saying this one is that the different kind of units that you're really building up as a commander. When you build up Sigmas, you're basically building up all tanks. You're basically building up all tanks, right? So that means there's going to be a lack in firepower in certain areas for your officers on the ground. So whereas for APU ESC, although they are losing quite a definite amount of Marines here, but compared to losing Sigmas and the timings that you can actually push on Marines, the commander for APU side is better able to support his teammates a lot more better here. Right now you see 2 being forced back here. And by the way, if you notice the blinking red on the, it is overloading. So
yeah,
the energy Yeah, the energy division has one of the ability called overloading. So basically, you're overloading a power plant to just get this burst amount of energy for power. So for basically, you could get a really nice uptime for research or just to pump out additional unit that requires it. But I love the fallout from APU. They see a lot. They see the Sigma Ocular. Here comes the M33. It's not the armored one. You will still have to commit supplies to attach the machine gun turret onto the M33s. But it will still be able to make quick work of the Sigma Ocular. The Sigma Ocular is going to have a really tough time against it.
Oh my. Would you hear comms? Oh wait, we can actually hear the comms? How so? Oh. Okay, so yeah, so right now still doing interesting enough. Yeah, we can actually hear that. But I guess that GSF also has a good idea about this movement coming up from in, and they are gonna get stopped over here. Oh, by the GSF side, they couldn't actually move forward. Castle gets spotted out here by Chariot. Phantom Orion getting sort of by event is not gonna get tricked by this. I know this trick, but Castle is gonna pin down to 43 HP. And they're trying to turn forward. Castle building up his shields once again. Gets a little bit support from behind. It is going to be Delta, so it's going to be a two-pronged attack by the two offers from GSF and 2-hole. This looks quite similar to what we saw on game number 2 in this 3rd and 4th placing match, where APU ESC is leading, but 2-hole was able to hold on to the best of their abilities, and at one point they were able to actually flip it back over to their end.
Yeah, but it's definitely a quick switch up here, Flavor, in terms of units here coming from the commander. Like, this is the APU that we knew from yesterday, the one that's usually playing on the ground, supporting the officers, rather than going for the targeted strikes, the armored vehicles here. Now you definitely see a little bit of a switch up compared to the last game, where it's like everyone is best equipped. Everyone has units. Everyone has some form of follow up with this. Got the M33 here. Are they really going for the base siege here with the M33s here? You need more engineers though for this, but okay, I guess not. He's not going for the base race. He's just trying to find that lone Sigma Ocular, and there it is. There's the Sigma. It's totally down now for the count. We do see a couple of M powers trying to get rid of the M33, but the damage has been done. You lost the Sigma. Most likely also lose the mule on one of the supply points.
I think that's a light tank, right? Is that the?
No, that's the crawler.
Oh, that's the crawler. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the one that's shooting the light thing is actually the M power actually. It is a player.
Units. It's gonna break into pieces, and the units, the scouts will have to make an exit, but dies in their whole process over here. Even the fabricator is backed out outside. Do hope that is. Oh no, that is actually the ocular defense, just in case to clear out the M33 battle tank.
Make a quick work of it. Couple of hits more.
Takes a little bit more, but they're going to be losing yet another. It's okay. Worth
the M33.
For who?
No, I think in this case it's pretty worth. I think it's fine. I mean, it definitely sucks that he lose the tank tier, but I think it's fine. The purpose of the tank the whole time was just to get rid of the defense turret, get rid of the Sigma Ocular, because it's a little bit of a nuisance. I won't say it was detrimental to their whole line of defense here or their offense here, but they just decided to get rid of it. They succeeded in their part as well. So they're like, oh, we did our work, we did our part. Now we slowly gatekeep them at their base here. Oh, there's the Sigma here.
Yeah, wasted a lot of time as well, which means that the team members from Axron was not able to make their entry towards the B side to actually go in for a capture for themselves. Yeah, this is also one of the tactics as well, because not really the game is not restricted to just holding down the side, but also your ability to distract and put in pressure towards the opponent. So that is actually what's happening right here. Of course, try to go for a little bit of rotation here by Chariot, but that does not translate into a positive outcome, as Chariot and Eagle from the GSSI will be shooting him down. It does seem that they do spot up the mule here. And a little bit of auto machine gun.
Yeah, oh, there's the Sigma. Okay, now it's very clear. So it has the craziest of turn radius. Yeah, you can't really go full 360. He has to turn the whole body to do actually something here. But it will make very quick on the point defense. I don't think the point defense there is going to be able to withstand the might of the Sigma. Yeah, just 2 hits and it's gone. Not the best on hitting players though. That's the thing. I mean, if we able to hit the player, oh yeah, it's a done deal. But let's see if we can hit it. You know.
Oh yeah, it's
Well,
funny
one
that
more
it
hit.
does see. GSF is just putting pressure right in front of their house doors at HQ here of Axron. Yeah, GSF just doing this. Look at this chariot, getting a little bit of cover behind the double decker. We do have Delta. Yeah, also because of this push, they also capture out some really good resource points. Things are not looking good here for the Axron side. They are losing out in terms of the amount of energy resources, generating only 13 per second. They only have 8 ammo per second, and they also generate 41, almost double of everything, every single resource you can name of in the game. It's all in the side of APU ESC, and with the commander not having the good amount of resources he can actually utilize to upgrade and actually create all this is going to be really, really bad. And he's going for upgrades right now, so I thought he'll be chilling out. So I guess he has to tell the team to keep holding on as much as they can.
Yeah, now this is definitely a lot better. They can definitely try more QRF being dropped down as well. It's basically similar to the Iron Guard drops. Really, the only difference that for the infantry division is actually going to be 3 elite marines with 3 field supports. However, they are pushing them right into the gun turrets here. So yeah, that's not to say they're very cheap, but they're not very expensive either. Those infantry drops here, but you know it's painful to lose.
No. Castle charging forward all the way through. Wow, he is navigating his way through the lands. So far, he has not engaged with any of the enemy units, maybe officers or any normal units, vehicles, and making his way towards A. This is definitely going to be the plan. Now, hopefully, by doing this, yes, it halts the progress of reducing the amount of victory points you have, but hopefully you do have enough defense to prevent the enemy from recapturing it back. If not, then all this comes to no avail. Oh, if we look at the left side observer, yep, there is a point defense. Yes, it is secure, and there is also a field support at the same time as well. And Castle is down just like that. Yeah, so all that time spent traversing the lands towards A, which is very, very far, by the way.
No, it's well done. He couldn't anticipate now, because the thing is right now you have to deal with both the phalanxes. By the way, beautiful setup by the way coming in from APU's commander. Nice in the corner, nowhere to flank them as well. Unless the guy has an MRPG cluster launcher as well, then he could deal with the phalanx, but he would not have the financial to deal with the point defense, especially since he didn't have a mule in hand. So well defense hole here. Now we see the tier 3 reinforcement flavor as they're rolling out here. And hopefully to try to see if they can chase them out of their base here, because they do need an opening. They do need to see the limelight, because this could have been the game that they could have closed it out to secure their bronze match here. But no, it feels like we could be potentially going to that 4th game.
Oh yeah, especially by looking at the scores right here. Very much likely of that happening unless Agron could actually make something happen over here. Look at that. Even the observer is also joining into the fight with vibrations coming on with the camera as well. Omicron Light Tank is just pushing through. And yeah, there's no time to waste. This is the way that they need to play it out, because there's no way for you to play it slow and all that. Even though you clear out with the barracks here, that's not really the main objective. You gotta make it go towards the B side, and who knows what awaits it, because it's been a while since we actually observed what B side has to offer. It does not seem like there are any officers from the GSF side here. No. Looks very, very quiet, and the Extra Industry members have arrived and they don't have much time. Oh god, okay, I think it's over, because
it's over. I think they should have right after they broke that Rex. Actually, no, even before that, I think they should have sent the Omicron Light Tank towards that C, towards the A side. I mean, you could try, but it's like you said, there's not a lot of time remaining as well. It's like 3 victory points being drained drastically fast as well. So there's really not much you can do about it. But other than that, well done. I only can say the only core difference would be the fact that this time we see APU playing back the style that we knew what they were playing from yesterday, just reinforcing the officers. Don't get me wrong, the targeted strikes coming from the Cyclones, and of course aerial bombardments with the MLRS from the Armor Division. That's cool, that's great. But I think also depends on which map you're also utilizing. So I think this is a very clear example where certain divisions and certain units doesn't really play around well with certain maps. But you know, that's the kind of thing when it comes to RTS, right? It's up to the commander to just quickly to switch things up to adapt to certain scenarios, so counter certain units as well here. But of course, the GSF faction in the end will actually GSF faction in the end always has more options compared to the Astron side here. So far 2 whole, their officers really well done, I think, so far for winning their first 2 games. They knew exactly what needs to be done. The commander was fantastic, great timings in pushing on those tanks. It was like, wow, that's like insanely fast as well too, with those Sigma Oculus as well. But you know, that's pretty much it. That's our 3rd game, ladies and gentlemen. We still have our fourth round, second last of our best of 5. Will 2-0 finally close things out here, or do we potentially might see that game 5? We'll know all this right after this quick short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're back together with us here at the Xavier Sees the Frontline Studios for the Season 4 Invitational Ascension. My name is Flava, and with my good buddy Yolo Lee. And hopefully you guys have enjoyed your time together with us yesterday, day number 1, and today, the day number 2, or should I say the final day, where we're currently tuning in to the best of 5 series of the 3rd and 4th place match in between Team 2 Whole and Team APU ESC.
Yep, it's been quite the blast so far during this bronze matchup as well between both sides here. Like, we definitely could see like a different place, alright. Like, what happens if the commander were to run the like super late game armored like tank division, or basically tank infantries here. Sorry, not tank infantry, it's more like tank units here. Whereas what happens if you were to go for artillery lines up as well on the GSF side? We basically, or I'm really happy for all our viewers as well, new viewers particularly as well, who hasn't really like tried Extremis before, or have no idea what Extremis is all about. I'm glad that you guys are getting a good view of everything, right? Like the kind of gameplay that you're going to be seeing, what kind of explosive impact it's going to have, what kind of units is somewhat available for the commanders and for the officers to experience. I'm really happy that everyone's get to experience all options of it, actually. I mean, we still have a lot more options here. We haven't seen the full firepower of every other units here, but still, I'm glad you guys are able to experience everything.
Oh yeah,
like, seriously, I didn't like Flavor. I didn't even expect we are going to see Sigma tanks. Like,
we saw a lot of them.
No, we saw Sigma Ocular, so I thought that was fine. But Sigma tanks, I was like, I thought we'll only see those kind of vehicles on maps like Crossing or something, because long range, large maps, it's basically a tank map. It's basically a tank map, right? So I thought we're only going to see it then.
Fine. Probably we'll keep seeing them in the next few rounds, as we are going to be still featuring these 2 teams over here. But we are back once again here. This is game number 4, and I do foresee that this game and the next game, APU, ESC, and 2 Whole will stick around with the same division. They're comfortable. APU wants GSF, 2 Whole wants Exeron. There's no way they're going to swap up this time. And map videos are out. Academy banned out by the Marshal. Crossing and Express banned over by APU. So 2 Whole will choose Sunday Mall. So sorry, actually it's reversed because APU won. So yeah, so Express and Crossing is actually banned by 2 Whole, and then APU picks Sunday Mall.
Yeah, Sunday Mall is going to be great as well. I think we've seen quite a few Sunday Mall maps being selected by the teams as well. We saw like really interesting how teams actually try to play around the map. We see people playing a lot with the vantage points, some people playing with the fortification as they set up various phalanxes as well. I believe we saw was it APU, the one that set up the fortification on the A side here. They play fortification, they set up the forward barracks with the phalanx setup. That defense was absolutely solid. Actually, no, it could be wrong. It may not be APU. It could have been someone else here. Another team here today. One of our grand finalists could be. But, you know, there's various of options you can do. You can be very confident, bring up with 4 Rexes. I think okay, basically, what I mean by 4 Rexes is basically a term that we Extremis players like to call it, right? Like, for the commander, you basically building a certain structure, a certain infantry building outside of the base, relatively close to the front lines here. Whether to best support your teammates or better fast flow of units here, particularly for Iron Guards. Everyone would love to try to put forward fabricators as far as possible, because those Iron Guards, they may have the durability, they may have the firepower, but they just don't have that same mobility unless you're playing robotic division, which is exactly what 2 Whole is playing. Flavor, you guys can actually upgrade. Yeah, you can upgrade the mobility option for the Iron Guards here to be a lot faster.
A lot faster. Trust me. Basically, at least to a point where you, at least it makes sense, you know, to actually have that kind of mobility. When it's too slow, I get it. I believe that he has not reached Skynet level of Terminators yet, so that's why going off. This is game number 4. And the game has begun over here. This is going to be side B. So if you guys are familiar with Sunday Mall, I do believe that we played a lot of Sunday Malls here since yesterday. So you guys should be familiar with this. So side B and side C are very close to one another, whereas side A is all the way to the left side of the map. So traversing from these 2 sides to the other side will take a little bit of time, but it's very crucial for you to actually take control of if for your Aggron side, it's very crucial for you to have C, but of course, it's going to be a huge advantage if you're able to actually hold on to the B, which is much closer to the GSF side on the map side right now. So as we do see here, B and A is currently in hands of GSF. So Aggron Industries would love to actually capture this. It does seem that there's going to be defense coming up from GSF, and they managed to screen out and take down Anvil and Castle, preventing them from flipping them over to the Aggron side. So a small good lead here for GSF. And for those who did miss out on all the action happening up before, just a reminder to everyone that Two Holes has won the first 2 games, and they are only 1 game away from winning the series, whereas APUSC needs to win this game and force the game number 5 as the deciding match for the series.
Correct. So far, I love the focus, right? They understand, okay, B and C, relatively close victory points. The reinforcing distance also is not really relatively that far either, so you gain control of both sides, and also at the same time, you get a nice bonus of the power supply. This is the only map, again, this is the only map that has a 3rd additional power supply for both commanders to utilize, as power supply is relatively important, as it literally contributes to upgrades, better units, better tiers, better armor as well, depending on which way you want to go for this. So power supply is pretty important here. So, but regardless, Anchor, APU able to win out the early engagement. I think this is something this is going to be quite the norm when it comes between GSF and Aggron. When it comes to infantry alone, officers, of course, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. But in this case, APU was able to secure their fights on the B, on their own respective B, and also secure the defense of this A side here. But we're not going to see Anchor stay on this A side for long. The goal is just mostly just to give a little bit of assistance, then slowly fall back towards that B and C side. I believe the Chariot will be the anchor, towards that A side here, because you do not really want to leave that A side, that left side of the map, open for too long, since majority of the other respective supply resources also on that side here. So you can't really capture the whole thing, but at least just ensure that it's not given away to the enemy too much.
And you want to expand a little bit of your units over to A to just give it a little bit of defense so you can secure that area. So it's, and also the part that we actually mentioned about the resources as well is also very, very important, because it's located quite far away. So if you do manage to waste time and effort from your opponents making their way all the way to A and render all that useless, it's a big win for you. And also another side parts we're looking at, the side B and side C, is that right now, yes, respectively, both sides are conquering the victory point side, which is closest to them. So GSF having B and Aggron has C. But look at this, GSF also putting a little bit of pressure, trying to move forward towards the C side, so they're able to actually conquer this. They can flip it over to them, and they can actually hold on to this to prevent the team members of Aggron capturing on B. So you're just pushing the forces upwards towards the top half of the map. Ooh, and kill. Just holding and defending the C side.
Yep. Oh, Bravo with the Orion suit. This spot Chariot down here, but it's literally 3 members in a 1v2 scenario. He's a little bit down low, getting quite brave upon on top of that as well. But they really want to solidify it. If they can actually get the kill on Bravo, that's going to set him back for quite a bit. So Sissy did commit for battle suits here. The Orion battle suit in particular as well, to go head to head. They try to take this battle between the battle of 2 fronts here. Will find great success. Oh, he got distracted by the illusion cloak here. Can he find Bravo? He tried to duck and cover long enough. But sadly, that's not going to be enough. The scouts just came in a little too late. And because okay, here's the fun fact, by the way, guys. If you notice as well, if a unit were to be assigned to a particular player or officer on the field, and that player dies with those assigned units, the assigned units will actually give up without a fight. They will retreat and fall back all the way back to base. So at times, if you feel like, okay, a particular player has too many units around him, you can get rid of the player instead of going with divide and conquer tactics. It just primarily just kill off the player, and you actually send up a lot of these units back to base, and they won't even challenge you for it. Actually, they won't even fight you.
It would just abandon the whole thing. So basically, losing an officer means that you're just losing the commander in battle, and the most logical thing for them to do is just run. You know, even though the enemy is almost dying, run. That's it. No. So it actually is all charging through. Castle looks like he is currently trapped over here. Chariot does know where he's actually positioned at, but it does look like a little bit of support from a different angle here by Beetle. from the Extron side is able to, but it does seem there's going to be a
Anchor.
wrap around here by Anchor, clearing up Beetle as well as Castle from the Extron side. So that's going to be a big win for GSF in that trade-off here at this particular moment. So meanwhile, we do see more structures from the side of GSF over here. They are building a number of power plants. So yeah, so I guess they're doing this early game investments for themselves and not have much infantry or units at this particular moment, other than having the engineers as well as their marines.
No, I'm totally fine with this. Like, sure, definitely gonna slow things down slightly, but like I'm totally fine with him building a couple of more power plants here, because you're gonna have a lot. You do require a lot of upgrade that's gonna be going really great against Iron Guards in particular. Guardian Troopers, you need an advanced supply center. You're Elite Marines, you need an advanced barracks. So there's that kind of thing where, and it's not cheap upgrades. It's about 2,000, 2,200 energy for you to actually upgrade one of those buildings as well. So that's something that you just want to get a little bit more power plant. But then again, if you are focusing for late game, that means your early game would not get a lot of assistance, particularly for robotics. The one thing cool about robotics is that Two Hole had a really good timing to get out that research module, which allows him to unlock the Iron Guard core drops here. So that's like a really massive power spike burst here, and it particularly it will hurt a lot more for APU, since he is going for research side here to get those more expensive units out. So there will not be any like troops to best assist them on the field of battle, except for the tier 1 reinforcement that might potentially come later on. So until then, there's not going to be, the GSF officer will be dependent on holding their ground with their own personal firepower skill play here. Which so far they've been succeeding quite well, like really well.
Yeah, if you see the recent upgrade, right? So rather than going off for the Iron Guys on all this, Asron is actually more focused towards the normal units, because he just actually made an upgrade on the infantry armor upgrade. So basically they can actually survive a little bit more, increment of HP. So that's why you actually do see like, this 6 scouts being created out for their side. Yeah, so a good number of demolishes as well. So we're gonna use all these cheap units, but that doesn't mean that they're gonna stop their progression going off on Iron Guards. Probably we'll see more upgrades coming in on these robotics on their side. Well, meanwhile, this all comes because the commander is actually using robotics anyways from here. Probably, are we going to be witnessing Templars again this time about, or
I would love to see Templars, but I think we'll see the situation, right? Because right now, I believe the commander for Two Hole is just trying to see what's the situation coming from APU. He's not really revealing a lot from his side. He is infantry, but even from infantry side, infantry division, he still built like cyclones, targeted airstrikes as well. So I think he's just trying to see like, okay, what do I want to build into? Because if he's not building vehicles, he doesn't have to worry about M34 at health spawns, because that's only for the fortification division. Oh no, right?
Oh no, the officers are here. They don't realize, but from behind is gonna be Delta. Anvil now has this information at hand, but what can he do about it? He's gonna shoot from the front and the back, and there's gonna be 2 officers, Beetle and Anvil from Axron Industries, down at this particular point here at in between B and C.
Yeah, so until I guess Flavor, until Two Hole finds out like what's going to be the main core of the army for the GSF side, so I think he's just going to primarily focus on towards that armor guard cores. Yeah, but I mean it's totally fine. You can always go for upgrades. Nothing wrong with upgrades either way. Like if it goes for Templars, it also works out because the robotics upgrades also plays alongside the robotics armor also plays alongside with Templar. So you're basically also investing towards your late game. It's just a matter of which unit order you're gonna try to go for. He does have a lot of cash floating. That's the thing. So if he wants to, actually, I think this is something that a lot of commanders can actually try to go for. Like if you have a lot of floating cash and you're just waiting out for energy here, just spam scouts. Just spam scouts.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. They're not the most cost-efficient units. They're no Marines. Marines have like 800 HP. They definitely do a lot more damage as well. Scouts previously used to have better range than the Marines units. That's what makes them a little bit different from the Marine stats here. But ever since they normalized it, oh my god, he actually got sniped out of the sky. But thank God for Bravo. Yeah, but a big deal. But yeah, Flavor, ever since they normalized the vision range, right, for those between Scouts and Marines always felt like a more superior base infantry unit over the Scouts here. But I think in certain scenario when you're floating like 14,000 cash, right? So, by the way, if viewers, if you're wondering what I mean by 14,000, you can actually look at the lower part of the screen. There's like this cash symbol. That's like 15,000 currently. You can actually spam out quite a lot of scout units while waiting out for that energy here, because he's right now, if you notice in production, he's just prioritizing in researching just prioritizing research here. So
all the
you pump a lot of scouts, you pump a lot of scouts, and then you just start rolling in here.
Yeah, this is another upgrade here. So if you guys are wondering about the upgrades, right, you can see all the in productions. So this applies to upgrades as well as units that you're about to make as well. So the one on the right for the external side is a mule, and of course that upgrade that has the number 2 in Roman is actually yet another one of the upgrades. Now this is the robotics armor upgrade 2, which increases the armor intrinsic HP by quite a lot, actually, around 450 for level 2.
Yeah, it's insane, and especially once you get to tier 3. This is going to be pretty helpful, especially since there's a lot of ways for GSF officers to deal with Iron Guards. Particularly, this is not even normal Iron Guards. These are Iron Guard cores, so they're not as durable, but they still have the exact same firepower, and they're a lot more faster as well here. So, still great for shredding infantry. Officers, if they're prepared for it, they can actually try to deal against the Iron Guard cores. They do have the QRF drop with the 3 Elite Marines, but sadly, the Elite Marines was not really equipped with the grenade launchers or the ATRs, and it's only 3 against 4 Iron Guard cores, so I think they will be able to be melted down relatively quickly.
Yeah, and then especially when they don't have any more armors as well to actually work with as well, so you're sitting ducks and get clear very, very easy. Meanwhile here, the game still progresses. Once again, APU having this early lead with 400 victory points to hold down all the way to 291 here, but they're able to actually stop progression, the decrease of victory points at the end, as they do capture A and C. So now APUSC does have access to that tier 1 reinforcement by being at this point in the game with that much victory.
Yep. Now we also see the IFV also being in production. That's also a fantastic vehicle. I mean, it's light armored, pretty simple for officers on the external side to actually get rid of it with the G2s and the Mazers. But if you pushed it if you coordinate with your officers on the ground here, push at a really nice timing, you can actually really clear out a lot of these Iron Guards, get some more further ground into enemy territory here, probably try to really choke them out of options, because we're not seeing a lot of. Yes, sure, we're seeing trades and skirmishes happening around the power supply between B and C and towards that A side, but we're not seeing anyone like really pushing further across the map here, really. It feels like the central area is like that. It's like that central line, right?
It's like a hemisphere.
Like a little tug of war. Yeah, it's like a little tug of war, you know, people just going back and forth, you know. I win a gunfight, you win a gunfight, you kill my units, I kill your units. And then suddenly out of the blue, it's like, oh, okay, we got by A, or we lost A. Oh, we got by A again. Pretty much just just like playing like the seesaw here, going back and forth with this.
And I think that we're actually at the right place to be here, as there is a shift on the number of
how to move the IFV.
Wait, is it coming here? Oh, the IFV, can it move? Does he have the IFV move?
He can, but I think he's not moving.
Can it move? That's the thing. Oh, yep, IFV is already gone here.
He definitely could move.
But Chariot getting gun down here in the hands of Anvil. The direct gets a 1-to-1 trade-off. Beetle down for the count from the Axron side. And all the shooting from a different side of here. Anchor and Anvil low and HP. And getting down with hopes that he can actually get picked up here by any of the teammates. On the other end, we do have a number of Iron Guard cores. So in combat, you can actually see the command being shut down as well. Trying to cross it out, going up against the battlesuit bots. So I guess if somebody is currently inside or somebody has not picked it up.
Yep. Oh, we have our first M33 tank coming in. Should be able to. This is not the armored division, by the way, guys. This is not armored division. This is infantry division. So this is just the regular M33 without the reactive armor, without the missile or APS upgrade. It's just, it does still have the machine gun equipped, so it can do some damage to us against infantry. But you know, that's a clear sign. Anvil managed to spot it out. I was like, okay, great. They have an M33. He's playing around towards that A side here. Not a lot of vehicles coming out for the side here, but we do see a bulk load, and I'm talking about bulk load of Iron Guard cores, player. 23. That's an absurd amount of Iron Guard cores. Pretty much you can, I believe you viewers can see the tangle line of Iron Guard cores.
It made sense with upgrades, I guess. Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of upgrades related to robotics. Mainly that applies towards the Iron Guards because of this, because you're already pumping in Iron Guards anyways, right? So it's very important for you to actually do. So one of the upgrades you're actually looking at here is none other than the hybrid alloy armor. So this reduces ballistic bullets by 20%. So we're going for ballistics. Yeah, the Iron Guard is going to be upgraded with it in a few short moments once the production is already gone right here. With 22 is just insane. It's not even pumping anything else. So now on the field for Action side, you have 22 Iron Guards up against, together with the other team members right here, up against a mixture of infantries and vehicles from GSF side. I think they got the numbers too, I guess. Yeah, but not as much as the Iron Guards. I mean, Iron Guard looks very, very scary.
Both got each other out here, but there's also interesting thing is, especially for the extra side, right? Depending on which division you select, the support crawler that is provided to each division actually varies and actually gives you different kinds of bonuses. For example, you play robotics, your support crawlers will actually comes in with 2 service Iron Guards. They don't have any offensive capabilities, but they can actually heal up your Iron Guards. Yeah? So this is something really nice. It also works on your Iron Guard cores. He's being super aggressive with the Iron Guard cores. He knows he has the numbers. He doesn't mind losing a couple of 2 or 3s as long as he clears out as many of these guys as much as possible here.
Oh no, that's a point third.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Oh, there's the Guardian Trooper. Pumping out a lot of Guardian Trooper.
Oh no, totally that one packs a punch. It's straight after the Iron Guard core. But gotta shoot up. Basically, you gotta go focus, but that's not really the case over here. Like I said, numbers. Because a problem right here for him. So we want Castle being down while hovering in the air.
Really well done. Guardian Trooper, sure, they're the way to deal with Iron Guards. I agree. But not alone. You probably need a couple of Guardian Troopers. They don't, despite their bulkiness and their damage, right, Flavor? They don't do too well against numbers here, apparently. So
yeah, he wasn't focused in one Iron Guard. Actually, the first Iron Guard they actually shot is still alive. Yeah. So basically, he was shooting the other Iron Guard. So in the end, the Guardian Trooper didn't even kill a single Iron Guard. So the ones down you see here are actually by other units, either by officer or the other unit stationed off.
Yeah, it is really great, especially with the grenade launcher. Because by the way, as a GSF officer, anyone who's been playing XCMS who's new to XCMS, one of the few ways you can deal with Iron Guards are, especially as an officer, ATRs is basically like basically anti-projectile weapons, and then you also have this grenade launchers. I think that's the best one. It's very all-rounder. It's great for clearing ads. Great for clearing. It's basically great for wave clearing. It also staggers the Iron Guard if they're all grouped up and that's splash damage. So practically you'll have you're basically like a walking mortar once you have it in hand. Incendiary shotgun is also pretty great, but you do need to get pretty close to it. That's pretty much why we have smoke grenades and bio injectors. That'd be pretty nice to have.
Yeah. Oh man, Axron is. I think Toho has an idea on how they want to play it. I think they play better on robotics. I think it does reflect on based on how they play robotics before when they fought against Team ATVSC, right? He's just pumping upgrades. Right now, you are actually looking at the armor upgrade for robotics level 3. So this is actually the maximum one. Yeah, so 600 HP and basically if you guys are familiar with Iron Man, right? He has auto repair nanobots. Yeah. Has access to this, which is imbued within all this robotics. When you use your robotics, just like I got
no Eagle, dude. He didn't know he was in the battle. He was in the battle pod suit, the battle suit pod. And so when he came out of it, he just turns around and there was an Iron Guard core drop.
Oh no! But now this is the one that we're talking about. So now do you have a number of Guardian Troopers to fight against the Iron Guard core? So probably. Oops, a little bit more. Lose out 2. And that's it. So a few of them are bravo. Damn, you are brave, man.
Yeah, you do not want to 1v1 these Guardian Troopers. And I'm not talking about 2, just one. Yeah, just 2 hits. 2 hits you every single time. It doesn't matter what armor suit, what battle suit you're running. It just 2 hits you every single time. You can't survive this. Okay, wait, that's a lot of Iron Guard cores and they're pretty spread out. I don't think you want to run your Guardian Troopers into it. Yeah, they're all dead.
Yeah,
okay, so Okay, fun fact. I think a lot. I think I noticed this from a few of our commanders in this tournament, right? So, the Guardian troopers cannot shoot while moving. Yeah, I think a lot of people had this notions where you can actually
They thought it
move
was like
it.
Iron Gods.
Yeah, they thought it would be like Iron Guards where you can hit while moving. No, you can't do that. You have to actually you have to let it stand still and then let it fire away. So I think that's what he had in mind when he pushed in the two Guardian Troopers. I agree. I will feel very strong with two Guardian Troopers as well. But
It feels very normal to actually do that. I mean, like, nobody told me that you had to be static to actually shoot.
yeah, correct, exactly. So I mean, that's like I said, this game is a little bit of a learning curve. Do join us in the Discord channel, by the way. We have a lot of people who's we're very nice. We're a very nice community, and we're constantly always theory crafting, trying to figure out better ways, better tactics, and how we can actually play out the game. It's really fun. Box really developed a very nice and amazing community. I think our extremist community is very amazing. I think in general.
It's funny when the community is telling the people that the community are nice people.
I mean, no, I get it in certain games, in certain game community, but no, not this one. We are actually pretty nice.
I really want to say that's what they all say, but
yeah, I know. I agree with you, Favor. 70% of the time.
70%. Okay, got it. Oh, shooting up from a distance over here. Gotta be a choose, but can they do it? It is slowly but surely clearing on every single of the Zion Gods coming and marching towards it. Probably not a great idea to march straight towards one.
No, it's fine. It's really great. But 3 victory points. Finally, APU just can't find an opening for themselves here. Ladies and gentlemen, 2-hole. After 4 series in our best of 5 for the bronze match, 2-hole will be your 3rd place winner here in the Eximia Siege the Front Line Season 4 Invitational Ascension Tournament. Congrats to 2-hole, but of course, kudos to APU Esport Club. It was such an honor and such a thrill to have such young talents, upcoming talents in the esports scene join us here in the Eximia side. I thought I'll never see the day to actually see any esport clubs or teams in general come into venturing into this kind of line, into this kind of hybrid game genre as well. So it's exceptionally fantastic to have them here too. But with that being said, Flavor, 2-hole, you are our 3rd place winner. Congratulations. You will be walking out with some really nice cash prize for yourself. May not be as much as first prize, but it's still pretty good grocery money. Pretty dang good.
Yeah, that is true. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, with the conclusion of that best of 5 series for the 10th and 4th place match, basically we are just 1 series away from the conclusion of this tournament. Right after this is going to be none other than the grand finals, and of course you're going to be seeing some of the best Eximia team that the game has to offer, competing against one another in yet another best of 5 series. Do let us know in the comments who you think is going to come out on top and who's going to be bagging in the $750 out of the 1,500 USD prize pool here for the Season 4 Invitational. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this with game number 1 of the grand finals. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, you guys are having an amazing day because we are here at the Eximius Season Frontline Studios for the Season 4 Invitational Ascension. And hopefully, you guys are excited because in a few short moments, we're going to be diving into the grand finale where we do have our top 2 teams who have made their way through gruesome best of 3s previously through round number 1 as well as the semifinal segment from semifinals 1 to semifinals 2, and here we are. My name is Flava with my good buddy Leonard. We're gonna be your official commentators here for the tournament. So Leonard, grand finals.
Yeah, grand finals. We're finally here, and of course, just to let you guys know what was the journey that some of these our 2 grand finals actually had to go through. This is currently the bracket, and you can literally see what they had to go through to reach to the current spot they are currently in. An endless 2-0 game, literally showing their FPS and of course RTS paralysis, their tactical capabilities as they bring themselves all the way here to this final match to decide who's going to be walking away with that hefty prize and be crowned champion for this amazing tournament, Exhibition Season Finalist Season 4 Invitational Ascension.
Yeah, something to see from this particular bracket also is that both the teams, DSL and CDS, have not dropped a single game in any of the best of 3 series that they have engaged on. So curious to see how they fare against one another because they have not found any opponents worthy of making them drop a single game. But of course, at this point, surely that is definitely going to be happening for one of these teams. So we have Team CTS on the Axron Industry side, and we have DSL on GSF, and the map being picked over here is going to be the Academy. And I do believe that based on the backend information that we received from our all-amazing Mr. Rico from MMO Studios, DSL is the one who actually went off with GSF, and yes, CTS actually picked off Academy based on the remaining 4 maps after banning off Express, Town Square, and Cross.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about this at all. That's really as a GSF, especially on the map of Academy, this is the kind of map where you can actually you want to go for Armor Division. It's actually an option for you. It's a perfect map. It's very open. It's very nice laid out for you as well. Reinforcement between all 3 victory point sites is actually relatively close as well. But the only problem about Academy that I have, I think I've stressed this many times, Flavor, but for those who just joined, I'm just going to explain once more, is the problem of the exposed economy, right? So within the vicinity between all of these victory points is that there's always going to be a supply point, which is actually pretty crucial for the commanders here. So not only if let's just say in a game where your opponent on ground office is not only dominating yours but also capturing various victory points, that just means they also are able to shut down the commander supply points, which is pretty crucial when you're building up certain units or certain research upgrades here as well. So, but regardless, we just had to see DSL went for the GSF side. They went for fortifications to lay out their respective defenses here. And how big the map is, you can actually get some really nice forward racks here. And with the bonus update, I believe, Flavor, is that with the fortification, with the forward racks, whenever a support crew was to be set up alongside with the racks, as long as the support crew, at least one still stands,
you can
constantly be resupplied. Correct.
To maximum capacity. Yeah, so I think it's very important to fully clear off this support crew. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the game. I do believe movements are being seen here on the map. Most of the units are being clustered up here in the middle. As you can see here, it's going to be Pluto, Ripper, as well as Neutron together with a few combat units. That's going to be the Marines from GSF. Meanwhile, on the different side, we do see Kaiser from GSF up against Boxer from Axron Industries. Kaiser is going to be dropping dead at that point on the map. We'll bring him back to the headquarters. Now, this is one of the most spectacular, beautiful maps. I do like the architecture of this map, by the way. It looks very Italian.
I mean, it's a very Academy-like design.
It's very European. I do have a feeling that it might be European
style,
inspired. Yeah.
I mean, which is pretty great, right? And the one thing I do love about Academy, besides the placements of the victory points and supply points, it's the amount of vantage points that the players on ground officers here you can really play around. Even for your support crew, for phalanxes or iron guards, there's some really nice spots that you can actually station units as well to lay down covering fire, or you can set up really nice choke points, or to prepare to ambush them as you want to try to go for flanking maneuvers here. However, there is a little bit of a difference in location. If you notice how there's a little bit of a high ground advantage towards the GSF side, since the victory point is relatively positioned near stairways. Rather for the Axron side, it's pretty much like a down lane down before you actually go straight to the victory points.
Yeah. And I think when we talk about, I want to talk a little bit about the resource points here. There's a very limited amount of resource points when it comes to energy. There's only 2. So basically, yeah, you gotta be careful on this. You would, I mean, in best case scenario to actually capture all 2, but I think the most novel thing to actually ensure is that you must at least have 1. If not, then it's gonna be very, very big disadvantage. Very sad as well. There's I believe there's ample amount of credits here on the map, all the way up to 8, which is should be no problemo. A 3-5 ratio should be no problem. 4-4 is very, very fair. But once you're looking at 2-6, that's gonna be very, very tough. So it's gonna be very, very big discrepancies happening for your commander. Now this map is basically kind of straight in the middle. So basically it will require you traverse to the middle part of the map at the dead center to go to A, B, and C, and they're fairly close to one another, meaning that you can jump around to A to B to C real fast. So you do foresee a lot of flips happening really, really fast here in this particular map, right? So it's a very fun map to play. It's very, very, very fast paced. But once you get a good foothold in one of the sites, it should be great. I think. Go to.
A little too late. I believe they were trying to steal away the power supply from the Axron side. Well done coming from one of the members here. He did die. He did fell to the conflict, but he played his part. Where not only did he capture back, but he just bought enough time for the initial mule to come in to lock down the side. So at least that place is a little bit safe until further notice. Although the attentions of the GSF officer that was currently trying to steal away the power supply will be redirected all the way to that A side here as they try to claim back the cash, the site itself, the VPs, the victory points here. Only if there was an armory here, it'll be a really nice resupply. Not only will you be able to lock down this cash site, but it'll be a really nice resupply point for all of your GSF officers here. I do see the engineer. Can he place the army down in time? No, he gets gunned down by Boxer before he can even place the army. Now Ripper.
But could
probably
pull this off?
Not really binary. Yeah, he can try to pull this off. He can call another suit if he wanted to.
But for them, they're just holding on to this resource point. So they have the credits coming in. Boxer, he's a one-man army at this particular current moment. Pluto does have the advantage being of high ground. I do believe that we do see it's a double Orion battle suits coming out from the side of Axron, Delta together with Boxer we see over here, and double Aegis. Is that triple Aegis? I get a little bit confused because there's always that one particular individual.
It's two members, the Anchor and China, doesn't really have the battle suit equipped yet. It was just only one Aegis and 2 Orion so far.
Oh yeah, the Anvil, yeah, because it looks so close. Okay, now it makes sense. Okay.
Oh, there's the nice Iron Guard, just very comfortably sitting here. Actually, honestly, right, if we have seen games before, especially for the action side for the map of Academy, right, if the game is really going well, they have a lot of control. The officers, especially, particularly on the ground, officers got a decent amount of controls. Some are actually pretty confident enough to actually have their fabricator placed right behind B victory point, actually. So you get this nice, steady, consistent flow of Iron Guards reinforcers coming to the mix as well. Although, yes, it does comes with its risk. But it's that kind of thing where, you know, it's up to the commander, right? When you feel like, okay, this is the moment where tier reinforcements coming in, or you feel like the commander is coming in with anti-tank infantries or vehicles, or maybe you see like your officers are not able to hold the position, they can slowly fall back. Pretty much very similar to like what this Forward Racks is doing, right? And thank God for the fortification. As long as one stays alive, they're gonna be able to resupply the support crew. So they're going to be pretty comfortable until a laser strike comes in and see whether the commander is able to react accordingly.
Yeah. Something to highlight as well while we're looking at some of the things happening on the map is that I think most of the Axron industry divisions being chosen throughout this whole tournament leaning more towards energy. There's a few. I would say if I would say in terms of ranking, number 1 has been always on the energy side, and then probably number 2 on robotics. And I don't see much people actually playing around with stealth and Pioneer. I think we saw one stealth, but nobody touching up on Pioneer.
To me, the value is always going to be something around like robotics. robotics, stealth, and energy. I think around this tree is usually one of the ways you can try to go through with it. Pioneers, pretty interesting. It's great, but I think the core of Pioneers usually you want to try to play around the Lotus core. I think that one is the mobility is relatively too slow. I think regardless of the Lotus core as well. And not only is the mobility slow, sure, it's pretty cool when you can actually attach demolishers to the Lotus core, and then suddenly out of the blue you become like this echelon support crew or mortar crew. But it's so expensive, like compared to one Iron Guard as well. I believe they're relatively the same price as well. So the amount of value you can get out of the other two, it really depends on the scenario.
Yeah, and it's very hard to read because you don't know until you jump into the game itself. So it's not like you have information beforehand unless you have a good understanding about what kind of opponents you're going up against beforehand, or probably you can have a read of this. But of course, your opponents could actually do some psychological games with that as well. Probably do something else out of the norm what they would usually do. Now, this is pretty standard. We're actually on looking into point side B. For the victory points, we do some defense being planted on the inside, which is pretty standard because this area, rather than the ditch that we saw before, so this area is actually enclosed area. So by the time you get inside, you get to have a peek inside. You get to see whether for the Exo and Industry side, are they having some Iron Guard space station on the inside. Like in this instance, you have some point defense, 2 to be exact, which is insane. So it's trying to cover as much angles as possible, and at the same time, so trying to run the enemy unit as fast as possible. But of course, if you're going to be doing that, the enemy is going to be doing this, knowing that there are units, either units, vehicles, or should I say, what do you call this? Or even structures inside, such as the point defense over here. So if you do drop any for artillery strike, you drop any EMPs, it will surely land on something, knowing that it's pretty normal to actually have this.
By the way, I love the setup coming in from the phalanx crew as well. There's one of the beauty, especially when you're starting on the north side of the map, you have a lot of really nice position you can set up for point defenses, phalanx crews, or even Iron Guards as well, because they do have a really good range. So if you have any, especially if we're just talking about not the office, just commander versus commander, you can't just simply send out scouts or mules to try to take points, especially from this side, because they will just instantly get gunned down by the phalanx crew. Finally, by the way, this is the first and last support crawler we'll ever see here. We never got to see a support crawler as often. Pretty great. It drops down a decent amount of units. So hold on.
Yeah, Kaiser.
Delta.
The hovering. Ooh, a little bit too much over there. He was
swarmed
surrounded by the Marines, was by an officer. There's no way he can actually come up there. Like even Ariel, the basically Ace Battlesuit as well.
Vanguard.
Yeah, the drones were just hovering around. There's no way. So you have your eyesights on the officer, the Marine, and even on the Ace drones. Yeah, I think the same also applies to this one as well, knowing that you did build up something. Yeah, that's the thing. When you have things which are fairly static, and you do have this form of aerial support.
So close.
Almost does get one. Kaiser still survives with a little bit of HP, recovering back the shields that he has lost from that trade-off. Should be pretty okay, but things are not looking too well for CDS despite them having a really good early game lead, but they're losing victory points faster, Leonard, as team GSF from DSL from GSF currently holds point A, B, and C. Now there are good things about this, you know, it's not always bad thing when meaning that they are spreading out all their resources, their military, their defenses across 3 areas, which could be an opportunity for TTS to do a focus fire upon one of them, either A, B, or C. But of course, it's not going to be that simple, as your victory points are draining, which means that you don't have a lot of time.
True. I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. And the problem about this is that because this game it's a 5v5 multiplayer, right? So there's a certain level of coordination and of course skill set is somewhat required, right? So don't give it. Oh, that was a beautiful eagle strike, by the way. So it should be able to melt away anvil relatively simple as well. We'll finally get the pick out. Well done. I mean, it's not really the most crazy as a battle. You're going up against a phalanx as well. But yeah, anyway, Flavor, as I was saying, right? So because this is a 5v5 multiplayer, right? Certain level of coordination and teamwork does come to play. And if you as a commander, you're very confident, like, okay, my team's officer is superior to you, the enemy team's officers, then all you really have to do is just lock down areas. This is pretty much like what Phalanx crew is really good for. They're really good at locking down certain areas. Like, you do need certain things to really clear them out. Like, as a commander, the only thing you can actually do is eyeing on drops, laser strikes, or flank them from behind. But maps like Academy, you don't really have a lot of areas where you can really like wrap around unless you have found an opening on one of the areas here, whether it's A, B, or C. Yeah. So as long as your officers, so this is where officers comes in, where they are the only one with the weaponry to clear all these phalanxes or stationary objects here. But as long as the GSF officers are keeping the Axon officers in check, then yeah, the phalanx will be able to do exactly what they're supposed to do, and they just deny areas where Axon is not going to be able to do a thing about it, unless, you know, this laser knight comes in, laser strikes, or the Sigma Oculus also will pull through here.
Wow.
Or the Oculus defense turret. But regardless, DSL winning this in such a dominant manner. They literally lock down every area. There's not really much options for our friends here from CTS. But first game will be secured by DSL.
Wow. DSL made quick work of this game, number one. It
Very
did look like CTL could actually, I mean, like, based on what we observed in the early stages of the game, CTL was actually holding on to the game. They're actually the ones running down the victory points coming on from their opponents, but that's not really the case. The moment DSL gained the momentum in the game, they were not going to allow not even a single one of the victory point places, either A, B, or C, especially this map. You know, I didn't mind much if it was other maps, but this map, A, B, and C are fairly close to one another because it's stretched out long from north to south, right? So basically, it's very close to one another, and not having the ability to capture any one of them, that's how much they were struggling against the amount of defense that had been put up by the GSF side for this one. But that's only game number one, ladies and gentlemen. It is not the end of day for CTL, as it is a best of 5 series, which means that that's one victory over for the GSF side here, DSL, but it is not over for TL, as they still have opportunities for the next remaining games to actually make it a victory for them in this series itself.
Yep. But other than that, Flavor, great game overall. I think that's a very clear example of a Phalanx lineup. It feels, yeah, sure, maybe from the commander's point of view, it doesn't feel like you're making like big waves like what we've been seeing for past series. You know, you're playing with Guardian Troopers, you're playing with M33, Cyclones, MLRS. Yeah, this is a little bit more on the more comfortable side, I guess you could say, because you just drop a Phalanx squad and that's all pretty much you can do, right? If you're playing a full Phalanx team, that's pretty much all you're going to be doing. You're dropping Phalanx squads, and then after that, it's just your officers to defend them as much as possible. Sure, the starting was a little bit slow, like you mentioned. The Axon was gaining a little bit more ground. But, you know, when you're playing a full Phalanx squad, it does take some time to build up your defenses, right? You cover one side first, you're like, all right, C is covered. You can move more officers to the other areas, then you move to the A side. A side also is covered. Like, all right, guys, let's just play around A, B, and C. We're just running back and forth. Suddenly out of the blue, 6 Phalanxes. Scouts can't do anything to Phalanxes. They just can't because of the armor plating in front of a machine gun turret. They really can't, not even Iron Guards as well. Laser Knights could definitely do something about it. But no, other than that, they just really can't. So that game was very dependent on the Axon officers, and that just didn't really happen. Other than that, great first game. I'm not going to really call them out just yet. We still have, like, what, 4 more games to go, Flavor? Yeah, I mean, 2 more games. 2 more games if they win, right?
Yeah, I think, but maximum we could potentially be seeing a full series. So it's so we'll see how that will go. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up, because right after this we're going to be witnessing game number 2 in a few short moments, and hopefully you guys do keep cheering on for these 2 teams as they have made their way towards the grand finals over here, and they're definitely going to be bringing in their A game. And who knows, we might be seeing some surprises here in this game number 2 right after this. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the Eximius Seize the Frontline Season 4 Invitational Ascension. We're currently on our second game of our Best of 5 Grand Finals on Championship Sunday here. It's currently the flavor for our end here in South in Malaysia in particular. It's currently 7:36. Yeah, we had a long day of action pack with Eximius, but we are very excited, and me and Flavor would like to give our heartfelt thanks to all of you fans, viewers, fans of the team, fans of the games, regardless of what fans. Thank you all for joining us for our journey this past from day 1 until day 2 today. Hope you guys have a great time, and then of course at the same time I would like you all to give even more energy to both DSL and CTS as they are fighting out for that championship spot. But with that being said, Flavor, let's quickly check out the bracket to see what kind of journey these two teams undergo.
Oh yes, and of course, if you're looking at the current bracket right now we do see the top 2 teams, DSL on the top left side and CTS on the top right side, who have crawled over from first round through the semifinals and to the grand finals. And you do see there DSL with 1 point as they won game number 1 in this best of 5 series. Grand finals, meaning that they're 2 games away before winning to win the series. But of course, CTS is definitely not going to allow that to happen, and they need to actually win 3 games. And starting off with the first one, we'll see if it's going to be this one or the next one itself to actually make it a win. And this is going to be the map veto. So for those who are not familiar what map veto is that we have a list of 7 maps. So out of the 7 maps, 3 of them are being banned. So the one in the middle is Central, which is being banned by our marshals. So Marshall is basically crews for the tournament. And then on the bottom left and bottom right, we have the bans for Town Square and Downtown. And then basically from the other balance 4 maps, one of them will be chosen by the winning team of the previous game, because it depends also. It depends on who's getting dips on things, right? So in this case, CTS chose the faction again, so they are going with GSF, and DSL goes with Exron. So that means that DSL is the one who actually went and chose Crossing for this game number 2.
Man, I am very excited. We're going to the map of Crossing as well. I think we only had from day 1 to day 2, we only had 2. This is going to be our second Crossing.
Oh, was it 2? Really? 2?
Yeah, 2. I think it's only 2.
Ah.
Wait, hold on. Let me think of it. Let me recall. Yeah, only 2. We only had 2 here, and this will be a perfect map for tank vehicles here, but sadly no armor division for the GSF side. It will be the fortification. However, now that's something we haven't seen in a while. It's going to be the stealth division coming into the hands of DSL here. Now here's a very cool thing about the stealth division for Axon faction you can actually do, right? So the stealth division allows you to actually have stealth vehicles, stealth crawlers in particular, and allows you to also do like some really cheeky stuff, right? And the commander won't be able to see it, nor will the player, except the players on the field. You might be able to see it once you get a little close enough to do some damage to it. But other than that, it's completely obscured from the eyes of the GSF commander here. So you can place a GSF at a really cheeky spot, like probably, for example, like let's just say the GSF cash supply. You parked it at the corner, for example, in stealth mode. Because eventually the commander will push out certain units or engineers to try to claim that cash point. And then you start realizing, Flavor, why are my units dying? There's nothing there.
Yeah. It's very hard. I think you just need to get yourself a bit familiarized with it as well to actually, progress well through all this. Yeah, but this so this map is one of the interesting ones. Surprisingly, out of both of us, actually I do not favor this map. I think this is the map I played the least compared to most of the other maps, because I really don't favor, especially the actual crossing that we just saw just a while ago. The battle here at the crossing looks a little bit swampy over there. So long range battles has always been a kind of a thing over there. So yeah, so it's kind of scary when you haven't cleared out the enemy units on the other side, so you're not able to actually make a safe entry into the point to actually capture this resource as well as victory point placed here, which is placed next to each other, which is closer compared to I forgot which map it was. Yeah, so this is not normal to actually have a resource as well as they place literally right next to each other. As well. So yeah, it's a very, very interesting map, and this one is, I would say, this is one of the unique maps you would see within game Eximius season.
Which is why you see a lot of teams. Oh, that's a very good rushed kill on top of Anvil. Well done coming from Neutron. But usually you see a lot of people contesting a lot for C side often, only because of the resource point. Mainly because once you lock down the site with a mule or an armory, you naturally will of course set up the turret option on top of that mule on that lockdown supply. So basically you got this nice free support, free defense, but at the same time, look at the design of C, right? Both sides having high ground, pretty much like a ditch in between. If you look at the right side of the phalanx, if the X-Front actually started on the right side of the map, you can actually place a turret there, and GSF commanders won't be able to hit the body of the turret. They only have to aim for the head. So that's unfortunate since they're starting on the north side. But regardless, it's a great spot to put phalanxes, it's a great spot to put turrets, and you're going to be able to practically just lock down the C side for a good 7 to 8 minutes. That's until like commanders comes in with the MRPG launchers or have a mule along their side to actually deal with all this pesty support crews.
And locking down that one is actually one of the best ones, I would say, because it's easy to defend, especially coming up from a distance. It's quite troublesome for the opponent. If you're the one who's actually securing the victory point, it's very hard for the opponents to actually traverse over because it's a long range battle. Nobody is going to throw themselves and fight over at the crossing itself. So yeah, you have to clear off all this. It's either you want to go with all your lobs, you want to go with your vehicles, you want to go with your units. It's all up to you. And Phalanx, like you mentioned, is good because of early game, because it's fairly cheaper compared to creating off the other units. So that's why you want to go with this rather than spending off money on your Marines and all, which doesn't make sense. Nobody wants to go for mid-range in that particular situation. But other than that, let's jump back into the game right here. Now, this is very, very concerning because DSL it's very concerning for CTS because at the remote, if you do look at the map, you have a rough idea on who's currently monopolizing or controlling more resources than the other. So you do see more blue happening over here. Not just the victory points, but also the resource points as well, which means that they are controlling more compared to what the green side, the GSF side, has to offer. And it's also being reflected upon the amount of victory points that GSF really has, which is down all the way to 289. But it does seem that it's going to be a shift in power over here as A got flipped over to GSF side and C got flipped up from X-Ron to neutral and potentially going up to GSF. But so far, no changes whatsoever at this point.
But you know, regardless, now A and C is in the hands of the GSF here, but the main goal is to get rid of the racks. That's an expensive one. And that's their only racks, by the way. That's their first and only racks here, if I'm not mistaken here. So no more barracks on their side, no more additional units are going to be pumping out for the side for the GSF here. So this prime time. They're in Orion suits, they're diving right into the mix here. They will try to sneak a peek to steal away some of this command, some of these victory points here. Another Rex is going to be dropped down here, but not before Boxer was able to at least secure the back line. You do see the Phantom Assault also being dropped down, courtesy of the commander. It's basically an area of scout clones to distract some of the Phalanx crew. This is going to allow the main force to dive into the mix here and kill off all of these expensive Phalanx units that's being dropped down. Another Rex is going to be coming down into the mix, but I believe it's going to fall prey to the members of the Axron units.
Oh, the timing. They
just don't have units.
Just when you're about to actually make this happen, and then you're losing control, you're losing a foothold in this area. The barracks is here. Yep, it's gonna go down real quick. Subject to if Kaiser together with Ripper does have the right weapon to actually clear it up. But of course, we do see Boxer here from GSF side trying to make work on side with hopes they can actually do something about it and fend off these officers away. But number he does not have the quantity, and he does have his back turn against the opponents. Oh wow, this is happening. Field support has arrived. He's gonna be clearing out one of the officers, and
he needs one more.
Dude, imagine that they come out literally fresh from the big ovens of this barracks and straight into your face, but still not enough to clear out on Ripper. They also have Neutron on the left side, so you are expanding a little bit of resources and not enough to kill off every single officer that is within this area.
Oh, those are costly as well. Like I'm not talking about like 360 cost Marines. Those were 200. I believe they were like what 2,200. Yeah, 2,200 cash phalanxes here as well.
So, and they're destroying the barracks as well.
They're trying. They're trying. Look at that, all diverting all remaining officers to protect this one lone barracks here. But that just means there's also going to be leaving A and B opening for the side here for Ripper to secure. Sorry, not yeah, Ripper to secure the map.
Oh, wow.
He secured the cash. He secured the victory points, and now once again wasting the racks once more. And those are not cheap, by the way.
That has got to hurt in every single part of their body parts here, because losing out the barracks at this early point in the game, and you're also losing out in terms of your victory points being captured. So how are you going to come back from this? Because you still need to find ways to get enough resources to build yet another barracks with the increase of more units. And right now you're also being pressured out by these units literally knocking on Heaven's Door right in front of the headquarters at the same time as well. So there's not leaving any openings for any of the team members, any of the officers from GSF to actually have any point of entry into the victory point. So objectively, you're also losing out. You're losing out in terms of resources, and you're losing out in terms of units. Not looking good.
Yeah, complete domination all across the map. We're not even talking about like heavy vehicles. No. We are talking about just
this is
straight
so
up
game.
classic. Yeah, classic scout spawning. It's pretty much like a Zerg rush kind of thrill, because you know when your officers is somewhat dominated, you might as well just further accelerate the aggression, right? Just pump a lot more scouts. They're cheap, you have the financial, and finally the first Sigma. Like I said, this is the kind of map where it's perfect, which is amazing for tanks as well. And Sigma, the one with the most range and the most damage as well, is going to do absolutely perfect to control every single unit structures that comes out of this GSF base, as long as the Axeron officers has the meal, has the supply to keep adding into this round.
Oh, no.
But tier 3 reinforcement is here, Flavor, and here comes the M33. That's pretty much where the Sigma comes into play to try to counteract that M33. If Kaiser and everything is a little bit preoccupied to deal with it.
Yeah, and remember, this is the final tier reinforcement. There's no more reinforcement being provided here by the gods of the game. So
by the gods of the game.
Yeah, literally.
Jeremy, like, Lord Jeremy.
There is somewhere, you know, basically, yeah. So this is something interesting. If you guys are not familiar with the game itself, yeah, the game does actually has this feature where it's kind of saying that if you're kind of struggling, where your victory points are low to a certain level, they will give you access to, firstly, you get the tier 1 and then tier 2 and tier 3 reinforcements, with hopes that this could actually assist you in turning the tides of the game towards your side, because you're losing out too much. But in this case, man, I think we've come to a halt. So this is how it works, right? The victory points will not go down if you and your opponents each have only one victory point. So right now, just now, it was actually A on neutral, B on GSF, and C on Axeron. But right now, we have A and C on the Axeron side, meaning that the victory points from the GSF side will be depleting slowly but surely, but not as fast as if 3 victory points are being captured. But here's the problem. It's not just about making their way towards the victory points anymore. They're also struggling, trying to exit their headquarters and making their way towards the place that they needed to be, because the Axeron forces are definitely putting on pressure on them here, trying to go in from the sidelines, but Pluto is on standby, knowing something like this might just happen.
Regardless, still well done. Managed to get back the B. We have 2 Sigmas on the field. I don't think that M33 will be able to do a thing about this as well. They can try, but I believe there's also EMP strike as well. Regardless, a very strong, dominating win coming in once again from Team DSL here. They are now currently 1 point away to secure that grand champion spot for themselves here. Will CTS be able to find a way to find a chink in the armor here for DSL? Because there just doesn't seem to be an opening at all.
Oh yeah, I think this is very, very tough. It could be, that's the thing, I don't want to call it too early as well, although we've already witnessed 2 great games that was leaning towards Team DSL. It's just that I have a feeling that probably given a more favorable map towards their side, or probably a more favorable faction, or even a favorable, that's the thing, map determines faction and division at the same time. That's what I believe, because if you kind of know which map you're going to be playing at, and you have the right faction. But the thing is, usually faction goes first, and then it comes later, and then picking up the right division that you want apply, probably this could be a winning recipe for their opponents over here. And as mentioned before, this is a best of 5 series, different than what we went through yesterday, through the first round and the semifinals, which happened today. So meaning that it's not over yet for the opponents over here. There's still ways for them to go around it. So right now we're going to be taking yet another short break, and after this we'll be right back with game number 3 in the best of 5 series here at the grand finals of Xamia's Seize the Frontline Season 4 Invitational Ascension. We'll see you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we currently stand at the crossroads here between two amazing teams as they go head to head for the final Grand Championship spot here. And of course, it's going to be a battle between DSL, who's currently 1 point away to securing that spot for themselves and taking away a hefty grocery money prize here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Extreme Series the Frontline Season 4 Invitational Ascension. I'm Len, also Yololi, and gracing us once again is the one and only Flavor to bring you guys all the insights, the greatness, and of course all the shenanigans that comes with it at the same time here. Flavor, we are finally here. Could this be the finish line, or this is just more like I guess maybe a supply break everywhere?
Probably like a short pit stop. All right, I don't know. I mean, it feels a little bit scary over here. But for those who did miss out on all the action from yesterday all the way to today, this 2-day non-stop Eximius action. This is actually our official bracket for the competition tournament. Now we're looking at the top left where we have our first grand finalist, Team DSL, and we have on the top right Team CTS, where they're currently battling on at the grand finals. DSL having a 2-game victory so far out of 2 games. CTS still finding their foothold here at the grand finals, have not secured a single point yet, which means that Team DSL still needs 1 more game victory to win the whole series and become our winner and champion here for the Season 4 Invitational Ascension, whereas Team CTS, they cannot drop a single match in the next upcoming game. So by winning, starting off with game number 3, forcing game number 4, winning game number 4, and forcing game number 5 to actually win it all. It's a very tall order, but they have to do it. And that is the condition that is set to them. So looking at the map video over here, the third game will feature Academy. Now this is actually picked by DSL. Yeah, so it's actually CTS. CTS. So DSL actually chose the faction GSF. So how it worked is that because the losing teams or a previous game gets first dibs, so they get to choose whether they want to choose map pick or they choose faction. So CTS said we don't choose map, so they are in favor of Academy, and DSL gets to choose the faction. So this time we're going to be seeing DSL on GSF, forcing CTS on next round.
Yeah, it's just one of the few things you got really that option kind of again. But then again, at the same time, since CTS opts not the faction selection, but rather the map picks here, and this is the very map pick which they actually first played in our first game of our best of 5 grand finals as well here. So I guess CTS, they're very comfortable about this map, but at the same time they weren't satisfied with the outcome of it, especially as well. So I think this could be a nice grudge match, could be a nice revenge to turn things around here, Flavor, because this is potentially the last round if DSL will be able to secure it. However, it's the exact, if you think about it at the same time, Flavor, it's the exact same setting, the first map, the exact same faction as well. We need to confirm on division though. So there's going to be a change of division. So previously CTS was playing I believe it was the energy division. This time they're going with stealth division to go toe to toe with the fortification. Most likely the phalanx setup that's going to be coming in by DSL.
I think it's like a swap. I think this is the same division as played out for the previous map. It's just that they're just swapping which faction they're playing over here. So CTS, yeah. So DSL playing out for fortification for this time about. Very, very excited to see how this is going to be played out as well. Now, for those who did watch the first game together with us, DSL actually won this map in game number 1. But during that time, they were actually on Extron, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, they were on Extron. So this is actually the first time you get to see in this grand final, DSL utilizing GSF and CTS going off with Extron. Now, because DSL was given dibs to actually choose which factions, we can safely assume that they're very comfortable with this faction and especially on this map.
This was like I said before, like first game DSL picking fortification, picking GSF. It's pretty much like just mirroring on game number 1. The only difference was just division, right? Like first one was energy for CTS. Now they decided to go for stealth this time. I think they did just decided to take a little bit of a chapter from DSL playbook from the last game, right? With how they actually played stealth against the fortification lineup as well. I think they tried to hope to do the exact same thing as well as they try to push it to enemy lines. But the condition is to see whether they can can get a better outcome, because I believe in Academy in their first game they lost out a lot of this gunfight. Like, they were swarmed around by the commander's units, but rather than just losing out a lot of these initial firefights here. So sure, it's great you're going with different division. Now the commanders has a few more options to best cater to assist their on-ground officers. But can their officers actually still pull out the wins, the necessary wins, to actually create at least an opening on one of the VP side? Because one opening is pretty much enough for them to actually flank the rest of the sites as well.
Yeah, and you're trying to reach that sweet spot of synergy between commander together with officers here in the match, especially when it comes to the grand finals. If you still haven't found it, you better find it ASAP, because every game matters, especially knowing that this game is going to be potentially could be a winning game here for DSL, or could be an opportunity for CTS to actually grab it over and force a game number 4 upon their opponents. But compared to before, I do believe that this is almost the same as what we saw on the first game, but slightly different, because previously we saw CTS having a much early lead. Meanwhile, here leading up to this 2v1 battle, Anvil trying to run away for dear life, but was actually chased down here, especially a little bit too hard, as you're being chased down not only by 2 officers, but you're also going up against Kaiser, which also has the Ace Commando battle suit.
The thing is, I love. Oh yes.
Yeah, sorry. It's Ace Vanguard. Yeah, it's Ace Commando.
Yeah, Ace Vanguard. Now I was just saying, like, I love the logic and ideas coming from some of the members of DSL officers. Right, it's very similar to like what Thunder. We had another like Ace FPS officers in Eximus as well. He has this very straightforward, simple logic, which is getting rid of the officers will always achieve VPs here, VPs and land, which is, I totally agree, because the officer role is insanely huge, right? You can capture points, you can also play around, you can also kite around like the commander's AI units as well. So killing officers is pretty much equal to achieving victory points. I'm actually fine with this logic. I actually agree with this logic as well. But this makes things a lot more comfortable, because that's the one variable and one factor that the RTS commander can never control, which is just another player here. So
yeah, basically it's beyond the controls. It's definitely the officer, because it has a mind of its own and you cannot control the officers. You can give commands verbally, or you can just type a command, let them know what you want them to do, all this. And it's also a two-way communication. But yeah, it's an unknown variable on the map, because you don't know to what extent your officers can do, you know. So you're placing a little bit of trust over there, because usually for normal units that you can actually control, you kind of know the limitations, the advantages and disadvantages, and the outcome is usually very straightforward. You know, when you're pairing up against like for example a Marine up against Scout, you kind of know how the trade-off will be if they fought face to face, somewhat in a manner. Yeah, so the great thing about this game number 3 is that we do see something a little bit different, as we do see a little bit of fight coming out from CTS, as they are able to actually do a number of flips over some of the victory points. And as mentioned before, the victory points area is fairly close to one another. So if you see here, if you traverse from point B to point C, or point B to point A, it's very close to one another, so it doesn't take very long. So that's why when we come to the academy, it's very fast paced. When it comes to traversing around in between areas, so it does not require you to just lock yourself down in one particular area to just guard it. So sometimes if you feel that the other side, you can just jump on over, and in the next few seconds you should be there, with hopes that you're able to actually provide the kind of support that your team actually needs.
Yeah. Well, look at this. Literally constant control, and of course thanks to the passive mobility that comes with the Ace Vanguard as well, you're able to like travel a little bit more faster distance, and and it's not due to the Eagle Strike. I'm talking about like the actual passive itself. When you space by, you're basically able to, I guess you could say, vault yourself forward kind of thing, which at least allows you to get to really tight. That was a very clear example of what we saw from Ripper, especially from his mobility as well. So able to play around, able to just constantly juke around any iron guards or whatsoever. The Ace Jones also does a perfect role for that. You got the point defense on B, pretty much the standard play with what DSL did in the first game as well. The only difference this time is that is a autocannon phalanx rather than a machine gun phalanx setup actually instead. I think that's the only difference here. But I guess it's just to prepare for the Omicron light tank. I think they actually spotted it somewhere. Ooh, fantastic Eagle Strike dive here. Namba's gonna have a tough time, Flavor.
Yeah, but instead he's the one who's actually losing out in terms of shields. Kaiser also lost out his shields, but he has more HP, looking a little bit more healthier, 1,500 HP compared to 266, recovering a little bit of shields after not engaging one another for a while. Here comes the trade-off. Will Anvil come out on top, as he's going to be the first one clearing all the shields over here, but he's very, very low on HP. Eagle, strike, jump, possibly. We're not really hovers around, drops it back, but it's going to be Anvil getting down here with the battle a little bit too much, especially when you're going up against not just the officer but the ace drones at the same time as well.
And with the fight for the power supply still rages on, and still haven't found any chink to the armor here, and will not find any success. Boxers try to see to try to flank from the sidelines here, but instantly gets cut off and denied by Pluto, as it will solidify their defenses even more towards his ace. I mean, the benefits of the stealth division, you also entitled to the landmine drops here. I believe I saw the commander trying to drop a couple of landmines on the phalanxes, but I think the phalanx is still standing tall, as I see the unit count for the phalanx squad is still 3. So the defense is still solid. You got an army locked down, the power supply. Now this is where the fun begins. The constant sieging the front line, living up to the game title this time, as they will constantly just deny them in every area of the map. There's not much areas you can do. 3 lanes. And he's denied, by the way.
Oh yeah, so now it's all about defense. It's all about defense for GSF side. CTS, they need to find a point of entry. Another bad news point is that they're also lacking in terms of weaponry. We did talk a little bit about this, where you need to think. After dying so many times, you're going to lose out in terms of resources. You drop your battle suit, which you bought previously. You might not have enough resources to buy a battle suit and your weaponry, so probably you have to choose. So at this point, you do see that there's only one battle suit on the side of CTS, and there's only the Orion. And when you look at what the SL has to offer, they have 3 of the Ace Vanguards on their end of it, and that by itself is already a big upper hand. In addition to, and on top of all that, they also have the right weaponries to actually fight you over at this vantage page locations as well. So this is going to be very, very scary. Meanwhile, Delta here, since he's all alone, he got outgunned by Neutron and Ripper at the side, but they're not going to make their way forward. And as they do see a number of other units on the other side, charging through from the back. Yep, that's we're not going to pass through there. Somewhere else.
But also fun fact for any new Extremis players, right? Like, if you feel like you're a little bit down in terms of economy, especially on the ground offices, right? What your commander can actually do is, especially since he's going to be staying in the base all the time and constantly generating income, right? He can actually call down a battle suit for you. At least that way you're going to have one player to be fully kitted, right? You got the weaponry, you got the captain diverted weaponry, and then at least you got the battle suit for the commander. At least that way you got someone to actually try to diversify across the army. Usually it's going to be the lurker that's going to try to steal resources on the other side, or at least try to be the distraction here. That was the role that was being played by, I believe it was being played by Boxer just now. But I think he eventually went down and lost the fight against Kaiser.
Yeah. And I think that's very good. I think these are all this extra information that is very beneficial, because once you call the battle suit, it's utilizing your resources, and then you can pass it over to your teammate to utilize it. Yeah, so coming back into the game once again over here, despite having the Ace Vanguard, does not mean you are invincible here. You do have a little bit of resistance coming on from your drones, but we'll see how it goes. You also have access to the ability of using the Eagle Strike. So if you do see the officers using the battlesuit Ace Vanguard, you can see sometimes they will just hover around for a while up in the air, and then they will just, suddenly slam on the ground towards a particular area. So that's the Eagle Strike as well. And you also have ability sidestep with this battlesuit. So this is this is all this extra perks that you try to get with it. But for CTS over here, they are not looking too good, as they're down all the way to 11 victory points at this particular moment, down to single digits here, and they don't have any form of openings to capture not even one of the victory points at this point forward. And I do believe that is going to be GGWP, and congratulations to the opposing team for that convincing victory over here.
Yeah, they're really well done. They had literally a very dominant lead from day one all the way to Championship Sunday here, 2-0. Did not drop a single point in each of their series here. Very excited to see how they go how to go further in the future as well here, as the Exhibit gets more better over time here. Because currently we're in season 4, we have come a long way from season 1, especially in terms of like faction and unit wise. Like back then, we have some really we have a lot of things that was currently in the works here, but everything is slowly getting their necessary balance out. I think people at Ammo Box is doing a phenomenal job in trying to keep up, adding new content, doing the necessary amount of balancing. So it's really fun. It's really fun games. It has a little bit of a learning curve, but I'm glad to see that everyone is trying to find their way through it. And I think so far, DSL, you guys did a really great job. But of course, kudos and shout out to all the other 7 teams that participated in this tournament as well. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you guys really enjoyed your moments here. And of course, still congratulations to CTS. They didn't get the grand champion spot but they still walk away with a 2nd place prize here. So it's also a decent amount of grocery money for themselves too.
Yeah, that's true. So they are your runner-ups, they are your champions as well. We also had our 3rd and 4th base battle just early on as well. So congratulations and thank you so much to all the participants. You guys have been amazing, and I do believe that not just coming up from us, but I do believe the game devs from Ammo Box Studios will be more than happy, and definitely will be looking forward to see all these familiar faces appearing in the next Invitational, hopefully in season 5 and upcoming seasons. And we're definitely probably see a shift in power. Some of the teams are seeking revenge. Some of them are hungry for victory and definitely looking to become the next champion here for the upcoming competitions. But of course, thank you so much everyone for tuning in to the official live stream over here. Not just the English live stream, but also the Mandarin language live stream together with Husky. And of course, a big shout out over to the game devs for Ammo Box Studios for making all this happen once again. And trust me, the community is definitely looking forward to more changes, more patches coming on in the future, all this new stuff that they're going to be unveiling towards us. And of course, big shout outs to the production team for such an amazing work throughout this 2-day competition. All right, I think that's all from me. Leonard, how about from you? Anything from your side?
Wow, you pretty much said everything as well. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all have a great time. Thank you to all the viewers and all the fans as well. But with that being said, that will be the conclusion of the Extreme Siege, the frontline season for Invitational Ascension. I hope you all have a great time. I'm Leonard, also known as Yoli. This is Flavor, and we bid you all adieu as we sign off. Goodbye.